Welcome to the show, everyone. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tudor Alexander. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you happen to be, and you're meditating on the true things of life. That's God's grace, God's mercy, God's sovereignty over all of the evil things that are happening around us every day. It's been quite a busy set of weeks and months for me, and there's still quite a busy left for the rest of the year. A lot of big things coming out. And we have a lot of things to talk about as usual because it's been, I think, more than 4 or 5 weeks since my last VDS. Although going forward, VDS is going to happen every 4 weeks, give or take, but pretty much once a month. So that should help to make it more consistent and manageable, at least for me, with all of these stories. Anyway, the rate of PSYOPs has been constant regardless, so they'll be always running some stupid shenanigans, and there's something to do always. Now, some important housekeeping notes and announcements for you. Like I said, there's been a lot of things happening, and I just want to keep you up to date. I'm going to be going live this Monday, August 31st at noon, Arizona time, which is Mountain Standard Time, I think. Although I don't know, I don't think we keep daylight savings time. Anyway, it's noon my time, so figure out whether that is for you. And this is going to be part of an initial series of 7 lives that I'm going to do once a month until February to answer your questions on all of the major areas of theology. We're going to go one topic at a time, 7 times, to pretty much kind of align with my recent big book release of the 7 transformations, Finding the Narrow Road by Pursuing a Sovereign Christ. If you haven't gotten that book, make sure you check it out. It's pretty much the summation of all of my 1,000+ hours of work in my library into one cohesive theology. Now, Monday's topic, of course, is going to start things off, and that's going to be soteriology, that's salvation, the gospel, God's sovereignty, these types of things. So make sure if that's something that interests you, that you come check it out, whether you want to ask questions or not. I hope you're going to be there. I'm also going to be picking one question from YouTube and Substack. Every time I do these things, I'm going to post on the Sabbath before that Monday. I'm going to post for my usual content post. I'll post like a post like, hey, give me your questions for the upcoming live. That's going to be on Substack or on YouTube. And wherever you happen to post your question, I'm going to look through those, and I'm going to be answering one question from each, one from Substack and one from YouTube. And I'll be answering those in the beginning of the live. So stay tuned for that post, and make sure you check it out if you want your question, a chance for your question to be answered. Fennec also has received a major Super Saiyan update. Make sure you check out the recent post and check out the app, because he's now a full-fledged app with lots of cool features that were not possible before because I was just using a widget embedded in a website. Now I've used Claude Code to basically build an entire custom app, which took a lot of work, but thankfully, by God's grace and a little help from technology, it worked out pretty well. So I think it's pretty awesome. Make sure you check it out. And I'll be releasing a tutorial of the new features pretty soon, so you can look for that as well. There's been many awesome changes, and I truly hope that you're going to enjoy it because I put a lot of work into it. And now it was a lot of fun to use Fennec before, but now it's even more fun. And there are community aspects too, like a leaderboard competition and so on. So a lot of cool stuff. Now, today's episode is called Divine Manipulation of the Threads. Now, if you know what that reference is from, it's from the Art of War, chapter 13. And in fact, we're going to read it right now. So let's see if you can see it. Okay, let's see, 13, let's see, threads. We can search for threads. Here it is. Chapter 13, verse 7 and 8. Hence the use of spies, whom there are 5 classes: local spies, inward spies, converted spies, doomed spies, and surviving spies. I wonder which kind of spy Charlie Kirk was. When these 5 kinds of spy are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Now, if you don't know, The Art of War was not actually written by Sun Tzu, as people think it was. It was written by a Jesuit on the authorization of the Jesuit general shortly before the French Revolution as a way to reveal the method of the playbook that they use. And The Art of War is about the Jesuit general and the sovereign, the general and the sovereign. The sovereign is the Pope, the papacy. And of course, this divine manipulation of the threads, according to this author, is the sovereign's most precious faculty. And of course, that aligns perfectly with the Bible, because the Bible tells you that the devil, Satan, gave his throne and power and great authority to the beast. Now, we could sit here and squabble about who pulls the strings. Is it the Jesuit general? Is it the Pope? Is it the 13 papal families? It doesn't matter. All those people at that point, they're at the highest echelon of the world system, and they're in communication with Satan. But the papacy is where the devil sits and receives worship, and divine manipulation of the threads is the Pope's most precious faculty. So why is that an important title for today's episode? Well, there hasn't been any huge psyop that's happened in the last 6 weeks or whatever it's been. Of course, there's only psyops, but there hasn't been anything huge like the Charlie Kirk situation. However, there are constant psyops and constant shenanigans, the things that we're looking at and monitoring. And the thing that you must always remember is who is the hand that all of the strings lead to? It's not Judea. It's not Muhammad. It's Rome. It's not the technocrats. It's not the communists. It's not even the Freemasons. It's Rome, because Rome pulls all of the strings, according to their own testimony, and of course, according to the Bible, which is even more important testimony. So that's our theme today. Like I said, if you've watched my content on the Jesuits or the French Revolution, you know the story behind the art of war. And this is what matters every time you look at the news. It doesn't matter what happens. You have to always ask yourself, how does this fit into the framework of historicism, of what the Bible tells us about the destination of history? How does this fit into it? And if you build that skill and that habit, you will get great discernment in being able to see through all of the emotional hooks that are being put into people. And we're going to cover quite a lot of them, especially, for example, with the Jews and the Muslims. There's a lot of hooks with those psyops to get people to believe a certain thing so they can be manipulated. But if you have the proper context of what the destination of history is, like we're covering today, then you aren't easily manipulated. And that's my goal always, is to make you strong and hopefully as immune as possible to deception. Now, if that sounds good to you, make sure you subscribe, like, leave a comment, hopefully edifying, of what you learned, chat with others. Make sure you check out Fennec if you have any questions for any of this material or any other material. If you need support in a particular area, if you're going and doing debates with people arguing, Fennec is a great resource to give you some quick responses and resources right away. If you want to support me, you can go to the website, just be a paid member. You can donate if you want. You can go to the store, check out the merch store. A lot of great things, a lot of great resources, books, educational posters, all kinds of wonderful things to help you out. But either way, you can just be a regular member, a free member on the email list. That's the easiest way to support me, because then you can stay in touch with me and you're not going to miss a beat. Email is still king as far as communication until they screw with that also. But nevertheless, it's much better than just being a follower on YouTube or Instagram or whatever else, because those things, I just don't trust them, and neither should you. Now, I also recommend that you get my book, like I said, The 7 Transformations. It's my magnum opus theology book. We go through a systematic way of theological understanding and build the case that all of these doctrines are related to monergism and the sovereignty of God. If that sounds interesting to you, then make sure you check it out. If you want all of my content on a USB, it is available now, and you can purchase that in the store. It's over 1,000 plus hours and 5 years of work on that USB. And of course, if you got a USB, don't worry. And you wanted the difference for the digital things that have been, if you want a digital upgrade, that's available also for the things that have been released recently, and will be continued to be released until, like I said, early next year or so. At least that's what I've planned. So if you need that, just go to the store. It's right there. Now, news. There hasn't, like I said, been a lot of huge stories, but there's been actually a lot of consistent things, and it's very important to watch all of them. And I've broken this up, therefore, into several threads, since we're talking about the divine manipulation of the threads. The first one is just some general stories, and we'll take a look at these. These are just the usual shenanigans that are going on, and let's see what's going on. So this is Conor McGregor. He had that fight. It was supposedly his 33rd professional fight, and of course, numerology and all these things, and it's one of these humiliation rituals. Oh, and let's see.
See that his leg is in itself unstable, right? So he had his walkout. He didn't have his usual swagger. He held the flag for a very long time. He looked off balance, unstable, and really gaunt, right? He looks very white. He looks very under a lot of stress, under a lot of pressure. And why I believe that we just witnessed a ritual. So essentially, head of Irish Freemasons unaware Tucker Carlson's interview on premises involved Conor McGregor.
You've seen this before, where they had that interview with doing their little Freemason handshake, and But wait a minute, I thought Tucker Carlson was an Episcopalian. They were meeting in this Freemason building, checkered floor, doing their little Freemason handshake. I mean, come on.
Until last minute. So many Freemason members were offended by the interview at the Grand Masonic Hall. So this was last year. Tucker Carlson and yeah, Conor McGregor had their interview, did a lot of numbers at the Masonic Hall of all places. But why also? So Conor McGregor's 33rd professional mixed martial arts fight was against Max Holloway at UFC 329. And the bout ended in a TKO loss via an injury at 109 on the first round after he suffered a torn ACL. So this idea is to understand why, right? Why this has happened, why he went out to fight, why I believe that he just had to prove himself under a ritual form. Essentially, there's going to be a false nationalist movement out of Ireland, and these types are going to run it under a false.
Did I not tell you this like several months ago? Did I not tell you that Conor McGregor, with the whole, didn't he have some issue with the girl that he was supposedly getting accused by? Like, this is typical humiliation ritual, preparing him for the next thing that's happening. You're going to see this actually quite a lot today. Andrew Wilson with his debate with Candace Owens, Conor McGregor, who else is in there? Somebody else had a humiliation ritual. I forget right now. Anyway, we're going to run into them, but you're seeing a lot of Andrew Tate in his humiliation ritual. All these guys are going through humiliation rituals. Why? Because they're getting ready. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys have a very important part to play in the coming thing.
False crusade banner. There's going to be a civil war. I'm not saying that millions will die, but a lot of people will die under an idea of Christians versus Muslims. And the Christian banner, this is part of why Conor McGregor, in my view, hasn't for itself found God in the last year and been speaking the words of Jesus and being a big proponent behind Christianity, just after essentially, in my view, becoming much deeper in Freemasonry. He had a lot of charges and a lot of criminal issues behind him, and they've seemingly gone away. To understand the idea is that, again, these will head a false nationalist Christian movement against the new immigrants, the invaders, as it were. And that's going to get a lot of steam in the coming years. And it's going to result in a type of a civil war locally. And then the mechanism of whenever the people need a hero, we shall supply him. Albert Pike, 33rd degree Freemason. And yeah, this is coming specifically out of Ireland. And these ideas are going to get a lot of people killed. There's going to be a chaos phase that's coming, and these types will spearhead it. And then we need to see also how the ones come out of the UK and places like that. But this is the start of something big, in my opinion. And I believe that there's just simply too many coincidences to really ignore, right? And that's the thing. And also to be very careful, because the false Christian nationalist banner is actually a Zion movement. It is not Christianity in its purest form. It's a judo movement. And yeah, just to be ready for that. And to understand that, again, the world is a stage. I also believe that we just...
See, and this I hope also teaches you the multi-layered labyrinth of Satan. It's like the movie Maze Runner. If you ever seen it, go see it. It's a good movie. I mean, as far as like just a story. Spoiler alert, they are trapped in a maze and they think they escape and they're actually in a bigger maze. This is the same thing. So what he said here is actually true. I've told you this. I told you this months ago when the whole Conor McGregor thing and he started being Christian and all these guys are being positioned for this like culture, icon type of situation. So now he's suddenly a Christian and they're doing all this Christian nationalist stuff, stoking the fight between Christians and Muslims. We'll see how that plays out. But now you see he's blaming the Christian nationalist thing on the Jews. Well, that is like another psyop. The Jews aren't the one pushing these things, folks. Of course, I'm sure they're probably involved to some degree. But the real one that pulls all of the strings, the divine manipulation of the threads, is Rome. Because Rome is using all of this there's only one winner. The Jews don't win by having a Christian nationalist movement. Because a lot of the people who are for theocracy, they're not just Protestants. A lot of Orthodox want theocracies. A lot of fanatical Catholics like Nick Fuentes want a theocracy. So Christian nationalism isn't reserved for Protestants. The Protestant version is going to be thrown under the bus, for sure. But Rome is the one who benefits from the church and state being mixed together. The Jews don't benefit. Are you kidding me? They don't benefit at all. So we'll talk about the Jews today later, but anyway, this is Clint Russell. Okay, get your tinfoil ready. Graham is inspected. This is the whole Lindsey Graham thing that happened with him getting, remember, what kind of spies? Are there doom spies? There's, spies that can basically change. They're double agents. So there's different spies. At any point in time, if you read The Art of War, they can kill a spy. If it serves the agenda, they can kill that spy, and they'll do it. So if you read that book, you know exactly the playbook because they revealed the method. And Lindsey Graham got killed off. Why? Well, there's many reasons why. We'll talk about it. I think a big part of it was probably he was on the Zionist side. And this is the same thing that happened with Charlie Kirk, probably in a slightly different direction, but same in general. I said with Charlie Kirk, I didn't expect them to kill him off, to be honest with you, because he was very influential. But I realize now that he's even more influential if he's dead. If you don't believe he died, whatever, that's another can of worms. I'm not going to talk about that. But the point is, whether you believe he died or not, the effect is still the same. And the point, going back to before he died, I said that he will either be killed. And in the VDS I did before he died, I don't know how, like a month or two before, I said he will either be killed or he's going to convert to Catholicism. This is only one way, because his Judaizing platform, the Zionist thing, that's coming to an end. People are like waking up. They're running the Jew psyop now. Just like it doesn't pay anymore to be a liberal. Your side has been totally destroyed. And it's not going to pay anymore to be MAGA within like another year. Your side is getting totally destroyed. Same thing with Christian Zionism and dispensational. These things are being destroyed. Like, get off the boat while you can. And Charlie Kirk had very much invested in that boat. So he either would have to completely like be discredited or convert to Catholicism or just get killed off. So I didn't expect him to kill him off. But this is the thing. With Lindsey Graham, he was completely like neck deep in the Jewish side of things, completely sold out to Israel. And probably it was the case. He's not super influential, like not in like a culture shaping way, but he was influential in the sense that he had a political position. So like I said, slightly different than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was more of a cultural icon. Lindsey Graham, not really an icon whatsoever, but still politically influential. And probably Lindsey Graham did not want to go to the next thing. My guess. My guess is he probably was very happy with his situation. And all these people, they don't know the full plan. So who knows? Maybe he just refused to go along with the things. Like, all right, we'll just kill him off. And that's going to make things easier because now there's one less Judaizer in the American, Congress. Of course, there's many more, and we'll see what happens to them. But Lindsey Graham was definitely a big one, and they got rid of him. Why? Because Zionism is coming to an end, folks. That's what this tells you. Zionism is dispensationalism is coming to an end. Anyway, Graham inspected a drone factory in Ukraine yesterday. Russia blew up that facility today. Then tonight it is announced that Graham is dead from a sudden illness. He died suddenly. No more details. I'd say there is a decent chance that Russia blew up Lindsey Graham. Yeah. They said, listen, hey, we'll make a deal with you, Russia. We'll give you the location. You can blow him up if you do this for us. I mean, again, you're dealing with the devil's system, folks. Everybody's got a knife to each other's back. When you make a deal with the devil in exchange for worldly goods and services and power and influence, your deal is you can get killed at any point in time. Anybody behind you can go whoop and stab you with the knife. So this is the world they live in. Not a surprise. Iraqi Prime Minister says return of Christians is a national priority. This is an interesting situation with the Middle East. Pledging government support to encourage Christian families and investors to return to their hometowns. Speaking during a meeting on Sunday with Patriarch Mar Paulus III Nona, head of the Chaldean Catholic Church in Iraq and worldwide, the Prime Minister reaffirmed his government's commitment to helping restore Christian communities, according to Rudal. The Patriarch welcomed the government's pledge. So this is part of many threads happening in the Middle East, where I've told you that the Middle East is going to be reshaped. All of this chaos, all of this craziness going on, the destabilization of Israel, the destabilization of these Islamic countries, it's all by design because the Middle East needs to come along with the rest of the world into this Catholic social teaching reality. How that's going to look like exactly is probably a matter different for different situations. Obviously, the extremists need to be removed. That's why they have Zionism. Zionism is an extreme to balance out the extreme jihadis. I've told you numerous times that the Zionist state of Israel is a papal crusade. It is a crusade to destroy the Muslims, the extreme Muslims. Not all Muslims, at least not directly. It's a papal crusade to destroy the extremist Muslims with extremist Jews who only incite them into, fighting in battle. And what do you have left? Well, after all that destruction, the people who are left are the people in the middle of the road that just want like social outcomes. They're not super frothing at the mouth for their religion. They just want a social outcome. Those people get destroyed spiritually. False signs and wonders, Catholic social teaching values, peace deals, economic deals, all of that stuff is what destroys the people who are left. In the meantime, they're using the fanatics, Zionists, jihadis to destroy each other and to cause chaos and to get rid of the extremists so that the remaining ground is very fertile for deception. And this is just another thread on top of the Muslim conversions, on top of the destruction, on top of the restructuring, the economic problems, and so on. Let's listen to this guy about Lindsey Graham.
Ukraine to assure Zelensky's support of the United States. He was shown a secret drone manufacturing facility called Skyfall in Kyiv, a city located in Ukraine. He was viewing the new Vampire heavy bomber drones, known as Baba Yaga. Well, that same day, that facility was obliterated. The strikes were so big that the drone facility doesn't even exist anymore. Russia sent 6 ballistic missiles, all hitting the target, and Lindsey Graham was allegedly inside the facility during the strikes. That next night, he instantly dies right after returning home from a heart attack. Here's a quick game of Minds on Rainbet. But there is no video or proof of him being back inside the U.S. before his death. Also, the same doctor who gave the report on Lindsey is the same doctor who tended Trump's ear after the Butler shooting. Now, here's the proof that he wasn't back in America yet. He died at 8:30 p.m. on July 11th. But that makes it impossible for him to arrive that quickly back in America. The earliest train back from Kyiv leaves 7:42 8 a.m. on the 11th. He would arrive in Poland late afternoon. If you add airport transfer, plus a 10-hour westbound flight, the soonest he could land back in America is around midnight on the 11th. That's a 3.5-hour impossible gap. The argument against this is he flew directly out of Kyiv, but that's a war zone, so no planes are allowed to departure, even military. And also he took a train to there, so it only makes sense that he would take a train back and then fly over. Now, Lindsey Graham is super pro-war. He was the main voice supporting strikes inside Russia and making sure Ukraine stays armed. The rumor is he was on the Russian terrorist list. Was this a hit by Putin aimed at our political elites? If this did come out that he died in that attack, that would classify as an act of war. So maybe they're trying to hide the fact to keep us from starting World War III at that exact moment. So the best bet is to say he had a natural death back at his home. We all know that Ukraine is fighting Russia for America by proxy. Just 24 hours before the strike, Ukraine hit 30-plus Russian tankers deep inside Russian-controlled water, and refineries were knocked offline. Russia is the second biggest diesel exporter in the world. Now, yes, America doesn't import diesel from Russia, but that doesn't stop the fact that what happens over there will affect diesel prices around the world, including America. The economy does depend on diesel. Everything you purchase moves by truck or trains. But just remember, this is all theater, and the people who run the world control both sides and all angles.
That's right. And remember that the reason they're doing this war is multi-pronged. It's pronged to the thread of moving everybody towards a new financial system, which we'll talk about a little bit today, because with the war in Iran and the war in with Russia and Ukraine, all these wars are creating massive inflation and instability, which will completely bankrupt the fiat system that's been going on ever since at least the 1970s, because the U.S. went off the gold standard and just borrowed everything. And of course, the U.S. was the world reserve currency, which entrapped the entire world into that system so that there would be a reset in the future, i.e. now. So that's part of it. The other part is, if you understand the history of that region, what is Ukraine and Russia? What religion are they? Well, they're Orthodox. And the Orthodox have been punished pretty severely by Rome for splitting off, from the Crusades through communism through modern day with the war in Ukraine. The Orthodox are slaughtering each other. Who benefits from that? Do the Jews benefit from that? No. Rome benefits from that, because Rome can come in and save the day, and then they can finally acknowledge the Pope as the one who they need to submit to. Because obviously having patriarchs in different countries as equal brethren doesn't work. See, it doesn't work, Orthodox. You need somebody that's above the patriarch. Do you get it? So all these things are, who do they go back to? What hand is pulling the strings? Here's Graham's tranny lover,
But not everybody had kind words to say about Lindsey Graham, and some of what we heard in the hours after his death was pretty surprising. Most notably, there's this now viral Instagram post from author, activist, and actress Jessie James Rose. She posted the following testimony of her time with Lindsey Graham. And here's exactly what she said. She wrote, "Just woke up to find out Lindsey Graham is dead. LOL. Most of you know him as the homophobic senator from South Carolina, but to me, he will always be the man who paid a Twinkie pre-transition college student, hand raise emoji, a fat stack of cash to do unspeakable things to him in a hotel room while he wore red lingerie. It is a canon trans event to have far-right freaks bankrolling you and then turning around and voting against you. People love to judge us for it, but I never see them opening their wallets. Shout out to sex workers everywhere, forced to humanize their enemies just to make rent. It is an absolute mindfuck to me that one of the reasons I have any semblance of financial security and a lack of student loans is because of this man. At the time, I had no idea who he was, and I only figured it out because another group of twinks leaked Lady G to the media. Some queers tried to grandstand critique this, saying we shouldn't out people. I believe bigots with power deserve no peace or privacy, especially when they hold public office. I'm glad they did it. Icons forever. Anyway, if you've ever enjoyed what I do on the internet, know that it is in part because of Lindsey's generous donation over a decade ago. If I've ever sent you money for something, know that was kickstarted by the now deceased sissy senator from South Carolina. Lindsey, rest in hell for what you did to our community. I will continue to love queer and trans people harder than you ever hated us. You loved every second of our time together, and now everyone knows. This Instagram post got significant traction. As of right now, as of recording, it sits at over 180,000 likes.
Now, remember what I said, that they got rid of him because he was on the Zionist side. So now that's one less peg that Zionism can stand on, and the transition is being made slowly, but at a very rapid pace nevertheless. Also, what does this do in the greater scheme of things that we've talked about, where America needs to be reinvented away from Protestantism and into Catholicism? What does it do for the narrative that the Protestants, with their American experiment, have totally butchered America, and the Catholics are the true patriots that really care about the people and want the good of the country? And the only way America can really succeed is if it's submissive to the papacy and Catholic social teaching. What does it do for that narrative when you have a Protestant senator? Well, I don't know, he's like Baptist or whatever he claimed to be. Of course, obviously he wasn't any of that, but whatever he claimed to be, he wasn't a Catholic, he was Protestant. Now this is being exposed to you, just like with Trump, just like with all these people, and put on the world stage like, look at this pervert, look at this absolute pervert, what he was doing behind doors. Now you do a classic association. So, well, what was he? He was a Protestant. Oh, and he was like all about the Jews and Zionism. Therefore, all of these things go together. Do you understand? He wasn't Catholic. I'm not going to expose a Catholic doing that, even though the Catholic Church is full of these kinds of the same people in positions of authority. But it's the Protestant narrative that needs to collapse also. So it all comes together, folks, when you have the right frame of view. This is a comment from a follower of The Way, I'm guessing, on YouTube. It's just been announced that Catholic Anne Widdecombe was bludgeoned over the head 21 times. Today is the 21st of the month, and the phrase "the Jesuit order equals 201," further confirming that this incident was a Vatican influence. The 78-year-old died on the U.S. formatted date of 7/8, giving us another interesting numerical connection, which are commonplace in Jesuit rituals. The perpetrator supposedly traveled 267 miles to carry out the crime. Leo XIV is the 267th Pope. Yeah, I mean, you know how they do these things. This is nothing new. They're always revealing the method with numbers because that's their religion. Here's Andrew Tate's humiliation ritual. And let's see. This has music. Anyway, watch Tate's shoes disappear mid-arrest. Look at this. See that? So it's as usual, you get these weird things, and it's like the question is this the same stuff like when that shooter ran into the White House Correspondents' Dinner or the Charlie Kirk fiasco, where the videos being put on the internet are pre-processed and they're getting these artifacts, or did this really happen? This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, where they're putting this stuff into the marketplace to completely, mess with people's minds and discredit the citizen journalist. And of course, Andrew Tate is wearing, like, if you look at what he's wearing, he's like, what are you wearing, dude? Like, this is humiliation ritual. He's wearing like a girl's outfit. It's just so strange. All right, let's see. There's another one.
That the notorious, nefarious, disgusting Tate brothers, Andrew and Tristan Tate, were arrested yet again, this time on 38 new counts of rape and sexual assault. These men have been charged with rape and sexual assault by dozens of women across multiple countries and have now been arrested again with 38 new charges. Maybe a story you didn't see, however, was a breaking news story that followed on the heels of their arrest by Daily Beast, which reported that in the days before the Tate brothers were arrested this weekend, they were partying in DC with none other than Paolo Zampoli. Now, I will remind you guys who maybe have not been following Courier's coverage of the Epstein cover-up closely that Paolo Zampoli is currently a senior aide to the president in the White House. He travels on behalf of the administration. He is in key unilateral meetings. He is all over the place. And Paolo Zampoli is the guy who famously brags about having introduced Trump and Melania. That fact is disputed, but what is not disputed is that Melania used to be a model that worked for Paolo Zampoli's modeling agency and is also at the center of the unsolved mystery as to why Melania Trump held that bizarre press conference out of the blue a number of months ago, just to ensure to all of us that she had no connections or ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which is clearly a lie. Paolo Zampoli is also the guy who got the mother of his child and his former partner of over 17 years arrested and then ultimately deported by ICE to Brazil. Amanda Ungaro, who we have interviewed at Courier. Paolo is a very bad guy. What was Paolo doing having the Tate brothers at his home for a quote-unquote summer soiree last week in DC? Not only that, it's been reported that he was bringing the Tate brothers around to meetings with legislators, with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Now, does anyone believe that whatever Paolo Zampoli is doing with the Tate brothers has nothing to do with the rape, sexual assault, trafficking, abuse, or protection of those crimes, given all of their collective history? We need to understand why Paolo Zampoli was with the Tate brothers, why Paolo Zampoli has the role that he has in the White House, and what role he is playing every single day in the cover-up of the Epstein files.
You don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to figure this out. You really don't. You just need to read The Art of War and be familiar with what the Bible says and maybe know a little bit of history, but you just need to have some basics. In the devil's world, the devil does not have the power to transform the conscience. The devil doesn't bring life to the conscience and then govern people's consciences through the Spirit like God does. The devil manipulates people's conscience as a counterfeit of what God does. God empowers your conscience and makes you do good. That's not manipulating. That's giving you the freedom to choose the good. It's a completely different paradigm. The devil doesn't have that power, so he counterfeits it through manipulation. He counterfeits it through manipulation using desire and fear. That's the devil's tools. Either desire or fear, bribes or threats. Either going to kill you or either going to give you the world, whatever. All of these people have a knife to their backs. And when you're living in a world where everybody's a degenerate, pretending not to be, and of course they have all sorts of imbalances emotionally and spiritually, the devil banks on that by blackmailing them and giving them all of the lusts of their heart so that then those lusts can be used against them as blackmail. And of course, Tate and his brother and all these people, Conor McGregor, all of these people are like Russell Brand. They're all loaded with child situations, teenage situations. I don't think child necessarily, I mean, who knows, but definitely like the teenage and younger women, or sexual abuse cases, or rape, or whatever else. Like so many situations like this, illicit situations that are there as, collateral that then can be cashed in for them to do the next part of the plan. And they're happy to go along with it because they get to live, they get to continue what they're doing, and they get freedom from their situations. Just like how Conor McGregor got those charges dropped. Tate was meeting with this guy before this happened. Will you tell me, what do you make of that? What you make of it is that they're preparing him for the next part. So Tate is somebody to watch, because I don't think they're going to get rid of him. I think they're going to use him as a culture shaping icon, maybe even in politics, to be in politics and to basically be part of this authoritarian. I mean, can't you see that? Can't you see Andrew Tate, as stupid as that sounds? I mean, come on, we've gotten Trump. I mean, how much more stupid it can get, right? But can't you see Andrew Tate and his kind of militant, like bloodthirsty style being perfect for the final system, where he'll be the first to call for your head for not like going along with the system? I can. So I don't think they're going to get rid of him. So it's something to watch for sure. See how that develops. This is a post saying, remember when Andrew Tate tagged Greta Thunberg to boast about his 33 cars during their scripted Twitter feud? Greta Thunberg says, yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at whatever small dick energy. That's funny. Good job. Hello, Greta Thunberg. I have 33 cars. Yada, yada, yada. And then you see both of them with their little Freemason signs. Greta, of course, she's another one to watch. I haven't seen too much of her lately in the news. I do think they might bring her back and get her to like go to the religious side, because she was obviously the secular liberal side. But climate change and environmentalism now has become like a moral issue. It's like a, ecumenical Christian thing now, as of Laudato Si. So she got like kidnapped by Zionists or something and tortured, supposedly. Again, humiliation ritual. I can see her coming back and doing the whole environmental thing, but having a religious side to it. Like, all we need to do is for God. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, Greta's seen the light. Now she's really on it. I could see that. So watch that. And of course, Andrew Tate, there he is with his little Freemason hand sign. Not the only picture of him doing that. But, this is just a stage. All these people are puppets. You don't get to be like on these magazines doing these little pictures and doing that and just doing your own thing. You don't get to do that. It's the devil's system, folks. You don't get to be doing these things on your own. You are compromised if you're doing these things, guaranteed to some level. Now, this is Trump, and he says, I'm going to do it again. Trump jokes he will run for president in 2020. This was just so cringe. If you saw what is this? Was it the White House Correspondents' Dinner or something? Yeah, the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the rescheduled one. If you saw clips from this, it was so cringe. And he's like, Trump 2028. Everybody's like, yeah. And like, it was so deflated and cringe. And of course, what does this do? Again, it adds to the narrative that the Protestants are incompetent, that the Jew-loving Zionist politicians are totally incompetent, that MAGA was a total joke. We need true nationalism, etc., etc. So Trump is on his way out. Again, I don't know if they're going to kill him or if they're going to let him phase out like Biden and just completely destroy everything. I don't know. It doesn't matter, really. It really doesn't matter. The end is what matters. And the end is that the role of Trump was to completely fluff people up for nationalism and then completely let them down. So that the Catholic Church, through the papacy and through its propagandizers, like Carrie Preaching Buller, like Candace Owens, like Nick Fuentes, like G.I. Joe Kent, all of these guys can come in and save the day with true Catholic-based nationalism. It's all by design. Just like how individuals go through traumatizing humiliation rituals to bring them to the next level of light, quote unquote, they do this to nations too. America is going through a humiliation ritual. What do you think all of this is? To have a joke of a president, a Judaizing Congress that's frothing at the mouth for the Jews and more than they are for homeless veterans. What do you think the economic injustices are for? What do you think the war and losing a war to what we used to think is a third world country? Like, this is all a humiliation ritual for America as a whole, so that America can be induced and basically initiated into the next level, which is the light, the false light of the devil. The College of St. Joseph, the worker in Steubenville, Ohio, founded by Catholic convert Dr. Jacob Imam, who was born into a Muslim family, has announced plans to purchase a Freemasons building and convert it into a Catholic shrine that will include a replica of the Shroud of Turin. How to inflate something with occult keywords, give me as many as possible in one paragraph. Shroud of Turin, Freemasonry, Muslims, Catholicism. It's all same thing, folks. It doesn't matter. This is what Catholicism does. In fact, if you read some of the ancient letters from the popes, they ordered people to take over pagan shrines and basically rebuild them in the Catholic image. Is that something that the Bible tells you to do? No, the Bible tells you to be set apart and to not be common. Yet the Catholic Church's policy is to integrate everything and to be common. Well, that's not biblical. That means the Spirit guiding these things is not the Holy Spirit. It's the own Holy Spirit, the Antichrist spirit. And of course, it doesn't matter if it was a Freemason shrine. All the initiations and all the occult satanic worship, it doesn't matter. We'll just convert it. How do you do that? How do you do that when pagans associated physical places with spiritual energy, and they believe that if you do these rituals there, you infuse that place with, magic power and everything else? How do you suddenly convert that now to a place where you're doing supposedly Christian things? That doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, the system that is taking over these things is not Christian, but it's just pagan dressed up as Christianity, doing the same rituals, essentially, in the background, but on the foreground it says, oh, no, this is actually about Jesus. Oy vey, right? Let's see what we got here. Still a couple more. LeBron James reportedly attended Mass at Queen of Peace Catholic Church in Ardsdale, PA on the Feast of St. This is so rich. LeBron James, who has pictures, let's see, does he have a ring on? He usually wears a Freemason ring. He's got pictures doing his little Illuminati triangle that he's proud of. He's so proud of being a devil worshiper. And now he's like smiling in a nice little suit, and he's like, oh, look, I'm attending Mass. What is this about? Do you get it? All these people are getting the memo. Hey, you either join the boat or, you're going to get thrown under the bus because this thing is moving now. So he's choosing to join the movement and say, oh, sure, I'll go to Mass. I'll be Catholic now. It's not a big deal. That'll be funny to see LeBron James in the coming years start talking about Sunday and the Eucharist and the papacy and everything else. It would be something to see. We'll have to save all the pictures of him being a Freemason to remind people. Pope Leo XIV appoints Freemason to Vatican committee. Boy, is this causing a stir. Pope Leo has appointed a historian who appears repeatedly in Masonic records to a Vatican historical committee. On August 13th, Pope Leo XIV appointed Umberto Longo, director of Italian Historical Institute for the Middle Ages and professor of medieval history at Sapienza University in Rome, as a member of the Pontifical Committee for Historical Sciences. The appointment comes despite documentary evidence connecting him to Freemasonry, including records from the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, and later appearances by Longo at events organized within the sphere of the major Masonic lodge in Italy, the Grand Orient of Italy. Now, the Scottish Rite is the Catholic side of Freemasonry. That's the Templar side. Because you have a Jewish side and you have a Catholic side of Freemasonry. The Scottish Rite is the Catholic Templar, Knights Templar side. So that's the false light side. The dark 33 steps, I'm getting a background. Scottish Rite is the dark Jewish side, the left-hand path. It's the York Rite. That's the right-hand path, the false light Templar side. So Pope Leo very much obviously Vatican II, kind of agenda, but he's also doing, you'll see this is so typical of the man of sin, duplicitous, contradictory self-nature. Because on one side, he's doing these things that are obviously like provoking quite a lot of upset. And then you'll see later some of the appointments that he made to other places with like traditionalists from like Opus Dei and other places. So what is this guy doing? What he's doing is he's bringing everybody together, and he's also causing a lot of talk and discussion. It's very, very interesting to watch because he's not on one side or the other. He's playing both simultaneously, which again tells you that this is coming towards a synthesis at some point in time. I don't see another 20, 30, 40 years of these shenanigans. That's my point. This is coming to a synthesis. And the question is, when will that happen? I don't know. But like I said, I've given it 10 years from now. We'll see what happens. This is an interesting video from this guy about the differences between Catholicism and Christianity.
Here are 10 reasons why Christians and Catholics are not the same thing. So a Christian believes that Scripture has authority over the church, but a Catholic believes that the church has authority over Scripture. A Christian is a priest, but a Catholic needs a priest. A Christian is justified once by faith, but a Catholic must be justified repeatedly by sacraments and works after he or she loses the grace of justification through mortal sin. A Christian is saved for good works. A Catholic is saved by good works. A Christian believes that he is regenerated by the baptism of the Holy Spirit, while a Catholic believes that baptism of water imparts divine life. A Christian is purified by the blood of Jesus, but a Catholic is purified by the fires of purgatory. A Christian becomes a saint once the Spirit baptizes him into the body of Christ, but a Catholic becomes a saint only if canonized by the Pope. A Christian receives Jesus one time spiritually in the heart, but a Catholic believes that he or she receives Jesus physically by consuming a wafer that is said to be his literal flesh every time they partake in the Eucharist during Mass. A Christian believes that salvation is offered to those outside of the church, while a Catholic believes that salvation is offered through the church. And last but not least, a Christian is condemned by the Roman Catholic Church, and a Catholic is condemned by the Word of God.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Really, that is a fantastic video. And it's true, but this is the reality that is going to be the dividing line in the coming, couple years, the New World Order that is shaping. The New World Order is going to be a Christian New World Order. It's not going to be technocratic, communist, Jewish, Muslim, whatever. It's going to be a Christian New World Order. And Christianity in that New World Order will be the difference between these two people groups that he just outlined very perfectly, might I add. People groups that do not love the truth and people groups that love the truth. And the ones that do love the truth are going to be eventually ostracized and shut out of society by the people that do not love the truth and that have a carnal way of doing things and ultimately are worshiping the devil, whether they believe it or not. So that's the coming reality, folks. Good to get familiar with that and history and what the Bible says so that you're prepared. Blurred front lines. Trump meets Zelensky as Ukraine-Iran wars collide. Ukraine, Zelensky is holding talks with President Trump on Tuesday. This is from July 28th. The meeting comes as the U.S. war against Iran and Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine have threatened to overlap. The Senate is set to vote Tuesday evening on advancing a bipartisan sanctions package targeting Russia and the countries that continue buying Russian energy. Ukraine on Saturday launched an attack on an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea. The Islamic Republic has threatened retaliation over the strike. They're now merging these two wars together into one big, shenanigan. And again, at the time of this video recording, we have to watch and see how they play these out. You know that the dispensational false eschatology has in it like this whole World War III Gog and Magog nonsense, which of course is not what people think it is. But they may fake it. They may fake it with all of this. I don't know. At the very minimum, these things are only serving to bring about the new financial system because of the economic collapse and the strain on all of the world, and to justify the Pope as the savior, the moral solution to the world. And you'll see, Matthew McConaughey in a clip coming up where he calls the Pope the moral compass of the world, the moral compass of the world.
Almost certainly a deep state psyop. And I got all the receipts.
One of the content creators for the administration, basically a binder guy, an Epstein binder guy, all of a sudden saying the flock cameras are wrong. And then you did a deep dive and you found out something really interesting.
I've found pretty much at least half a dozen cities that have canceled flock, but then signed up for another surveillance system, Axon.
Except who has ownership in this company?
Well, turns out Trump. Earlier this year, he bought $5 million worth of stock in Axon.
The minions of President Trump going out now against Flock. And meanwhile, Americans don't realize they're just being replaced with a different surveillance system where Trump is getting some royalties on the side.
Now there's reporting that this guy has come out with, Tony Ortiz, saying that he's spoken to at least 2 influencers that have been approached about getting paid to post negatively about Flock.
So there you go.
Then I looked into the investors. So Flock is invested by Andreessen Horowitz. That's Mark Andreessen, part of the Silicon Valley technocratic elite. Founders Fund, that's Peter Thiel's group. as well as Y Combinator. That is the group that Sam Altman used to run. And if you look at Axon, Axon is a publicly traded company. So that's old school. That's banker finance money. So their top shareholders are BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street.
Right.
It's like, why are they pushing anti-flap? Oh, is it because potentially they want to steer these city contracts towards Axon?
100%.
Is that a possibility? I have
Yes.
one more thing to share.
Yeah.
This is the headline. Epstein could have made $100 million on a secret police tech investment. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak helped convicted sex trafficker quietly invest $1 million into a police tech startup in 2015. So Axon just bought last year the company that Epstein founded back in 2015 called Carbon. So now you have the tie of Epstein and the Israelis involved with this Axon company.
And Trump.
Versus the technocratic elites. But the thing is, people aren't paying attention because everything is like anti-flock, de-flock. We need to get rid of these flock cameras. But they're quietly putting up these Axon cameras in replacement, and they're tied to Israel, Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, BlackRock, Vanguard.
So that's the point.
That's the point.
It doesn't really matter what evil group is behind it. We need to make sure that we're knocking down all surveillance cameras.
See, there's a lot of things going on with this. Of course, everybody's finding out now about Flock and getting pissed off about it. And you see these people walking around and cutting off the cameras or just doing all kinds of crazy things. And part of it is engineered. It's an engineered movement that is a psyop. So they've already got their information. I think when they do these things, they anticipate that the information is going to get out and people are going to get upset. They already got all the data they need, and then they just transfer it to the next, leapfrog NGO company, whatever. And then they build it again and they phase in it again. And so ultimately, it doesn't matter like what companies, they're going to have this technology regardless. Now, the thread that this is like profiteering with Trump and everything, Trump is on his way out, folks. Trump is discredited. He's crashing and burning. So you have to ask yourself, like, when you know the destination, that's why I said you don't have to be like Sherlock Holmes here. If you know that the Trump path goes this way and it goes off a cliff, when it goes off the cliff, doesn't matter. It's going off a cliff. That's all that matters. Is it going off the cliff or is it going like not off the cliff? That's what you need to know. If the Trump thing is going to go off a cliff, then Trump is not the final boss. And this thing being tied to Trump and the Jews, and Israel's being exposed, like all those things are crashing and burning. So this is not what it seems to be. This technology will be there and it'll be used against you at some point. Obviously, they have to be able to enforce no buy, no sell. But the whole thing that it's the Jews and it's Trump and everything else, that is not the full picture. That's the scapegoat that's being fed to you. And again, remember that Magnificat Humanitas, which is the first encyclical of this Pope, sets the stage for where technology is going. Technology is going to be reined in by the beast. That's not just AI. That's AI-assisted surveillance. That's robotics. That's everything digital is going to be reined in under this moral compass. And at first, it's going to seem very good. At first, it's going to seem very reasonable. They'll take technology like this and say, this is, breaking citizens' rights. Citizens that are good, law-abiding citizens don't need to be surveilled. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. And as long as certain things are met that seem to solve the problem, people will be willing to keep these things in the case of lawbreakers. But what happens then once these systems are in place and everybody agrees to it, and suddenly you have a type of law that is a spiritual law that you must keep. And that spiritual law, if you don't keep it, you become a lawbreaker, just like somebody stealing from a store or killing a police officer or whatever else. You're a lawbreaker now. And now all that technology that everybody was against in certain cases, but approved in others to keep the community safe, now that technology is being used against you because you're a lawbreaker and you're not part of the social credit system because you're refusing to submit yourself to the moral compass that saved everybody from these problems. Do you see how all this works out? So we have to keep our eyes peeled how these things play out, but it's just funny how they're running these psyops. Here's another psyop with what's his name? Sean Foyt, the NAR fanatic. Oh Lord, we're gonna watch this video and we'll talk about it.
In the exact place where we are doing a Jesus march in 1 hour, and look who's here. A massive march, a massive Muslim march, where right now they're singing over Chicago, Muhammad is the only one, may Allah be lifted up. They're declaring that all Jews and all Christians would be removed from this city. I mean, this is, you know I've been talking about this over the last week, and yet here we are right in the middle of it. Our cities in our nation are being fought for in the spirit. I don't know if you need any more example than this right here. We didn't make this happen. We literally just walked up to the exact place where we're doing a Jesus March today in Chicago, and there's a massive Muslim march where they have been declaring over the city. And you know what? The church in America is asleep. I've been saying it over the last week. This is a perfect example.
The church in America is asleep, but what it means to wake up is very different than what Sean Foyt, who is probably an initiated Freemason or something. He's definitely very suspect with his associations and his agenda in the whole NAR crowd and Christian nationalism and all the typical, all the typical light side occultism. And to wake up, to really wake up, his version of waking up is, look at this big evil tent of big evil Muslims that are dressed in black and that are praying for America to be destroyed. Like, this is evil, spiritual warfare. His version of waking up is to join him in that video and to be with him looking at the big bad evil pyramid and say, look, there's the devil. That's his version of waking up. The real version of waking up is to pull yourself out of the video and to look at this thing and say, wow, this is spiritual warfare. These two sides both are attacking you. Do you understand? The big black boogeyman over here with the pyramid and the Muslims and praying that everybody's destroyed. This is like the obvious boogeyman. The solution to the boogeyman is what this guy seems to be saying. Oh, we just want to have better values. We need a Christian government, et cetera, et cetera. Both of these things are attacking you. This is Antichrist spirit. Antichrist means against Christ. Obviously, the big bad black pyramid with Arabic written over it and praying for your destruction. Yeah, obviously. That's against Christ. Very obviously so. But that's obvious. The thing that's not obvious is against Christ, in place of Christ. Against, in place of. What Sean Foyt preaches to you is a false gospel. He's an NAR heretic deceiver that preaches to you a false gospel, a false carnal gospel of seven mountain mandate nonsense, which of course only serves the benefits of Rome. So what you have here is an antichrist attack and spiritual warfare indeed. But the warfare is pulling yourself out of that situation, not letting yourself getting sucked in and seeing the dualistic attack simultaneously being attacked to you. So that you can, in hopes of basically being persuaded by the in place of Christ version, when you're given the big bad enemy to look at. Oh, look at the big bad Muslims. Oh my gosh, you're right. What do we need to do? Well, here's what we need to do. We need a seven mountain mandate. We need to take over the government. We need Christians in power. We need to kick these Muslims out. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Come on now. This is, too many people believe this thing. Here's a Muslim. This is important for two reasons. Let me just click on it.
Well, I was a Muslim and I was studying Mormonism, and Mormonism accidentally exposed Islam for me. And I'm like,
now remember what I told you, that Islam is collapsing. There are more conversions now in the last 20 years that have been in the entire history of that religion. So many conversions. This is an example of what is coming for Islam. Okay, this is a Muslim that used to be Muslim, and he's seen the light. Now, I'm not saying he's a Christian or not, I don't know, but he's come out of Islam. And with the internet, these things are going all over the place, and they're exposing Muhammad, and people are finding out and waking up, and Islam is collapsing. That's very, very important. Reason number two is, again, the whole Islamic thread that Islam is the big bad boogeyman. No, it's not. No, it's not. And there's another video, the guy talks about this very well coming up.
Like, yeah, I didn't see that one coming. So I'm learning about Mormonism. I'm watching all these like really intense street debates, and I hear this term called religious appropriation. It's where you take the Bible, you add new revelation, you reuse the same characters, and you say it's the same God, but the story, the theology, and the outcomes are completely different, and it comes from like a new prophet. And I'm sitting there like, hold on, pause. Islam is running the exact same play, because I'm reading the Bible and the Quran side by side. This is the same move, and it's working. Same prophets, same names, same headlines. But then you zoom in, and Adam and Eve have a different theology. Joseph has a completely different story. Moses is mixed in with Jacob. They have different timelines. That's Surah 28. Go read that. David has his sins erased. Saul and Gideon in Surah 249 get mashed together like a remix. It's insane. It's not small, random differences. There's thousands of differences. And I'm supposed to believe, as a Muslim now, that the Jews corrupted every single Torah in the exact same way across every continent before Islam with zero motive. Like, they made Israel look worse. They made themselves look horrible in the Old Testament. And then Jesus shows up and says, oh yeah, by the way, that's confirmed. Like, that's actually true. And then he proves it with the cross. Like, come on. At that point, as a Muslim, you're not asking me to have faith. You're asking me to be a conspiracy theorist, especially when all of history and secular scholars, even the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Septuagint, the manuscripts before Christ, Josephus, Philo, all these things, manuscripts before Muhammad, they're all saying the same thing globally for centuries. Like, that's not corruption to me, that's preservation. And so when I realized Islam was doing the same thing as Mormonism, adding revelation, adding a prophet, borrowing the credibility, I had to be honest with myself. Either every Jew on earth ran the greatest coordinated rewrite in human history and no one knows about it or talks about it, or Muhammad got it wrong. And once you see that, you really can't unsee that. And that rattled my faith so deeply. That realization actually brought me so much closer to God. It pushed me straight to Christ.
And how many more like him are going to happen? How many more like him are going to realize that Islam was like the first little season? Do you get, like, Satan doesn't do anything original? One of Satan's like methods is to attack history, because history proves God's sovereignty. When God decrees something, declares something, and it comes to pass, history is the witness to God's sovereignty and God's word. So history is very important in your considerations. It's very important to know history. So, of course, the devil, in order to subvert God's word, sometimes he attacks God's word directly by changing meanings and interpretations. Sometimes he attacks history, like he did with the Jesuits and the Counter-Reformation, attacking historicism and creating dispensationalism, preterism, even little season narrative with Jean Hardouin in the 1600s, 1700s. And so on. And of course, today you have little season fanatics all over the place. It's very popular, where everybody's just questioning everything. I don't believe anything in history, and there's missing 300, 400, 500 years of history and all these stupid things. When every major historian, even the ones that had every reason to criticize Rome, not a single one of those historians believed or said that there was missing time. Like, come on. But Muslims were even before that. Muhammad was like in 600, something. It's the 7th century. Muhammad was like the original conspiracy theorist, the original one who questioned, who sowed these seeds of questioning everything. Muslims have been conspiratorial ever since. That you can't trust this, you can't trust that. So what does that do? Well, that basically gives an open door to question God's word and say, well, see, if history can't be believed in the way that we've been told, then this is actually the true revelation. And once you realize that all is a lie, and that's been Satan's tactic with practically everybody, whether it's Muhammad or Joseph Smith or whoever else, to rewrite history and therefore rewrite God's word, then you realize all of this is just shenanigans. And how many more are going to realize that in the coming years? How many more? Many, many more. Lots of them, because Muhammad was a false prophet, and people now with the internet are finding it out. But here's this guy talking about why Islam is never going to happen.
Muslims are not changing shit here in America. The American Census 2020 says it might be 4.5 million Muslims living here in America. Half of them are U.S. born. So we're going to say 2 to 2.5 million are foreign Muslims. That's less than 1% of the country. 1% of workers in this country ain't changing shit, brother. 50% of this country can't change shit. 50% of this country doesn't want us selling shit to Israel, doesn't want us helping them at all. We're still doing it. More than half the country doesn't want us to be at war, but I'll be damned if we don't put $8 billion on a credit card today. More than half the country wants the entire Epstein list released. We ain't seen that shit yet, have we? This country doesn't want our military merged with Israel. They're still doing it. All the white people, they don't give a fuck what you think. You think 1% is about to change some shit? You don't have basic mathematic pattern reasoning, and that's why all of these grifters can get out here and be like, oh, scary brown Muslim man, they're the reason America's not working for you. And you can't, you simply can't put together, it's like, hey, numerically, that doesn't make sense because 1% of the country can't affect shit. I'd say that there's 2.5 million foreign Muslims in the country. Let's say that they have 4 genuine human connections outside of their communities. And I mean genuine. Whenever you're talking about, I know a Muslim person, if you can't tell me their name, you can't tell me where they're from, you can't tell me if they're actually Muslim or not, that's not a real human connection. That's not your friend. That's the dude who works at the gas station. That's the dude who works in your building. You don't know that motherfucker. 2.5 million. I'll even be gracious because I know there's some people over there. I promise you it's more than 2.5 million. We'll go ahead and round up to 3 million. Let's say that 3 million people have 4 genuine human connections outside of their community. That means they would interact with 12 million Americans. That is less than 10%. It's less than 5% of the entire nation. That means by definition, 95% of you do not know a Muslim person. You don't interact with one. You might know one and you don't know you know it. You're not being impacted by people who practice Islam in any way. You know what 1% you are being affected by? Billionaires. You know what 1% you are being affected by? Zionists. And y'all keep falling for the dumbest psyops possible because the most worthless, unprincipled, money-hungry grifters are determined to get a little bit of cash, selling their soul and selling out the working class, trying to convince you that this scary imaginary group of Muslims are about to come turn it into fucking Saudi Arabia. And they can only do this again because you can't do basic math.
It's never going to happen, man. Muslims are, there's nobody here that's Muslim in relative terms. I mean, like I said, 1%. What are they going to do? Are you kidding me? It's just like with the transphobia thing that happened with it. Do you see what they do? They take something that's like a minor thing, and then they blow it up with the media and make you think like, oh crap, like this is really happening. When in fact, it's not actually as prevalent as you think it is. During Biden's term, all you heard about was what? Transgenders, men and women's sports, and transgender rights and bathrooms and kids getting hormone blockers and all kinds of stuff, right? What percentage of the population was that actually? Probably less than 1%, like 0.2%, because it's a very, very fringe niche community. And yet, because it was blasted on the media constantly, it made you feel like, oh, this is a real issue. When in fact, it's not. Same thing with the Islam thing. It's a psyop. Now, the second layer of that maze is, oh, it's a psyop. It's a Jewish psyop designed to take attention off of Israel. Yeah, to some degree. But the Jews themselves, the Zionists, they're puppeteered by who? Who are they? Who's puppeteering them? They're not the kings of the world. The devil gave his throne and power and great authority to Rome, not Judea. Rome is puppeteering all of these things because Rome profits the most out of all of these things fighting each other and having conflict and being destroyed. The Protestants being discredited, the Muslims being discredited and getting conflict, the Jews being attacked and being discredited and getting conflict. Who is the winner out of all of these groups? I can tell you the Jews aren't winning. Everybody's waking up to the Jewish problem. The Muslims aren't winning. Islam is collapsing. People are aware that Islam is obviously evil. Islam's not winning. Are you kidding me? The techno bros aren't winning. People hate Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and all this. They're not winning. They're in power seemingly, but they're not winning. The winner is going to be worshipped, my friends. The Bible prophesies for you a reality where people are in love with this false savior. So winning means not just having power and money and influence. Winning means people actually like you. People actually are like, oh my gosh, they're like head over heels of everything you have to say. That's what winning is. By that category, which is biblical because people marvel and worship, by that category, the Jews, the Muslims, the techno bros, the communists, the liberals, none of those people pass that category. They certainly have influence and money and power, but people don't like those things because they're obviously evil. So who then is pulling the strings? Well, the one who's marveled after, the one whose precious, prerogative is the divine manipulation of the threads. The one who's going to places and having millions of people show up and, cry and, oh my gosh, he's here to save us. And he speaks so gently and he offers moral solutions and social solutions. And he seems to be all for the working class and the middle class, everybody who's getting shafted. That's the one that is pulling all the strings. Do you understand? Because Satan appears as an angel of light. Here's another humiliation ritual with Andrew Wilson.
Owens is an open Freemason. Andrew Wilson has admitted that himself. He told his audience he was initiated as a Master Mason and, quote, took all of their rights.
I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, only for the purposes of trying to explain to you that I have some intricate knowledge in some of the things that Woodcoff has lied about, chiefly his book, The Masons and Their Lies. I was a Freemason, Master Mason. I don't remember exactly how many years. I think 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I still have all of my dues cards. I still have the Lodge Bible that was dedicated to me by everybody in the lodge.
Why do you still have those? If you're a Christian, an ortho bro, like really promoting the Christian thing now, why do you hang on to occult relics?
Okay, I was a Freemason myself.
Why is Turning Point, a so-called Christian organization, hiring a Freemason to help coach them on debating? Why are so many influencers silent on Andrew Wilson's ties to Freemasonry? Is Erica Kirk, who Andrew says he hugged out after Charlie's death, also a Mason? In February of this year, after Charlie's death, Turning Point posted on Instagram someone wearing a Masonic ring. After our podcast posted about it on X yesterday, we immediately deleted it. I guess this is just another coincidence.
And if you remember Candace Owens and all her little pictures where she's doing her Freemason signs with Charlie Kirk, it's all just a Jesuit stage. When Candace converted to Catholicism, like 2 years ago or something, she was taking a very suggestive picture that she's finally home, and then she's literally walking towards this like triangular looking chandelier, and she's on a checkered floor in this weird Masonic church. Of course, it's a Catholic church, quote unquote, but you know how they do these things. Checkered floor, 2 pillars, walking towards this chandelier with the light above, like literally Masonic symbolism to the max. And you have another guy who claims he was a Freemason, hint, hint, probably still is. And you have them debating each other. Then what's going on here? What's going on is the devil controls both sides. And this is a humiliation ritual for Andrew Wilson so that he can make it into the next, echelon of whatever he's doing. Here's another one about this whole earpiece thing.
People are saying that Andrew Wilson had some kind of earpiece in his ear during the Candace Owens debate. Some are suggesting maybe he was being fed answers. You can clearly see him adjusting something there. However, my theory is this is just an earpiece that he was using to listen to a clip that they were playing.
You can see it, kind of. See it? I mean, it's really blurry, but if you watch this, there's definitely an earpiece in his right ear.
At the moment, not necessarily something that they were feeding to him, although I'm not entirely ruling that out either. I'm just trying to be fair. People are saying that,
I mean, it's just weird, like, why do you need an earpiece to listen to like audio that's being presented to everybody in the room? Like you have audio playing, like you don't need an earpiece for that. That's just weird. That doesn't make any sense to me. So that's it for the whole general news situation. As usual, the world is a stage full of tricks and shenanigans, and everybody has their part until they don't, like Lindsey Graham, and like others, like Andrew Wilson, and Tate, and who else? Conor McGregor. All these people are having their part change and be upgraded through humiliation rituals. So everybody's part of the game one way or another. These things are constantly distracting people from thinking critically. They're discrediting citizen journalists. They're dividing people. And again, I think it may be the case one day that with all of these shenanigans and AI and not being able to trust your eyes, it may be the case that people, once this religious delusion hits the world and all these threads are resolved, I wouldn't be surprised. Let me just put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised if we go back to a centralized media type of situation, a godly news station that's approved by the moral office of the papacy, these types of situations where people are so religiously deluded that they would rather trust a centralized source rather than individual journalists and, things that are potentially corrupted with AI and all this kind of stuff. Because a centralized source, will have a constitution of operation and all these different things, and it's regulated and all these things that people will want because people are going to go for a system that is based on an external authority other than God. So we're going to return to tradition. We're going to return to authoritarianism and wanting that authority over your life that's not God. So I wouldn't be surprised. My point is, I'm not saying exactly what's going to happen, but all these things are definitely like being flooded in the marketplace on purpose to divide people, distract people, to create completely like paranoia in people's minds. They don't trust anything anymore. I think that's all by design, and to bring people into one common echo chamber. So we'll see how that goes. The next little tab here is on the Jews. Of course, a lot to talk about with this, but let's listen to this guy. He's an ortho bro.
It was founded by Chuck Smith through the Jesus People movement, which we will eventually go much more in depth on, but had very large CIA influence. Chuck Smith had connections being mentored by people such as the alleged prophet Paul Cain, who was also a homosexual, even working with people like Lonnie Frisbee in his very own Costa Mesa church, who was also a homosexual and died of AIDS. Chuck Smith was an end-times fanatical Zionist following the blueprint of Schofield and Darby, laid out by the Rothschilds through the Oxford Press and the Lotus Club, through the Jewish financiers Untermeyer, Gompers, Schiff, Baruch, the whole lot. And the modern-day Calvary Chapel is no different. You don't even need to look further than the origin of Southern California. This is Jack Hibbs. He is the pastor at Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills. So many of these Calvary Chapels showed up on the far leaks showing explicit funding from Israel. I must stress that this is only what is publicly leaked. There is definitely a ton more. His church is constantly raising funds for Israel, and he is deeply monetarily involved in conservative politics. He constantly gives sermons on Israel at his church and online. One particular one in 2025 is on YouTube titled Happening Now with Pastor Jack and Daniel Cohen. Daniel Cohen is an Israeli citizen. His grandfather founded the newspaper, the Jewish Post and Opinion. He claims his grandma is a Holocaust survivor. In this sermon, they repeat over and over for the audience, "You must know how to defend Israel." Again, this is from 2025, but so much of this sermon is just dramatizing stories from October 7th, 2023, which Cohen gets from his, quote, friends in the IDF. They are packaging this graphic, hyper-emotional garbage to thousands and taking their money while doing it. Jack Hibbs also platforms other Jewish subverters, like the Messianic Jew Amir Sarfati. He's a major in the IDF and was an Israeli CEO of tourism. He founded Behold Israel, which is a non-profit that packages news on the Middle East through an evangelical lens, perfectly catered to the target audience and their pockets. Jack Hibbs' church alone has 10,000 weekly attendees, let alone the entire Calvary Chapel network, his podcasts, books, and social media platform. Their influence is massive. He and the entire Calvary Chapel network is undoubtedly a weapon for foreign control through subversion from Israel. He will not debate because his pockets are lined. He has no concern for truth, only for hedonism and greed. Get out fast, like I did. Lord have mercy on us all.
So what do you think this is going to do? Where do you think this is going? Does this is going back to the, running off the cliff metaphor? Is dispensationalism like going to keep going strong? Is that the future? Or is dispensationalism and Protestantism with it collapsing and going to be completely destroyed? It's time. It's time. Dispensationalism has done its job. The entire purpose of it was to infiltrate Protestantism so that then once you've infiltrated, you light the match and the entire thing just blows up, right? It's like pouring gasoline over an entire place. You need to wait to get the gasoline everywhere, and then you can light the match and then boom, it just burns. If you only put a little bit, then, the fire might get put out or whatever else. But if you soak everything in gasoline, in poison, and then you light the match, well, then the whole thing is going to come down tumbling. And this is exactly what's happening. In the process, though, what is going to happen? Where are all these people going to go? Where are all the thousands upon thousands of people that look at Jack Hibbs and they, oh my gosh, Israel, Israel, when they realize these people are completely corrupt grifters and Israel collapses and all of these things come to pass, they realize that dispensationalism is completely stupid. There's going to be so much cognitive dissonance. Where are they going to go? Where do you think they're going to go? Well, when you have people like this guy right here, I don't know what his name is, but he's an ortho bro, and he's speaking some truth, definitely, and he seems well-intentioned, and he's got a bunch of icons behind him. That seems like the way to go. I've been deceived by this whole Protestant thing. I've been deceived by all this Jew-loving stuff. It's just wrong. I need to go back to the traditional church that hasn't changed for 2,000 years. They've had it right all this time, and maybe I've been just wrong to ignore these things. And you go back to the sacraments, you go back to tradition and liturgy and, fancy architecture and all this stuff. That's where you go. And that's exactly the point of the Jew narrative. It's to push people away from Protestantism back into Catholicism and Orthodoxy. And of course, Orthodoxy and Catholicism are peas in a pod. There's going to be so much ecumenism between the two that it doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter if you become Orthodox, because you're going to be part of the Catholic system regardless. The Orthodox will bow down. Here's an example of exactly what we're talking about. If I can get the little scanner to go from the beginning. A Zionist Goy Messianic Christian. Oh boy. How many more like this are going to happen in the next year or two? And we don't need to listen to me. For much of my life, I was a Zionist. Many years ago, I began to study Judaism. I enrolled in Hebrew study, gave to Jewish charities. I believed I was doing the will of God for every Christian. After all, they were the chosen people. Didn't make a promise of the land. Didn't God make a promise of the land to them? Then it happened. The more I studied Judaism, the more I realized how much they hate Christians, all Goyim, but especially those who love and follow Jesus of Nazareth. That's true. It hurt me very deeply after studying the Talmud for hours, day after day. I loved the Jews so much, but this broke me. In 2020 to 2023, Nagorno-Karabakh war up something America, whatever. A chief rabbi told me that all Americans need to be wiped off the face of the earth because they're Amalekites. When I went, Armenians, not Americans. Armenians need to be wiped off the earth. When I went to Israel, I made friends with the Jews I was supporting, but those who didn't know who I was spat upon me when walking with Orthodox priests. I was later arrested for preaching the gospel to Jews in Jerusalem. By God's grace and the miracle working power of the Holy Spirit, my eyes were open to the deception. Jesus is the only way, the truth, and everybody must follow him. And this is like just the beginning. And now he's got, if you notice this, he's got like an ortho cross. He's probably Orthodox now, which is exactly what I just told you. All these dispensationalists, like Jack Hibbs, again, Jack Hibbs is just like Charlie Kirk. He will either get completely discredited. There's only one way the train will go, folks. Once you realize the direction it goes at the end of it, then it's very easy to discern what's going to happen to these people. Jack Hibbs is either going to be completely discredited and either kill himself or get killed, or he's going to convert. One of the two. I mean, if he's a grifter now, do you think it's that hard for him to just like have an epiphany and, you know, have a humiliation ritual himself and then convert to the Eucharist? Like, that's not going to be hard. These people are duplicitous by nature. They don't care. If he's taking money from Israel to do what he does, he'll take money from the other side and continue doing what he does. He has no problem doing that. But for the average person, like this Goy over here, who's as Goy as you can get, blonde hair, blue eyes, Aryan Goy, supporting the Jews and realizing like, wow, they hate me. Like, how many more people are going to figure this out? And like that Muslim guy said, once you figure it out, there's no turning back. Of course there's no turning back. The question is, have you figured it out yet? All right, and that's the real question. Because awareness moves forward, but thinking that you've made it when in fact you haven't is the real threat. And that's what the devil banks on. Because yes, once you figure out that Islam is false, then you're not going back to that because it's obvious. But have you made it out of the maze yet? If you think, oh, well, Islam is false, I'm going to become an Orthodox, or I'm going to become Catholic because that's the truth. Well, no, now you're screwed. Now the maze, the previous maze, did its purpose of landing you in the final maze. You get it? So all of these people, the dispensationalists, they're going to have so much cognitive dissonance with this Jew thing. And in the process of destroying the Jews and Muslims, the Protestants will also be destroyed. That's why I said all of this is just a papal crusade. The three enemies of the church, Protestants, Jews, and Muslims, the heretics, they're going to be destroyed with all of these things. All in one swoop. It's truly mind-boggling how they've coordinated it. This is a comment on Venerable Day of the Sun 26, the last one, from a YouTube user 25. Hey Tudor, thank you for your excellent and thorough content as always. Here in the UK, Zionism dispensationalism is being destroyed right on cue. The Church of England and the Methodists have voted to focus on Palestine and are reaching out across the pond too, targeting dispensationalist evangelicals, paving the way for the good old papacy. Yeah, it's happening. And you're going to see, again, all of these things turn. And who knows what's going to be? I don't know if it's going to be a 2-state thing. Steve Bannon was talking about a 3-state solution, which would be interesting if that ever happened. But regardless what it's going to be, it's going to be ecumenical. It's going to be very like lukewarm, middle of the road, everybody's happy kind of thing. It's going to be focused on social outcomes. It's going to be focused on, keeping everybody comfortable. Everybody's going to have a piece of the pie. That's what it's going to be. And when you have that, you're much more willing to compromise spiritually. Do you get it? That's how they're going to get these people. By terrorizing the Middle East with war and violence and all the horrible things that have happened there. And then once you get rid of that, then the people that are in the middle will be gladly coming along with your Catholic social teaching agenda. Remember, there are people who are going to take the mark on the hand and people who are going to take the mark on the head. In telling you this, the Bible has warned you of the fact that some people are going to believe in this reality and some people are not, and they're still going to participate. Meaning the reality that's coming is going to be pleasing for everybody. Everybody's going to get along. Kumbaya. Everybody can have, everybody can rally around a strong middle class, no more homelessness, social issues, good medical systems, moral compass for AI and technology. Everybody can rally around that. Are you kidding me? Especially with all the imbalances in the world. But, the question is, who is telling you what to do? And if the price for that is breaking God's law and following a counterfeit moral lawgiver, people are not going to care. They're just going to do it because they don't have a solid foundation in Scripture or history. Oh, here is this Noahide thing. So this says, this is from the National Law Review, August 18th. Non-Jews from 20 countries to convene in Jerusalem for the first International Congress of Noahides. So many people have asked me about this. Please understand, the Noahide thing is a psyop. It's a psyop, to put it in the words of the previous guy. Noahide leaders from 20 countries will convene in Jerusalem this November with blessings from Israel's chief rabbis and reception at the president's residence. Yada, yada. Nearly 100 Noahide leaders from some 20 countries on 6 continents will convene on Jerusalem in November for the first International Congress of Noahides, the first global gathering in history of non-Jews who order their lives by the 7 laws of Noah. They are not Jewish. They are not converting. They are not founding a new religion. They are coming at the very moment much of the world opinion has turned away from Israel. The Congress held at the 7 Arches Hotel on the Mount of Olives overlooking the Old City is convened by Brit Olam, the World Noahide Center, under the presidency of Rabbi Uri Cherki. It carries the blessings of the chief rabbis of Israel and the support of ministers in the Israeli government, and will include an official reception at Beit HaNasi, the residence of the President of Israel in Jerusalem. The gathering will do more than meet. Delegates will sign a founding charter and establish the first international Beit Din, or rabbinical court dedicated to Noahide affairs, giving a worldwide movement its first permanent institutions. Until now, most Noahides across North America, the United Kingdom, Latin America, Africa, and Asia have connected only through books, online study, and local circles. In Jerusalem, the movement receives a face, a structure, and an address. For 2,000 years, the prophet's vision of the nations turning towards Jerusalem remained a promise on the page. The Congress is the moment the page opens, says Rabbi Uri, president of Brit Olam. Men and women from every continent who took the covenant of Noah upon themselves and out of a free convocation are coming to the city where that covenant has always been destined to be renewed. There's no covenant with Noah, with the 7 Noahide laws. This is all Talmudic fairy tales. Yes, there was a covenant between God and Noah, but there's no 7 Noahide laws. Among the delegates is Rod, a Noahide from Texas. We are seeing significant changes in America and across the world, especially in light of the current war. This is a unique opportunity to build the movement. This Congress is built for the person who has been studying alone for years as much as for established communities. You arrive as an individual, you leave as part of a people-wide structure that knows your name, says Chaim Goldberg, CEO of Brit Olam. Over 5 days, participants will take part in study sessions with leading rabbis and working groups on community building, education, and family life, yada, yada. So it's a brainwashing thing for all the Zionists. But the question is, where does this go? Again, what is the path of history, my friends? Okay, if you just take the Catholic Church, 1.4 billion people, And you take the Orthodox, which is another, I don't know, close to 1 billion people, and, whatever other Protestants that aren't Judaizing. You have like well over 2 billion people that are very averse to anything Jewish. Now, of course, the caveat here is that there is, as of Vatican II, a very progressive and liberal wing of the Catholic Church that has, of course, liberalized the Jews quite a bit, and we'll see some more examples of those shenanigans. But these are just shenanigans, folks. The reality is, if you want to go all the way, what is it? Well, the Noahide laws would, in theory, if they had ultimate power, if the Zionists were ruling the world as people think they did, and they were enforcing this system, then all Christians would be beheaded as idolaters, because the rabbis believe that you as a Christian are an idolater for worshiping Jesus Christ. So anybody who holds to the Noahide laws has to persecute Christians. Now, do you really think that a handful of Jews are going to order the persecution and the beheading of billions of Christians? Do you think the Pope is going to condone such a thing when he's said already in the past, like, Israel is the true Israel is the church, and he's for a two-state solution? The Pope is not a Zionist. The popes have always hated the Jews. Are you kidding me? Even after Vatican II. You have to understand, Vatican II was just a deception. It was a smokescreen designed to align with the final phase of Protestantism. Because as Vatican II happened, meanwhile, what was happening was the going out of dispensationalism into evangelical America. By then, it was in full swing, so the Vatican Second Council aligned with that movement to make it a very ecumenical situation. Like other ecumenical shenanigans, like the Christ is King feast, where they moved the timing of that to align with Protestant things. It's all been ecumenical shenanigans since Vatican II. So all of these things are just ruses. The Catholic Church doesn't actually care about the Jews. But for the time being, it's very progressive towards the Jews because it serves the agenda. At some point, all of this is going to turn, and the Jews their state is going to collapse, and they'll be saved by the Pope, and they will be converted. So keep that in mind, that a handful of Jews, Noahides, whatever they're called, they're not going to be beheading millions of Christians, okay? That's never going to happen. Then the question is, what is going to happen? Well, what's probably going to happen, I have to watch it and see, but what's probably going to happen is they'll probably use this to wake more people up to the Jewish issue. They may even institute some policies and debank certain people and, whatever, all those things that they've been doing to the Trump administration if you were against Israel. They may do some of those things. They may show some teeth to make you think that there's a big bad boogeyman over there. But remember the purpose. The purpose is to make people convert away from dispensationalism and Zionism so that Protestantism can be destroyed. And then eventually Israel loses all support whatsoever. Israel collapses, then the Jews can be converted. Islam also is converting. There's peace in the Middle East. All that stuff is intertwined. The three threads, Christians, Muslims, and Jews, are intertwined by this dispensational Judaizing issue. They're intertwined. In fact, even in my Great Delusion series, I talk about how the eschatologies themselves, the Muslim eschatology, the Jewish eschatology of the 1,000-year Kabbalistic, golden age, and the Muslim eschatology of the Dajjal and the dispensational eschatology, all of these, because they're woven by the same hand, which is the devil, actually intersect in a very phenomenal way. So the question is, how far are they going to take this? That's the only question. I don't know. There's many threads. We'll have to watch it as it develops, and God will reveal the answer. Are they going to build a third temple? If they are, then we know that it's going to happen probably next year in 2027, because the rabbis, I covered this a few years ago, but the rabbis supposedly calculated the year according to the Kabbalah of Israel's salvation, which is in 2027. That's the year the Messiah comes. Well, we'll see what happens if they end up building that temple. But this is really coming to a head. And I believe that by next year, 2027, give or take, this Jewish thing is going to reach its maximum. So we'll see what happens until then. But just know that whatever happens is just shenanigans. Here's some more shenanigans. And again, pay attention to the dualistic narrative. Mainstream narrative, counter narrative pointing at the Jews. And then the truth that's even beyond that, which is that all of this benefits Rome.
A lot worse than we thought. Spanish officials now estimate that nearly 50,000 migrants crossed into the city of Ceuta from Morocco in the last 24 hours alone.
Okay, this has to be the most obvious and blatant CIA Mossad psyop of all time. First off, the area that we're talking about is actually a Spanish enclave on the continent of Africa, so quite easy, logistically speaking, to transport tens of thousands of people. Which, getting to the psyop part, Marco Rubio was literally talking about this a couple months ago, calling for Morocco to quote-unquote take back their land. And who else was talking about this? Israel, of course, because the current government of Spain is anti-Zionist, so they want to sow discord, they want to create chaos in Spain to try to overthrow their government. Netanyahu's son literally tweeted about this. Okay, there's absolutely nothing organic about this crisis. So why is it happening? A, because they want to punish Spain for being one of the first European nations to recognize the state of Palestine. Spanish fans were literally celebrating their World Cup win a couple weeks ago by waving the Palestinian flag. So Israel and America, not happy about this. And B, despite Marco Rubio fomenting the initial invasion, the White House gets to now spin this as some sort of migrant crisis that is about to hit American shores because of Joe Biden and the Democrats, and also Marxism. This is a test for the American public. Will they fall for yet another blatant psyop?
So the question is, will they fall for blatant psyop? Yes, they will fall for it, because the psyop is that the Jews did it. Do you get it? And it's not blatantly obvious to you unless you have the context that we're talking about today, which is history, the Bible, historicism, the papacy, the Jesuits. Who is the hand that is the divine manipulator of the threads? It's not the Jews. The mainstream narrative is, it's whatever. They have different mainstream narratives, whether it's just a crisis or the liberals are doing it. And then the counter narrative to that is, well, it's actually the CIA and the Jews. Well, first off, CIA, if you understand, again, there's two sides to the occult. The CIA is called Catholics in Action for a reason. The CIA was founded by Knights of Malta, and they have many Knights of Malta members in their history. The FBI even was founded by a Catholic, Bonaparte. So, hello, like, you got two sides of the devil coin. And it's just like with that Sean Foyt video and the Muslims, like, look at the big bad Muslims. Well, you're actually being attacked by two forces simultaneously, the dark and the light, coming at you simultaneously. And I'm not saying James Lee here is an operative or anything. I'm saying that the narrative that the Jews are doing it is the narrative they want you to believe. And certainly they're involved, but Satan has many layers and many threads and many schemes going on simultaneously so that you don't figure it out. That's why the Bible is so valuable, because it says with the spotlight, where is the center of the satanic matrix? So that you understand, what is Satan actually doing? What is his intention? How is he going to receive worship? It's not through the Jews. It's not through the commies, not through the Muslims. It's through the papacy. Oh, I see how this serves situation, because then now people are going to be hating the Jews even more. They're going to convert from dispensationalism. They're going to go into Catholicism and Orthodoxy. And yes, Rome is the winner. Do you think the Jews are the winning side of this? Oh, the Jews are doing it to punish Spain for supporting Palestine. That is so short-sighted. The Jews do not win from this, because people are waking up and they're going to hate the Jews even more for this. So who's the winner? Well, it's not the Jews. It's not the liberals. Rome is the winner. Rome and Catholic social teaching, even though Rome is very much involved with migrant crises and immigration crises and so on. Let's see.
This war in Iran is a big mistake for the world. Netanyahu took a very wrong decision when it comes to...
The title is Spain's migration crisis orchestrated? And the first part is, Spain condemns Israel.
To respond to this Hamas attack.
Spain has defamed our heroes. I will not allow any country to wage a diplomatic war against us without paying an immediate price.
The Spanish, they are not behaving nicely, but they will learn.
You lost, Spain lost, you will see it very soon.
Do you see, really quick, do you see how this is just like the Sean Foyt Muslim video? The big, bad, scheming goblin Jew that's saying, oh, you lost, you see, we're going to make you pay. Like, oh, that's the Antichrist. That's the real enemy. No, that's the scapegoat. That's the obvious bait. So obvious. Are you kidding me? The devil is an angel of light, my friends. He's not the scheming Jew rubbing his hands like, I'm going to destroy your nation. No, he's the one that comes to save you from the scheming Jew under the guise of light and love and unity and everything else. So this is just like the Muslim video where you're pointing out the big black pyramid with the Arabic letters on it saying, look, they're coming to destroy our country. What's the solution? Well, we got to take over the country. We need Christians in power. We need to pass these religious laws and kick the Muslims out. Is that the solution? Anyway, the music is... This is Morocco opens borders. And of course, yeah, this is crazy. This is obviously a choreographed thing. But to what end? To what end? Who is the benefit? Cui bono, my friends, cui bono. You have to always ask yourself, cui bono? The Muslims don't benefit from this. The Jews don't benefit. The Protestants don't benefit. Who benefits? Ultimately speaking, Rome. So if that's the one that benefits, then you know what it's all about. They're lying to you about Spain. Let's see.
Okay, let's talk about what's happening in Spain. There's a lot of spin in the media right now, so let's get the facts straight and then ask why this is happening. So here's what happened. As of this reporting, 60,000 migrants have passed from Morocco into Spain. It happened in the Spanish exclave of Ceuta. It's worth pointing out two really important things here. One, Ceuta is not on the European continent. And the second is that the Spanish-Moroccan border is the only land border that connects Africa and European nations. So what's happened? A large group of migrants from Morocco began crossing the border yesterday, both by land and by sea. Currently, there's an outstanding investigation as to why border guards were not controlling the border. But this leaves us with a couple of important questions. The first is, why were there so many migrants in the first place? According to United Nations data from 2 weeks earlier, there were only about 2,800 crossings. 60,000 migrants crossing within 24 hours is an enormous uptick. In fact, as of most recent estimates, around 70% of the population of Ceuta is now from the migrant population. The Spanish military has been sent in and repatriations are now beginning. According to the Spanish military, over 150 people are departing per minute from Ceuta now. That's a nearly impossible figure to fact check, but the reason they said it is important. Spain wants to show that this situation is under control, because diplomatic fallout from the border breach has already started. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni reacted quickly, saying that uncontrolled migration is a security threat to Europe. She then said that Italy would consider suspending the Schengen zone agreement with Spain. This allows for free movement within Europe, but it's unclear what she meant by this. Presumably, it would be to stop migrants from entering Italy from Spain, but they are not neighbors. And it's very unlikely that migrants would board planes to get to Italy. So this is more political theater than it is an actual policy move. It's also important to remember that migrants are stuck here and not on the Spanish mainland. So that's some of the fallout. Let's go back to why this is happening. In June, the Spanish Supreme Court changed its policy for immigration returns. This said that migrants who did not cross a physical barrier did not have to be returned immediately to Morocco. This then set up an incentive for migrants to swim into Spain. And it should be understood that this is a very dangerous crossing. In fact, in the last 24 hours, over 30 people have died doing it. That might account for more migrants. It doesn't account for 60,000, particularly not within a short time period, and especially given the fact that Moroccan security forces did little to stop the flow. And there's two sides to this. The legal change opened the gates, so to speak, for human trafficking networks. At the same time, Moroccan auxiliary forces notably lightened their policing of migrants. But here's the other angle that I don't see reported. The Spanish president called this an attack. Some analysts are attributing the wave of migrants to coordination with human trafficking networks and the Moroccan government. They see this as a gray zone offensive action due to the fact that Spain and Algeria have recently reestablished connections. Algeria remains a regional rival with Morocco. In 2021, Moroccan authorities looked the other way as 10,000 migrants crossed into the same area. This was reportedly due to a dispute between Spain and Morocco over the recognition of Western Sahara. This is an autonomously functioning area inside of Morocco that is vying for independence. So over the next couple of days, you're going to hear a lot of people leveraging this situation for whatever their political priorities are. People will say that this is an Islamic takeover of Europe. That is not the case. They will say that this is due to the Spanish government embracing an open immigration policy. Also not the case. They will also fail to look at the political and economic system of Morocco that led to mass unemployment. Remember, in 2025, Morocco was going through its own Gen Z-led revolution. This was largely fueled by a lack of economic opportunities, failing government infrastructure, and corruption. So the catalyst for people to want to migrate to Europe is economic and not ideological. I encourage you to take any claims of culture war around this event with an enormous grain of salt. The cause here is economic and political. And on top of that, Rabat and Madrid are currently working together to repatriate migrants. And share this story, please. Hit the link in my bio if you want free intel.
And of course, what is all of the Ortho Bro community and Catholic Bro doing? We need to have a crusades. This is why we did the crusades. And of course, everybody's, spinning it, of course, against the Jews and all the things we do. This is what I was talking about, that the Vatican II craziness. Amy Jill Levine, Jewish feminist, announced as new president of the Catholic Biblical Association. Do I have a video of her?
You can't even make this stuff up. Catholic Bible Association, new president is this woman.
So I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Messianic Jew. I do not worship Jesus as Lord and Savior. And for me, the New Testament is not sacred scripture.
She does.
Now, remember the Black Pyramid, the ominous Black Pyramid with, Arabic writing on it that's praying for your destruction. Remember the Black Pyramid.
Doesn't believe that Jesus is the Messiah and doesn't believe our Bible is sacred scriptures. But she is going to be in charge of coordinating interpretations? Clearly subversion.
Look at this, and they got like the most Jewish-looking woman on planet Earth. There's no planet, but you know what I mean.
Only in it to push J propaganda. I mean, come on. She even wants rainbow flags inside of churches, but yet she's a member of an Orthodox synagogue and does not want that same stuff in her synagogue. And why not? I mean, come on. Muslims don't put up with this. They don't have another religion in charge of their religion. They don't allow it, neither should we. This is getting absurd, and where to complain to is going to be in the comments section. Send them your emails and share this video.
Now, do you remember when Trump, a few years ago, whatever it was, when he created the Religious Liberty Commission or whatever, and he had Paula White as his spiritual advisor? Do you remember what we talked about when that happened? That the point of that is to put the stupid Protestant, the most ridiculous possible representation of a Protestant, on the public stage, so that she's speaking in tongues and uttering her blasphemies and doing all the stupid things that she does. Why? So that everybody can see what a failure Protestantism is. Do you get it? Like when these things become so obvious and they're in your face like this, they are done for the express purpose of waking you up to a counterfeit reality. It's a counterfeit awakening. Awakening requires nuance, and it requires guidance of the Holy Spirit, because there's also counterfeit awakening that the devil does. Again, he counterfeits the work of God by creating dialectics and then creating the problem reaction solution to wake you up to what you think is the truth, when in fact you're actually in the final pen. That's what the devil does. So this is designed to wake people up to the Jew thing. Look at this scheming Jew that doesn't believe in Jesus, doesn't believe a word of the Christian faith, yet she's being appointed as the, one in charge of the Bible Society or whatever. Are you kidding me? It's just so obvious what they're doing. They're putting the Jews on front row so you can watch and think and critique and change your opinion, because the Jew thing is coming to an end, my friends. The Zionist dispensation, the progressive attitude towards Jews, are you kidding me? That's coming to an end. The Vatican II thing was very progressive towards the Jews. And a lot of people see this as, the Jews infiltrated the Catholic Church and they blame the Jews. That's not how it works. The Roman bloodlines have always been Roman. The Jews were papal court Jews at best. There was never a time when the Jews had so much power that they could infiltrate the papal bloodlines and take over the throne of Satan. They were an arm of that throne in many ways. I've talked about that in my Rome and Judea videos. And the intertwinings of these two threads throughout time. Yes, absolutely. Like Rothschilds being married to the Aldebrandinis. That's one example among many crossovers. Or the Freemasons having the Catholic side and the Jewish side. And the Knights of Malta working with the Mossad. Yes, there's a lot of crossover. Absolutely. But the throne of Satan is Rome. And the idea, the narrative that the Jews took over the church, and of course, everybody's got a different argument of when that happened. Some say it's with the Jesuits because Ignatius of Loyola was a Jew. No, he was not a Jew. He was very fanatical for the Jews, but he was not a Jew. Some of the Jesuits were Jews, but people forget that within like a few decades of the Jesuits being started, they passed blood laws that no Jews whatsoever could ever join the Jesuits. And those blood laws didn't get rescinded until like 80 years ago or something, along the lines of the ecumenical shenanigans with Vatican II and everything else. But why did Vatican II happen? Does the church actually, the Catholic Church, does it actually care about unity and peace and love and treating the Jews with kindness and the Muslims with kindness, or the Protestants as separated brethren? Does the Catholic Church actually think that? No. The Catholic Church thinks you're a heretic. You know salvation for you outside the church. You are a heretic and you need to be put to the sword. But you can't do that these days, at least not yet. So we need to destroy by peace and prosperity and ecumenism. And then once everybody's rounded up in this reality and they're very much loyal to it, then yeah, the stragglers that say they want to be part of it, sure, we could put them to death. And that's what the Bible warns you of. So right now you're in that transition phase where the teeth haven't yet come out. The snake is coiling itself around and getting ready to strike, but it's not there yet. And this is just part of it. And part of it is awakening you to this final reality, because the final reality has to involve several key aspects: monarchical rule, theocracy, hating Jewishness, because the Sabbath is going to be demonized. So they have to set a precedent for hating anything Jewish. And of course, the Sabbath is not Jewish, but people think it's Jewish, and it's being associated to the Jews. Like with all those meme videos of Erica Kirk saying Shabbat Shalom. You think that wasn't on purpose? And now it's a meme and a joke. Oh, look how Jewish that is. All that is going into the culture to desensitize people and to make them hate anything remotely Jewish, so that once all of this is done, there is a precedent to accuse you as a Jew, a Judaizer, as basically a demon for following God's law instead of going with the principles of the man of sin. So anyway, that's that. But this is just so obvious. I mean, look at this. Amy Jill Levine, Jewish feminist, like the worst possible person you could put in this position of a biblical president of the Catholic Biblical Association. The worst possible thing. And they do it on purpose because they want your attention on it, not because the Jews have infiltrated the Catholic Church. Don't buy that for a minute. Here's another thing somebody sent me of: the Upper West Side of Manhattan is a diverse, densely populated residential neighborhood with a large, culturally prominent and historically significant Jewish population. Now, these are flock cameras, apparently, these little blue cameras, and there's none in the Upper West Side of Manhattan where the Jews are. So this only feeds the narrative that, look, it's the Jews, they're the ones controlling all these things. And again, there's many layers, folks. That's why I'm not saying the Jews aren't involved. I'm not saying that the Zionist interests are not involved. But you're dealing with a very duplicitous system that has multiple layers, where people, the higher you go, they're very duplicitous and they have multiple allegiances. You're dealing with the synagogue of Satan. And synagogue means assembly, the assembly of Satan, which is the counterfeit of the church. And that assembly is duplicitous by nature. They're all part of secret orders, multiple allegiances, oaths, multiple NGOs. It's all just a very shadowy system. So to pin everything on one group of people, to divorce that from all historical context and biblical context, is really foolish. But that's what people are thinking because they're getting baited by the big black pyramid with the Arabic writing on it. Look, it's the devil. Look, it's the scheming Jew, Netanyahu, that's wanting to destroy America. So obvious. When in fact, that is just the scapegoat. And hopefully it should be obvious by now. Here's another shenanigan. This Austin Franco guy says his parents are kicking him out of the house following his Piers Morgan interview. If you saw this interview, Piers Morgan, of course, he's just a shill, just a puppet like all the other ones. And he just brings these people on to make fun of them. And this kid, was there just trying to be himself and being honest. And of course, this is probably a humiliation ritual for him too. And he's becoming a cultural pariah, especially for what? Especially for the generation of young Generation Z kids. Now, he's also male, and it's usually the males that are more going towards the Catholicism, Orthodoxy, ortho bro kind of crowd. So this is a perfect cultural icon, perfect timing to move this new generation away from their dispensational parents and grandparents into anti-Jew, anti-Zionist, pro-Catholic, pro-Orthodox, camp. And he's the perfect pariah that is for this movement. Right on time, perfect. And they always go for the young ones because the young ones are impressionable. And Generation Z is more religious than ever. So you're going to have a generation of these young kids within a few years that are going to be young adults. Some of them probably even involved in government to some degree. And they're going to hate the Jews. They're going to be fanatics for the Catholic Church, fanatics for Orthodoxy, whatever religion, tradition. What do you think? What do you think that's going to do to the culture and politics and everything else? It's going to be perfect opportunity for who? Who is the benefit out of all this? Is it the Jews? Are the Jews benefiting from these types of things? Or is it Rome that benefits? Cui bono? One more, the end of an era, AI, and the arrival of Mashiach. Let's listen to Elon Musk.
Quasi-infinite economy. So this is really the future is going to be very, very different from the past. There's no analogy or metaphor that I think illustrates the magnitude of change that we're going to experience here.
What do you need money for? Services and goods.
Money won't.
This is a very interesting thread that I did not see before, but now the way this is being woven is very interesting. Pay attention to how the technocratic utopian thread is being merged with the Zionist eschatology.
Matter in 2036.
I'm not sure that the people who bought your shares think that money won't matter in 2036.
Well, what do you want money for? You want money for goods and services, right? You want money for obviously food, housing, transport, entertainment. Well, if that is so abundant that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for in that case?
But you're creating these robots. Are you
I guess
then
between now and then you'll need money, sure.
Are you selling these robots? Are you selling humanoid robots, or are you producing goods and services with the humanoid robots that you control? Like, are you the Levi Strauss?
I think I would probably be. It would be an exercise in vanity for me to think that I would be controlling super genius AI that is vastly smarter than me. I think what we can and should try to do is to make sure that the AI has good values.
Whose values are those going to be?
That it cares about humanity and that it wants us to be happy and prosper. I think it probably will be. What my biological neural net tells me is that the most important thing for AI safety is to be maximally truth-seeking and curious. If that's the case, I think it will foster humanity.
So let's unpack that. You're sure that humans will no longer be in control in 10 years' time?
I think it is unlikely. In the same way that if the difference in intelligence between AI and humans is vastly greater than the difference in intelligence between AI and chimpanzees, it's hard to imagine that the chimpanzees would be in charge.
So we have these two views and visions. Both of them are a little bit concerning in their own right. Elon Musk seems to be more of an optimist than a pessimist. According to Yamkolsky and others, they seem to say, well, yeah, because he's, one of the people with Grok who is definitely pushing his whole AI. And whoever controls AI first, whoever gets the keys, if you will, controls it, is going to control all of humanity. So I want to just share with you and your viewers a little insight, which is actually stated in the Rambam. And I'm going to read a short piece of Rambam, which is in the Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Kings, chapter 12, verse 5. And over there, the Rambam gives a fascinating, this is a mind-blowing view, which had anyone said this 30, 40, 50, let alone 1,000 years ago, would have been ridiculous. And yet, it sounds uncannily just like, lahavdil, Elon Musk. And he says, in the future, of Otazman, in those days, Lo yesham lo rav lo milchama. There's going to be no more hunger, and there's going to be no more war. V'lo kina, no jealousy. V'lo tachrut, and there's no competition, I should say. Shatova tieh mushpat harbeh. There's going to be a lot of goodness. It's going to be bountiful. And he goes even further and doubles down. He says, V'chol ma'adanim, and all forms of delicacy will be mitzum ka'afar, will be available like dust. Just like we see dust around the entire world now, all delicacies will be available. And then he says, V'lo ye'esek kol olam, and people will not be working. There's going to be no esek that people are going to have to do once Mashiach comes. So what are they going to do? Ella ledat et Hashem belvad. People will be able to spend their time just getting to know Hashem. So the Rambam so far has given us a glimpse of what I think fits in very well with the AI predictions that we're seeing today. But he's saying there's a purpose to this, and it's part of Hashem's plan. That's the most important thing. This is not some man-made creation like nuclear weapons that's there to destroy us. However, it's God's plan that in the future, we're going to reach a point where we're going to be less involved in making a living, less involved in putting all of our time and our money and our resources into war, into milchama. That's actually one of the Rambam's main differences. Before Mashiach comes and after he comes, the pre-Messianic and the post-Messianic era is no more wars. And therefore, we have to spend all that money that is going into the military-industrial complex throughout the entire world just to help humanity. When I read these words, and I've read them many, many times, way before AI was even a question on the world, I thought, how could that be? How can it be we reach a world where people won't need to work? And what are they going to do with their time? Now, that's still a good question because we can't fathom completely such a world yet. And yet the Rambam seems to be telling us, and he's being very optimistic, that this is a good thing. That a world where we are able to invest ourselves in spiritual pursuits is a good thing. Now, it's not just the Jewish people. The entire world is going to be affected by the Messianic revolution. And we're all, the entire world, just as the water covers the ocean bed, says the Rambam, the entire world will be able to be involved in spiritual pursuits. That's going to take a shift.
Cut off here, but do you, this is really fascinating on so many levels. Hopefully you see some of them. The Jews have always lusted after a physical golden age and a Messiah that's a political Messiah that's going to come and deliver them socially and politically. That's been a Jewish thing for a while. And now they're starting to see how that can be achieved with AI, with technologies and robotics and things like that. And that thread, the devil is mixing with the utopian technological thread. So the Jews and the lusts of their heart and their golden age is being realized in this technological revolution that's happening. Okay? Who has just declared sovereignty over that technology? Who just made the declaration of the year over AI and robotics and everything else? Well, the Pope did. Magnificat Humanitas. So do you see where this is going? Just like they did with Trump, how Trump was the Messiah for the Americans, and he was going to save everybody and drain the swamp and everything, and he turned out to be a total disaster. Why? So that the real false Messiah, which is the Pope, can come and rescue America. In the same way, I foresee some similar process with the Jews, where they're going to get their hopes up, and of course, this whole AI thing and prosperous situation is going to be worldwide. But the Jews are going to get their hopes up, and they're going to be let down. And in the destruction, the Pope is going to emerge as their true Messiah, the one that will give them the golden age and the lust of their heart and fulfill all of these prophecies and unity and ecumenism and everything else. All of that is going to be fulfilled to the Pope. The Pope will be their true Messiah. Of course, the real Messiah is Jesus Christ, but you know what I mean. There are two false messiahs. One of them is an obviously false one, like Trump, that is designed to make the real false one look like the real deal. It's the tit for tat, dark for light problem reaction solution. And all of this intersects with the papacy, because again, the papacy claimed AI and technology and robotics for itself this year. That means that thread is done. Just like climate change was claimed by Pope Francis, and now it's become a moral issue. It's no longer a liberal secular. You don't have it anymore, because again, the throne of Satan is in Rome, and when Satan speaks to the Pope, you know that thread has been integrated. They let the environmentalist thing run for 50, 60 years with the liberal narrative. Now it's done. Now it's a religious thing. Now it's Catholic. Now it's ecumenical. Now it's Christian. It's got a moral imperative. The same thing with AI. They let it run for a little while. Now, okay, now we're going to rope it in, and that will be the moral compass that regulates all of this technology so that everybody can have all the delicacies and have all of the prosperity and everything else. We need a moral voice. Do you get it? And all of these threads are being united towards that final solution. But the Bible doesn't tell you that there's going to be a prosperous situation at the end. The Bible doesn't tell you that it's God's will that everybody's comfortable at the end. No, it's God's will that the wicked are deceived into that comfortability, and the righteous are trialed by fire and persecution and ostracization, just like they've been throughout time. So that's what's God's real will revealed to you in Scripture. So what does that mean then, that these people claim to be hearing from God and telling you, oh, it's going to be so great, it's going to be amazing, it's going to be, no more wars, all these peaceful things and all the delicacies in the world? What does that mean? Well, they weren't hearing from God. They were hearing from the devil, who always planned his New World Order from a long time ago, and he's been inching his way towards it over the last thousands of years to create a counterfeit eternity and a counterfeit salvation for all the wicked, because they're going to be destroyed. So pretty fascinating stuff that all of that is coming together in one thread. Conclusion, the Jew thread is still running hard, obviously, ever since October 2023. But you have to remember that it's not just running forever, it's running off a cliff. You have to remember that. Israel, as it was established in 1948, is not sustainable. And it wasn't designed to be sustainable. It was designed to run off a cliff and destroy Protestantism, Islam, and the Jews. It will collapse. It will collapse. It will be restructured somehow. The Jews will eventually be converted. They will eventually see, quote unquote, the light of Sunday, the Eucharist, the papacy. It sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but look, you're living in the craziest times of the end. There's a lot of crazy things that are going to be happening. They may run the Noahide psyop until then. We'll see, like I said, what happens. They may also try to rebuild the third temple, or even succeed at doing it. Who knows what's going to happen? They may even try to fake some kind of supernatural situation. Maybe there'll be an appearance of Mary or some kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not predicting any of that. I'm saying it's possible, but it's not the final boss. That's the thing you have to remember. I don't know how far they're going to go with it, but it doesn't matter, because it's a psyop. The Jew thread is getting slowly interwoven with all these other threads to get the Jews on board with the final prosperous, peaceful, Catholic social teaching, ecumenical reality. And of course, when you have Antichrist, Zionist, atheistic Jews that have been that way for generations, you need to do many layers of psyops in order to bring those into the fold. Do you get it? So this is all part of it. And of course, a big part of it is for Israel to collapse economically and politically. And the fracture right now between Orthodox Judaism and Zionism is very real. They hate each other. That's another point of division the devil's going to use to his advantage to destroy the Jewish identity. And once the Jewish identity is destroyed, because Judaism is not the Jewish identity. Zionism has been forced on the Jews. And now, like, even average Jews who aren't Zionists hate being Jews, because people look at them and say, oh, you're a Jew. Like, oh, they blame you for everything, right? Because people are so Jew-pilled now. And this is by design, because the Jews have always been ragtag travelers, migrants, and their identity has always been an issue. So the devil is going to break their identity in these final days by destroying Zionism and creating chaos. And in the space of that chaos, the Jewish identity is going to be reborn to find peace and love and ecumenism and prosperity, all by joining the club and being part of this final New World Order system that seems prosperous and good and true, especially compared to atheistic, LGBTQ, Talmud-loving, Tel Aviv, nonsense. So it's all by design, folks. We'll have to watch it and see how far it goes, but nevertheless, it's a psyop, and that's what you have to remember. It's a psyop, right? Now, a little quick break for me, and I will be right back.
What has been is what will be, and what has been
And we're back. This next section is on Papa Leone, the Antichrist himself, and what he's been up to. So let's take a look. This is from Eurasia Review. This is on August 19th. Echoing Pope Leo XIV, experts sign Rome Declaration on limits for AI and nuclear arms. This is what you need to know, folks. Rome is the one that will put the limits on this technology and tell it how to behave, and for the common good, and what morality it will have, and how to bring prosperity to all nations, including the Jews and their false golden age expectations, along with everybody else. So this is the thing. Inspired by Pope Leo's encyclical Magnifica Humanitas, more than 200 leading academics, innovators, and Nobel laureates signed a declaration in Rome on July 16th calling for responsible AI development and the complete elimination of nuclear weapons. There's no such thing as nukes, so just learn that. We must disarm the next arms race, both AI and nuclear, before they define the next century as well, the declaration stated. This is, now you understand what these things are for, especially the nuke agenda for the 20th century. That was the big boogeyman, nukes and the nuke scare and nuclear power and all this stuff. And AI is kind of the nuke for the 21st century. Of course, AI is not what people think it is. It's just like a big abacus type of technology. And nukes don't really exist. Sure, there's very, very powerful weapons, but nukes themselves don't exist. But they act as boogeymen. They act as the big black pyramid with the Arabic writing on it to push you in the opposite direction. Do you get it? According to the Vatican News, the signing of the Declaration for an Unarmed and Disarming Peace in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, Nuclear and Autonomous Weapons, New Digital Protocols, and Emerging Models of Digital Development took place in the Giulio Cesare Hall at the Palazzo Senatorio, Rome's City Hall atop the Capitoline Hill. Capitoline Hill is one of the 7 hills, so that's important to remember that the woman sits on 7 hills. The signing also concluded the Global Nobel Laureates Assembly on Artificial Intelligence and Nuclear War held July 14th through the 16th at Borgo Laudato Si, part of the Pontifical Gardens at Castel Gandolfo, where Pope Leo XIV is staying from July 5th to the 27th. Among those present at the signing were the Vicar General of the Diocese of Rome, Cardinal Baldassare Reina, the Mayor of Rome, Roberto Gualtieri, and Hollywood actress Sharon Stone. For an unarmed and disarming peace. The declaration called on governments and corporations to slow AI development, halt the expansion of nuclear arms, and work toward their total elimination. We call on governments, corporations, and international organizations to enable coordinated slowdown of frontier AI development, the declaration stated. We call for urgent, sustained, and good faith negotiations leading within an agreed and time-bound framework to the verifiable and irreversible elimination of nuclear weapons. According to a July 16th press release, the declaration and summit were inspired by Leo XIV's encyclical Magnifica Humanitas. Pope Leo XIV, invoking values shared across all religious traditions, has called humanity toward an unarmed and disarming peace. Now, quick pause before we continue the rest of this. Do you realize that for most of the Earth's history, which has been, I don't know, something like 7,000 years, depending on if you go with the Septuagint timeline, which I think is the correct one, but something like that, 7,000 years. 7,000 years of blood and chaos and war and violence and conquering. And now, at the end of this timeline, suddenly the devil is calling for peace. Why? Well, the logical answer is that his agenda has been complete. You get it? Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling for peace. There'd be more wars and more conflicts. But now, let's all get along. It's time for peace, because time is running out. Jesus is coming. We need to get the show on the road and worship the devil before that happens. So that's a very important, significant thing when you look at the track of human history. The fact that for most of human history, it has been nothing but violence and bloodshed. And now suddenly, there's seemingly genuine hope for world peace and negotiations and stability and prosperity. What does that tell you? Simple. A race for human survival. Speaking at the signing of the declaration, Reina explained its significance for humanity's survival and the threats of nuclear war and AI misuse. The declaration presented today reminds us with great clarity that no machine, no algorithm, and no autonomous system can be placed at the center of decisions upon which the survival of humanity depends. Professor David Gross, a Nobel Prize laureate in physics and a professor of theoretical physics at the University of California, Santa Barbara, emphasized the need for nuclear nations to adopt policies to reduce the risk of nuclear war. We are in the middle of an accelerated arms race, Gross said. We ask that nuclear nations promote policies that reduce the risk of war, nuclear war, and annihilation. Again, nukes are fake, so, there's that. But the boogeyman is serving its purpose to bring people into a one-world system. And who is that system going to be under? Well, it's going to be under the man of sin. That's what it's going to be under. Nobel laureates call Pope's encyclical a clarion call for prevention of AI-driven nuclear warfare. Again, do you see the boogeyman? Do you see the big black pyramid with the Arabic writing on it again? And it's screaming like, oh my gosh, it's going to destroy you. It's going to destroy you. Do something now. This is exactly, and here they are paying their homage to the Pontifex. This is a statue of one of the Caesars or something, but you're still under Rome, folks. You get it? You're under Rome. This is pagan Rome reborn. This is pagan Rome with a mask on it called Christianity. Nobel laureates called Pope Leo XIV encyclical Magnifica Humanitas a clarion call and a giant step forward for the prevention of AI-driven nuclear warfare as they gathered in Rome July 16th to sign a declaration urging a global treaty banning artificial intelligence from nuclear launch systems. Quick pause. It was the Club of Rome who, 50-something years ago, proposed limits to growth and created the boogeyman of overpopulation, which prompted the environmentalist movement and all of the climate change crap that's been going on. It was Rome who did that. So don't forget that Rome is a master of presenting to you boogeymen so that you problem reaction solution your way into Rome's agenda. The signing held under the gaze of an ancient statue of Julius Caesar, what did I tell you? In the senatorial palace in Rome's Capitoline Hill. Why is this still here? Why is the church, supposedly the Church of Christ, paying homage to an idol of a pagan god king? Just simple. It's not, a hard question. Oh, but it's art. Oh, but it's culture. Really? Because for the Romans, that was like an idol, and they believed the Caesars to be like the presence of God on earth. So nothing has really changed, has it? Nothing new under the sun. Cap 2 days of the closed-door meetings at the Vatican Gardens in Castel Gandolfo, where more than 24 Nobel laureates met with the former heads of state, religious leaders, academics, and artificial intelligence researchers from organizations including Google, DeepMind, Aru, and Anthropic, which, remember, Anthropic has got the seal of approval from the Vatican, so they're going to be really charging forward. Speaking in response to a question from OSV News at the press conference at the conclusion of the summit, Arthur B. MacDonald, a Canadian astrophysicist and recipient of the Nobel Prize, we read some of this stuff already, but this is the same stuff. This is Rome creating the boogeyman, and here they are, again, pledging their homage to the Pontifex and the system of Rome, the Roman Empire. And of course, people are still worried about the Jews and the Noahide laws. This is from Complicit Clergy, and it's dated July 14th. Vatican rejects U.S. claim that the Pope speaks as a politician, insists that Leo's opinions on war and migrants are official proclamations of the gospel. Now, what does that tell you? What does that title tell you? That title tells you the same thing that the popes have always said for the last 1,500 years of history, which is that the Pope is above the state. It is the state that must submit to the papacy, not the other way around. When the Pope speaks, he's not making political statements. In other words, he's not in the same category as you plebeians in the state. The Pope is above the state. When he speaks, he makes a spiritual proclamation on the order of God speaking. He's working for God, and therefore his authority is beyond politics. Do you understand where this is coming from? This is Vatican I and really like Catholic dogma, but it's wrapped in a more like modern, palatable way. But this is like Catholic papal supremacy at its finest, if you understand history, if you understand how these things work. And I think that was it. I was just going to highlight the title of that, but nothing new under the sun. So even though the Pope is supposedly a Vatican II Pope and he's very liberal, he's really not. He's playing both sides expertly well. And the popes have always believed themselves to be the presence of God on earth and the supreme authority on earth. So nothing has changed. All that's changed is the packaging and how it's delivered. Because papal supremacy doesn't really jive well with atheism. The atheists aren't going to bow down to the Pope. You need to seduce them with social issues and problem solving and peace and all this stuff. And then the atheists will acknowledge you. But if you just sit there and yammer on about how you're, the presence of Christ on earth and how people need to obey you. That doesn't work if most of the world has been secular and paganized. So you need to get the world on the same boat, solve some problems, get some social justice going, get some economic, incentives, bring some peace and prosperity. And then once everybody sees you as the problem solver, the one that, actually succeeds, unlike Trump, unlike all the people before him. Once that happens, then you can start, flexing those guns and saying, you need to obey me, you need to listen to me. And other people can do the talking for you then anyway, because the Catholic echo chamber will be completely boiled over at that point. This is from Angelus, July 14th. Vatican hosts 200 Nobel laureates. We read this already. I must have saved this article multiple times from different sources, but it's the same thing. And it tells you again that the Vatican is all over the whole AI thing, meaning the technocratic thread is going in that direction. It's not going independent of that. It's from Vatican News. Pope Leo XIV, peace is built through disarmament, not nuclear weapons. And again, this is the boogeyman, just like Sean Foyt and the Black Pyramid. It's the same thing, folks. The devil's tactics do not change. So once you learn to see that, it's just so obvious. Disarmata e disarmante. Disarmata e disarmante. Disarmament and something else. But he says something here I wanted to highlight that's just, if you pick this up, you see the direction of history that we're going towards. And people will be frothing at the mouth for the beast and marveling after the beast. Above all, peace is responsibility. If our first instinct when we encounter a problem, experience tension, or are insulted is to judge others, accuse, and even condemn them, then inevitably first indifference and then hatred will grow around us. There is a way of looking at reality that destroys and does not build. Peace instead begins with me. It begins with us. Now this is a very, very satanic subtle spell that he's weaving here. And of course, the mainstream perception of this is like, oh, he's telling me that it begins with me. I have to do something, which of course is still satanic because it's synergistic. But it's much more subtle than that, folks. The man of sin is telling you that I'm the source of peace. It begins with me. It begins with me. It begins with us. And us, in parentheses, means you bowing down to me. And we do this thing together. But really, it begins with me. And of course, there's multiple layers to this. And that's why this is a spell that's being cast. And he's speaking some truth in the sense that, people have become very hateful. People have become very cold to the poor. People have become very divided. Yes, he's speaking to some pain points. And he's presenting himself as the solution very subtly because, again, the devil is the most subtle creature that God ever made. What do you expect? Do you expect the devil to come in that black pyramid with Arabic writing all over it and go, we're praying for the destruction of America? Is that the devil? No way, man. The devil laughs at those people. Those people are deceived. And of course, all the wicked are deceived. But those people are like lemmings. They're nothing. The devil laughs at these people. The devil comes to you wearing white and solving problems and talking about peace and things that are good. Because the devil knows how to use the good to do great evil. That's what the devil does. This is from Advent Messenger. The Vatican reaffirms the Pope's universal and moral authority over all nations. July 29th, 2026. Last week, the Vatican published a clarification asserting that the Pope should not be regarded as a merely co-equal with other world leaders because he is more than the head of a sovereign state. Rome declared that the Pope's role extends far beyond the political realm. As the Vicar of Christ, the Pope is said to possess a universal spiritual and moral authority concerning the affairs of men. Therefore, the Pope, when the Pope speaks on matters affecting society, he is not simply expressing a political opinion. He is proclaiming the gospel to the world. Vatican News expressed the following on July 13th, 2026. This is touching back on those previous things, but here's some quotes from it. Even when he speaks about war and peace, migration, or how to remain human in the age of artificial intelligence, the successor of Peter remains, above all, a spiritual leader. Gosh, if you've watched my series on the popes and all the official documents that we cite on all of the blasphemous quotes of the papacy and all the papal supremacy over the last 1,500 years, this reads exactly like it, only it's packaged in a more palatable, modern way that doesn't come across like immediately as blasphemous and like asserting, but it's there. The fact that the Bishop of Rome, by virtue of the Lateran Pacts of 1929 that resolved the Roman question, is also the sovereign of the world's smallest state, less than half a square kilometer in the heart of the Italian capital, does not mean that he acts or speaks as a politician when addressing issues concerning the affairs of humanity. He's not a politician. The politicians are the lemmings. The Pope is above the kings. The kings of the earth will pledge their power to the beast. He is independent of any sovereignty of this world. That is as Vatican I as you can possibly get. This is as Vatican I as you can possibly get. So when people say that this Pope is puppeted by the Jews or it's a Vatican II Pope or whatever, go read what they're typing about him, what they're writing. He is independent of any sovereignty of this world. He is the God of this world. Do you get it? The Bishop of Rome and the Shepherd of the Universal Church would also be sovereign and thus head of state. But this was and remains an arrangement designed to recognize precisely this need for independence from any other state. Any glorification or exaggeration of the Pope's role as a head of state, any emphasis on the importance of this role, is therefore misleading because it comes at the expense of his one true mission as universal shepherd. A shepherd who speaks to Catholics, Christians, believers, and all people of goodwill with the sole intent of proclaiming the gospel. There's only one universal shepherd, folks, and of course they capitalize shepherd too. Like, it would be less blasphemous. It would still be blasphemous, but it would be less, like an ounce less blasphemous if you didn't capitalize shepherd. But by capitalizing shepherd, you're really like saying this is the presence of Christ on earth, because there's only one capital S shepherd, and that's Jesus Christ. Jesus is the shepherd, the shepherd. When you capitalize a normal noun, you're basically saying like that's the noun, right? When you say like a false god, lower G God, right? That's there. But if you capitalize God, we know like you're talking about the God, like God, the Bible God. So when you capitalize shepherd, that's very intentional. Why? Because they believe that the Pope is the presence of Christ on earth and that the state must be subservient to the papacy. Now, if you don't realize the significance of that in the light of all of the religio-political social things that are going on in the direction of history, and you're focused on the Muslims and Jews or the techno bros, you're missing the forest from the trees, man. You're not seeing the real destination of history. When he calls for human life to be respected and protected at every stage of its existence, when he speaks of peace with the good of all peoples in mind and calls for an end to the mad arms race, even going beyond the concept of a just war, when he calls for dialogue and negotiation by invoking the magisterium of social doctrine, when he emphasizes the importance of caring for creation so that we may pass it on to our children and grandchildren, the successor of Peter is not speaking as a head of state. He is simply proclaiming the gospel. In other words, the successor of Peter, when he says these things, he is not on the same level or category as any official. It doesn't matter how, you could be a king, you could be a president, it doesn't matter. The Pope is not in your category. The Pope is above you because he is speaking as the voice of God, basically, on earth. And again, if you are familiar with Vatican I, pre-Vatican I papal supremacy history, this reads 100% one-to-one like those documents, but with some slight modifications to make it a little bit more palatable, a little bit less obviously blasphemous, a little bit less assertive on face value at least, because these things are very assertive. But they're dressed up a little bit. The Vatican has just affirmed and proclaimed the medieval doctrine of papal supremacy. Agreed, Advent Messenger. This is the belief that the Pope possesses not only religious authority, but also the authority to govern and rule over secular and temporal affairs. Rome wants to regain control over the world and use its position of power to shape society into an image of its own likeness. Every true student of Bible prophecy and every defender of religious liberty should know what papal supremacy means. This is a system of power that requires the praise and submission of kings, emperors, religious leaders, and all the people on the earth. This will lead to the temporary reign of the Antichrist, where dissent, freedom of expression, autonomy, and religious freedom will end under the new dictatorship. The books of Daniel and Revelation identify the papacy as the prophetic beast power in Revelation 13 that once held dominance during the Dark Ages and is foretold to regain its global influence in the last days. Prophecy being fulfilled before our eyes, it shows that the papacy is not just tolerated or respected, it is admired. That's right. You don't admire Jews and Muslims and Zionists and techno-bros and communists or perverts. You admire the guy in white that's solving the problems and speaking so eloquently and presenting solutions, and everybody admires the Pope. That's how you know the destination of history. The word marvel. It's all about that word, man. And if you don't point in that direction, then you're going in the wrong direction mentally, because people will marvel. That means the future is going to be good, at least like seemingly good. I mean, it'll solve problems. It'll be comfortable. It is admired even by the nations like the United States, which was founded on principles of religious liberty and separation of church and state. Yeah, not for long, because America is going to be a vassal state pretty soon. It already is in function. But here is a video talking about the appointments. Remember how he appointed that, what is there, Amy Levine or whatever for the Bible Society, and everybody's up in arms? Well, just when you thought that he's like a hardcore, raging Vatican II progressive, just a minute. Oh, I want to go back to the beginning. All right, here we go.
Pope Leo XIV just named 7 new members to the Vatican's Supreme Tribunal of the Apostolic Signatura. This is the highest judicial authority in the Catholic Church. Here's what his picks tell us.
Now, a really quick pause. Do you think that this tribunal is more important than whatever silly little Bible office that Jew was part of? Or is that office more important than the prime judicial tribunal of the Vatican? Which one's more important? So do you see what I'm trying to tell you? The one that's not important, let's move the narrative a little bit. Where it does matter, let's see, what did he pick?
So first and foremost, he named Archbishop Salvatore Cordileone of San Francisco. He is a staunch traditionalist. I'm honestly quite surprised that he made this pick. Then we have Bishop Edward Losey of Kalamazoo. He's mostly seen as a clear-headed, process-oriented canonist whose primary focus is on church governance and the rule of law. Bishop Juan Ignacio Arrieta is a Spanish canonist who's affiliated with Opus Dei. That's not a bad sign, considering how Opus Dei has been dragged through the mud for years now. Then Reverend Eduardo Barra de la Peña is a professor at the Pontifical University of the Holy Cross in Spain. He's also affiliated with Opus Dei. Then the remainder are mostly canon lawyers that seem theologically moderate. Reverend Gianpaolo Montini is an Italian canonist and professor at the Pontifical Gregorian University. Ulrich Rode is the dean of the faculty of canon law at the Pontifical Gregorian University. And then there's Bishop Krzysztof Nikiewicz, who spent over 12 years in Rome working inside the Congregation for the Eastern Churches. Piece by piece, we're learning more about who Pope Leo XIV wants around him in Rome. Yes, there's been some rough bishop picks, but there's a lot of politics to that. What's happening with the Apostolic Signatura is a good sign and may foretell the temperament that the Pope is looking for when he looks to elevate new prelates to the cardinalate. So for today, we're amped up on white pills. For tomorrow, we shall wait and see.
So Pope Leo, when it actually comes to the things that really matter, he appointed a radical traditionalist, 2 people from Opus Dei, which, by the way, that whole shenanigan between the papacy and Opus Dei was just a ruse. Opus Dei, by the way, is the one connected to the Heritage Foundation in the United States, who want America to be a theocracy submissive to the Pope, and they also have been embroiled in all sorts of human trafficking and abuse allegations, like anything else in the Catholic Church. So 2 people from Opus Dei, a radical traditionalist, and then the rest were moderates. But wait, the Jews are taking over the church, guys. The Jews are taking over the church. Give me a break. It's all just a ruse, man. Advent Messenger says, Pope Leo XIV calls for Sunday to be sanctified and urges workers to attend Mass on that day. Now, really quick pause. Before we read this, I want you to import all of the context that we just read. Okay? All of the context about the Pope when he speaks on practically anything, especially like moral issues. He's not offering a political opinion that you can reject like some other president or king is speaking. He's speaking to you what you basically need to do and submit, because he's speaking as if God is speaking. Now, does Sunday and Sunday Mass, Sunday rest, the Eucharist, all these things, is that in the category of things that the Pope speaks about when he, quote unquote, proclaims the gospel on behalf of God and you must listen to him? Of course it is. So that's the whole point. establish the authority, and then command the counterfeit law. The papacy has always believed itself to be the presence of God on earth. And the mark of obedience, I should say the mark, is to obey the pontiff. How do you obey the pontiff? Well, one of the ways that you obey is by obeying the command to rest on Sunday and to keep that day holy. It's not about what day you choose to rest, guys. You know, the Adventists do a good job of exposing these things, but they dumb it down too much. This is not about like Saturday versus Sunday and, oh my gosh, you rested one day out of the week. You rested Sunday, now you're marked and you lost your salvation. That's not what this is about. What this is about is a future reality that will be based on a counterfeit morality that's going to solve some problems, and it's going to bring peace, it's going to bring prosperity, but it's going to be attached to a blasphemous system. Because Sunday is not just about taking the day off. Sunday is the devil's anchor into this counterfeit gospel that he's constructed over the thousands of years that he's been around, which in the modern age is fulfilled in the Catholic Church. Sunday is the day of the counterfeit Eucharist, the idolatrous practice of the Eucharist, the idolatrous sacrifice that they do in the Mass, the counterfeit law-keeping by obeying a different lawgiver. It is all part of this religious system. So it's not just about, oh, I took Sunday off instead of Saturday off, and now I lost my salvation. That's not what this is about. People will have to make a choice between these two realities, these two systems. And one of them is going to offer you immediate benefits, but you are going to lose eternal benefits by not repenting. When this system begins to show its teeth, you will have a very limited time to make a decision and get out of that system. The people who do not repent, who do not get out of this blasphemous system, and do not forsake the comforts in exchange for the truth, will be judged. They will be judged and they will be destroyed. Not because they rested on the first day of the week instead of the seventh, but because they pledged their moral and their obedience, their moral trust, their faith, their hope in a counterfeit authority. They believed the wrong source and they trusted in the wrong source. That's the problem. It's a heart issue. That heart issue will have a physical expression through obedience, because Sunday is the thing that wraps all of this together. It wraps up climate change. It wraps up the family. It wraps up social injustices and having time for the middle class to rest. It wraps up religion and getting back to God and all these things that people want to do because they've been so traumatized by atheism. And of course, all of the converts, like the Jews and Muslims that are coming, the Protestants that are coming into Catholicism. Of course, all these people are going to be ecumenized and unified through Sunday. Even the atheists will get along because it'll be something, positive in their life. Oh, I'll get to rest. I don't have to work. Sure. It's good for the environment. I can get along with that. So Sunday is going to be the physical manifestation as to how all of this counterfeit spirituality and marveling is going to be actualized. So again, now back to the context at hand. When the Pope speaks, he's not speaking as a political opinion. He's telling you what you need to obey. And this is the beginning. This is just the teeny, teeny, tiny beginning. This is the beginning. The teeth are starting to, like little baby teeth, are starting to come out of that snake's mouth. Little tiny, teeny little baby teeth. And you can see it. And if you know your history, you can see them coming out. And eventually those teeth are going to get longer and longer. And we're not going to have so much religious tolerance for all you people who refuse to fall in line, because you're heretics. You're denying, the voice of Christ on the earth. And you're wanting to put a stumbling block to your fellow man, and you're a Judaizer, and et cetera, et cetera. You think they're not going to do that to you? They did that to Christians throughout the last 2,000 years, my friend. Since 380 AD, whatever, 360 AD with the Council of Laodicea, through the Inquisitions, through all the popes, crusades, the Protestant Reformation, onward throughout time. There's always been these things. I've documented them clearly, and so have I. You look at the Adventists. Just don't believe the Ellen White stuff, but the Adventists have done a great job of documenting these things. Anyway, what does it say? Yeah, he calls for Sunday sanctified, urges workers to attend Mass on that day. So the Pope is really pushing Sunday. Nothing surprising there. But again, the point of this is when the Pope speaks, according to the Vatican's recent proclamations, which they're not anything new, they've been proclaiming that for as long as time has been around. When the Pope speaks, he's not speaking like as a normal individual. He's speaking to you something that you need to listen and obey because he's speaking to you on moral grounds, not on political grounds that are subjective. Do you get it? Pope Leo, this is the National Catholic Register. Pope Leo XIV, attendance at Sunday Mass cannot be replaced by virtual participation. You must stand up and jump and bow when the music plays for the golden statue. You must do as they say. If you do not do as they say, you will be extricated from society because Sunday, Eucharist, Mass, all of these things are part of the coming spiritual delusion. It's not just Sunday rest. The Eucharist is going to be part of it. Mass is going to be part of it. Sunday laws are going to be part of it. Climate change is going to be part of it. The family is going to be part of it. Workers' rights are going to be part of it. Social justice is going to be part of it. All of that is going to be woven into this singular topic. So do not resist this teaching. Learn the truth. I've documented it very heavily with my Sabbath series, my Lord's Day series, so you can learn the truth on this issue and not be a legalist, like a Judaizing, Torah-keeping Hebrew roots legalist on one side, and not be a Gnostic, where every day is your Sabbath and Jesus is my Sabbath, or Sunday is the Sabbath because it's been transformed, or all the kind of other Gnostic arguments that people have. So learn the truth and walk the narrow road because it's a beautiful thing, but it will become more and more valuable as time goes on. Pope Leo XIV has urged Catholics to prioritize attending Sunday Mass, warning that active participation in the Eucharist cannot be replaced by virtual gatherings. You must go in person because for them this is a sacrifice that you must attend. You must have that conscious energy there. I urge everyone to seek the best possible conditions so that even those who are unable to take time off of work on Sundays may take part in Holy Mass. Now again, these things are nothing new. This is not a surprising story, but it paints the picture of what is happening with Sunday, with all of the other things being presented at the same time with peace and ending world wars and social justice and all these things. It's all going to come together in this topic. Hollywood celebrity Matthew McConaughey elevates Pope Leo XIV as the moral compass of the world. Let's see.
You just spent time with the Pope?
Yeah.
We saw these images of
How cool is that?
How cool was that?
Right?
What does one say to the Pope when they meet the Pope?
You go meet the Pope. I had ideas. I wanted to talk to him about religion today, religion and AI, etc. But we met and we had a short discussion about some things. It was an honor to go meet someone who's in the position as the moral compass of the world, not just the Catholic Church.
Is Matthew McConaughey on board with the New World Order? Yes, he is. Absolutely. We had a conversation of a couple things. Oh, I'm sure you had a very interesting conversation because you're getting your reward for that conversation. But the moral compass of not just the church. No. The Pope is the moral compass of the world. Is that Vatican I papal supremacy doctrine coming through a seemingly unassuming, charming Hollywood puppet? Yes, it is. So what do you make of that? What you make of it is that eventually all of the echo chamber around you is going to be like Matthew McConaughey. And pointing to the same thing, that the Pope, marvel. And at some point, when all of the culture has been shaped and all of the goals have been achieved, if you are like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and you're like, we will not bow to your golden idol. We will not marvel at such things because these are blasphemous antichrist deceptions. You will be threatened or possibly even thrown into the fire. But the good news is that we are saved from that fire, one way or another, because that's the devil's fire, and the devil can do nothing to you if Christ is in your life. But this is what's coming, folks. People are going to marvel at the moral compass of the world. Anyway, that's just all in fulfillment of Revelation 13. And again, people do not see these things. They're so busy looking at the Black Pyramid with the Arabic writing on it, or the six-pointed star or all the obvious infiltrations and saying, look, Jew, 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 Muslim, 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 when in reality, the real snake of the world is preparing to devour the world. One more, stirring Catholic labor unions in Europe to secure material conditions for... Pope Leo's call to sanctify Sunday is stirring Catholic labor unions in Europe to secure material conditions for Sunday rest. This is the social justice workers' rights thread that threads into Sunday. Sunday is not just about like Sunday. Sunday is the solution to all of the problems that they are creating. Because Sunday is the way that the devil will actualize worship and obedience to himself, by being the counterfeit moral lawgiver that you trust in to give you rest and peace. Because the Sabbath is a sign and a mark for God's people. Because when you physically demonstrate your obedience by resting and trusting in God's provision, as he asked you to, which is not a difficult thing, to simply just take a day off and be mindful and enjoy. When you do that with someone else, you are committing spiritual adultery. That's why he is the man of lawlessness, because he proclaims to you a lawless gospel, a counterfeit gospel, a false morality that seems like it's the true morality, but it's not. And Sunday interweaves all of the problems that they've created in the world and solves them in one fell swoop. One of those threads is the capitalism thread. Capitalism has gone bananas. It has become ridiculous. Greed has taken completely over. Fiat money is worthless. And everything sucks. It has gotten crappier and crappier, right? So, how do you solve that? Well, you bring back the middle class. You bring back social justice. You bring back economic justice. And all of these things are things that people are crying for. And of course, the answer to that is going to be Sunday. Sunday will unify the middle class. It'll give people a universal day of rest so they can focus on their families, go back to church, help the environment. All of those things are going to come together. Just watch it. On August 16th, 2026, Noticias Obreras, a Spanish digital labor publication published by the Workers' Brotherhood of Catholic Action, took Pope Leo XIV's August 12th appeal to sanctify Sunday and transformed it into a call to advocate for Sunday rest for workers. In an article titled Leo XIV Calls for Creating Conditions so that Work Does Not Prevent People from Enjoying Sunday, the publication argued that working conditions and economic structures must be adjusted so that Sunday can be protected as a common day of rest. Significantly, the article calls for tangible or material conditions that would make Sunday rest possible for working people. Here's the answer to all of this: a common day of rest. That tells you everything about this future, folks, because the Bible tells you not to be common. It tells you to be set apart. God is not common. God is unique. But the devil is common because the devil is the god of this world, and the world is common. So when you are common, like the world, then you are participating in the devil's way of doing things. So it stands to reason that if God has a set-apart day of rest, that he himself set apart and sanctified, and revealed by covenant to his obedient people, that the devil also would have his own common day of rest. Do you get it? It's the same thing. It's a day of rest, but one is common for everybody. All the world can enjoy this. And the other one is uncommon. It's set apart. Who is doing the setting? Well, in one, the Sabbath, the true Sabbath, God is the one that set apart the day. In the common day of rest, who decided this? Well, it was the man of sin that decided this, beginning with Constantine and moving forward through the office of the pontifex. That was a common understanding. One of the reasons motivating Constantine to set Sunday as the day of rest, as a common day of rest for the Roman Empire, was to unite the Christians and the pagans. Because the pagans had some festivals on their day of the sun, and the Christians were already gathering on Sunday. They were gathering. Gathering doesn't mean resting. Gathering means gathering. There's no problem with gathering. Going to church, people have been doing that for the longest time ever. But they weren't resting on Sunday, and that's an important point. So Constantine, because he was a pagan, probably the entirety of his life, and paganism is syncretistic, It mishmashes everything together. He figured, oh, let's just everybody get along. Let's make it common. And let's get a common day of rest for everybody. And ever since then, that mark has been solidified and solidified and solidified. And now, what do you see? You see a common day of rest. We need a common day of rest for everyone. But that common day of rest is common. It's not set apart. Anything else on here? No. So that's about it for the Pope thread. As usual, the man of sin is incredibly active, shaping the final reality and appearing as the light of the world, the solution. Watch the Pope and see what he says and where he's moving so that you understand what is on the chopping block and what's not. When he said that speaking in tongues is not for the church, immediately I realized that the whole charismatic thread, the NAR thread, that's going to get thrown under the bus. We're not doing speaking in tongues in the New World Order. Okay, that makes sense because speaking in tongues is like really out there. The New World Order needs to be common. It needs to be for everyone. And speaking in tongues is like a really like fringe type of situation. It's very out there, but it has its purpose. And that purpose is to discredit Protestantism. And that's the purpose that it's going to fulfill. So speaking in tongues, not for the church. Okay, we know that that thread has a little clock on its head now. AI needs to be reined in. Do we want to build the city of God or do we want to build the Tower of Babel? Oh, you technocrats, Sam Altman, Anthropic, all of you have a clock on your head unless you bow down and come along for the ride. And of course, they will come along for the ride. Probably after this economic crash, all of these AI companies will be, sponsored, subsidized by the government, bailed out, right? So we'll see what happens, but they have a clock on their head. So that means when the Pope released that encyclical, the whole AI is the mark of the beast, technocratic dystopian thread should have ended in your mind. Because that tells you, oh, this is getting roped in. Do you get it? So the future is you watch what this guy is doing and which way he's moving, and you understand the pace of history and what's next and so on. We have to watch the papacy. Do people watch the Pope? No. If you're watching my content, you are, which is good. But we need to help others learn these things because Muslims and Jews and commies and technocrats are not the final boss. The Pope is the final boss. And the Pope appears as light and good and solving problems and bringing peace and prosperity and common sense and rationale. But that is the whole point. The whole point is to solve the problems for you so that you put your hope and trust and marvel in someone other than Jesus Christ. And when you get that, you realize who the true evil Antichrist power on the earth is, because Antichrist has two meanings. Moving on, this is my culture tab, culture shaping, all that jazz. This is from Adventist Messenger. Roman Catholics renew the call for legally protected Sunday rest, July 14th. Südtiroler News, a German language news outlet, published an article on July 8th, 2026 titled Sunday Must Be a Day of Rest for Families, reporting on how the Catholic Workers Association is advocating for the preservation of Sunday as a legally protected day of rest in the interest of family life, workers' rights, health, and social relations. What did I tell you? What is Sunday rest for? Family life, workers' rights, health. Everybody wants health, right? Mental health, social relationships. What kind of demographic does this appeal to? Does this appeal to the frothing at the mouth like Crusader bros? No. Those are people who are going to take the mark on the head. This appeals to like the atheists, the secular people, the people who are lukewarm in their faith and they just whatever, they just want to pay their bills and hang out on the weekend. That's the people who appeals to. This is the taking the mark on the hand language. Family, workers' rights, health, social relationships. It's not Eucharist, papal supremacy, Mass, being subservient to the Catholic Church, which all of that is baked into Sunday. Do you get it? But that's the duplicitous nature of the devil. On one hand, it's total submission to the papacy, yet it's branded to you as a solution for all people. That doesn't make any sense. Because you can't have submission to an autocrat, basically a God king, and also it being good for everyone. Those two things are conflicting, but that's what you get with Catholicism, because it's constantly contradicting itself. It's duplicitous, just like Satan. For centuries, the Roman Catholic Church has promoted Sunday not only as the day of Eucharistic worship, but also as a common good that serves society. Oh boy. Although today's arguments for Sunday rest laws are given in humanitarian terms, the main object remains the same: preserve and protect Sunday through civil legislation. Südtirol News reported the following in its article. The Social Center wing of the South Tyrolean People's Party strongly advocates maintaining Sunday trading restrictions. A recently published survey by the Institute for the Promotion of Labor impressively confirms that the vast majority of the South Tyroleans do not want shops to be generally open on Sundays. The Catholic Workers Association also has commented. KWW Chairman Warner Steiner expressed Sunday and public holiday rest must be preserved. He argues that it serves to protect employees, promotes health, and creates time for family and social relationships. The KVW's Women's Association, I said KWW, it's KVW. KVW Women's Association has been advocating the same position for years. Sunday is the battery for the whole week, emphasized Heidrun Gola, a chairwoman of the KVW Women's Association. Especially in times of increasing stress, regular periods of rest are essential. Shopping can easily be done on the other 6 days of the week. That reminds me of that line by the Pharisees. Come on the other 6 days of the week, Therefore, Sunday should remain a protected day of rest for employees wherever possible. Work deserves our appreciation, but so do breaks. A free Sunday strengthens families and society. Let's continue to work to ensure this remains the case, concluded Warner Steiner. Of course, all these people in the back of the room are doing secret handshakes, and they're part of secret orders and Catholic orders, and they're knighted and honored and all these things too. So what do you expect? Every movement encouraging governments to protect Sunday through legislation reflects Rome's long-standing vision that civil authorities should recognize and safeguard Sunday as the common day of rest. Remember that? Common day of rest. Sunday continues to occupy a unique place in public policy discussions, and wherever efforts arise to give it special legal protection, Catholic leaders and Catholic labor organizations are always among those advocating for its preservation as the weekly day of rest. History repeatedly demonstrates that when governments begin favoring certain popular religious observances, the rights of minorities always come under pressure. For this reason, Seventh-day Adventists have a responsibility to educate people about both biblically, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Anyway, you get the idea. Hopefully, you're getting the idea. This is from FijiSun.com. Call to restore Sunday restrictions raised during constitutional consultations. Did I read? This is in Fiji. Did I highlight anything? Yeah, this is just in Fiji, and it's just showing you Mr. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Bukit-Tukuna told commissioners that in early decades, Sundays were widely respected as a day of worship, rest, and family time, with business activity, supports, and public work largely paused in many communities. This is from May. This is earlier this year, but it goes to show you that this is everywhere, folks. And these are just the little ripplings on the surface. In the coming 2, 3, 4 years, especially after 2028, you're going to see this front and center. I promise you. Colombia is building an 86-meter tall statue of Jesus Christ, which would become the tallest Jesus statue in the world if completed. It doesn't matter how big your statue is. It matters whether you believe or not. But this is the world we're going toward, and this is a common thing. This is idolatry. Let's build a giant statue. Would Jesus have ever wanted you to build a giant statue of him? First off, you don't even know what he looked like. But to build a giant statue of God so that people can look at it and marvel rather than looking out into the sky and wondering, gosh, God fills all things. Now they can look at a statue of something that presents itself to be Jesus, on a crucifix, which is subliminal programming, and they can marvel at that. That's not good. Not good at all. That's the world we're living in, and it's the world we're going toward. This was, I think, on Ecumenism. Oh. Okay, well, I can't find that article for some reason. It just literally disappeared. It was on MSN, and I tried looking for the title, and it doesn't pull it up, but it pulls up a similar, I think this is the same event, from EWTN News. It says, Catholic Orthodox bishops join in dialogue in prayer at Washington, D.C. conference. This is recent. It's July 14th. So this is more ecumenical shenanigans between them. And of course, they exchanged dialogue and joined together in prayer at an ecumenical conference in Washington, D.C. this week with the hope that one day the Eastern and Western churches will be reunited. This is going to happen, folks. It's going to happen in the next few years. There are many huge anniversaries that they're going to pander to all of these people, and they're going to take advantage of it. And with the current Pope and the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew, who is probably a Freemason himself, then it's going to be a cakewalk. It's going to be a cakewalk for the beast. And on top of that, the wars in Russia and Ukraine, the instability in Greece, there are many problems with the Orthodox nations that the common good Catholic social teaching Pope as the moral compass of the world situation is going to solve. Never mind the fact that they are practically the same religion with a few exceptions. So it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. The Orthodox are very arrogant, and certainly there's many that see the Pope as the Antichrist, which is a good thing. But most of them, they don't think clearly. Here's another one. On Facebook I saw, it's a group called Filioque, Orthodox or Heterodox. And this person made a post, a new book coming out. The release is this October 2026, October 27th. Reuniting Rome with the Orthodox, How the Great Schism Unfolded and Might Yet Be Healed by Dmitry Solzhenitsyn, Laurent Kleinerwick, Aidan Nichols. Solzhenitsyn clearly explains how Catholics and Orthodox can agree on the Filioque and perhaps even papal authority, as well as many other concrete tools of reunion. As the Dominican theologian Father Aidan Nichols observes in his afterword to the volume, Orthodox theologian Father Laurent Kleinerwick provides an introduction. While one could quibble with the meaning of some historical details, the historically informed Catholic will not find much to quarrel with in Solzhenitsyn's telling of the tale. So the book is called Reuniting Rome with the Orthodox, How the Great Schism Unfolded and Might Yet Be Healed. Here's a picture of Peter and Andrew. I don't know which one is Peter or Andrew, but it's Peter and Andrew, because Andrew is the patron saint of Orthodoxy. Saint Andrew the Apostle. And Peter, of course, is Rome. And they're just giving each other the fraternal kiss. This is going to happen, folks. The East and the West will be reunited. And there's definitely going to be some major shenanigans to accomplish that. But that's why I said it doesn't matter if you go to, you think you're avoiding Catholicism by going to Orthodox. Orthodox is, it's Chad and it's stronger and it's got a, you immediately get a nice solid pack of 6 abs and square chin is when you become Orthodox. No, it doesn't matter. You're still going towards the beast. So this is the thing that people don't realize. J.D. Vance, Satan wants Christians to separate faith from politics. Oh, goodness gracious. July 20th, 2026. J.D. Vance says the devil has a favorite trick, convincing Christians that faith and politics belong in separate rooms. Really? Really, J.D.? In a wide-ranging new interview with Bishop Robert Barron, of course, of the Minnesota-based Roman Catholic Diocese of Winona-Rochester for an episode of his eponymously named podcast held at the vice president's residence, Vance called for a more fully Christian politics, one that refuses to treat economic growth as an idol or to dismiss Catholic social teaching as merely spiritual stuff with no input on how a nation should be run. Do you understand the future of this country, my friend? Do you see it yet? Catholic social teaching is going to be the New World Order. CST is NWO, or NWO is CST. The discussion, which was tied to the release of Vance's new memoir, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, explores his 2019 conversion to Catholicism. In addition to discussing Vance's own religious journey and the philosophies of Catholic thinkers, including St. Augustine, Vance and Barron addressed the relationships between Catholic social teaching and U.S. politics, along with points of friction between the Trump administration and some Catholic church leaders. Vance reflected on the legacy of the late Pope Francis, who died in April 2025, as part of that discussion. I always kind of liked that Pope Francis would just throw these bombs out there in the media because it would force a conversation, he said. It forced a dialogue, and he was kind of a genius at that. Yeah, Pope Francis was a Jesuit, so what do you expect? After Barron praised Francis' encyclical Dignitas Infinita as one of the best summaries of Catholic social teaching in its breadth and its variety, he noted the late pontiff was being criticized by a lot of right-wing Catholics as Marxist. Barron rejected that characterization. I hate Marxism, but I wrote frequently saying, no, that's not Marx, that's Thomas Aquinas, which, if you know your stuff, he's completely right. Communism is not Jewish, folks. Communism is Catholic. You read Thomas Aquinas' writings about property and how the lesser individual can help himself to the property of a more wealthy individual if the situation calls for it. And how basically the Catholic Church is the authority over your property and will redistribute it as it sees fit according to its moral compass. Thomas Aquinas is the author of communism. And of course, that evolved through the Jesuits and the reductions and 150 years of practicing the reductions and communizing these poor Guarani Indians. It was Catholic communism. And then come along, Marx and Engels, Protestant, quote unquote, Protestant, and Karl Marx, the typical scheming Jew rubbing his hands that you can blame all the world's evils on. What do you think? Communism isn't, just like you said, that's not Marx, that's Thomas Aquinas. He's being honest, he's telling you the truth. And yet people still want to blame the Jews for communism. Yes, they were involved with it, but so were the Jesuits, and the Catholic Church has been teaching communism for 800 years. But communism in a religious sense, communism with a pope, communism like regular communism, is really just Catholicism without a papacy and replaced by an atheistic state with a dictator. It's the same thing. At the end of the day, you're having to choose between what form of tyranny do you want? Well, we don't want the corporate tyranny because they're too greedy. We don't want the Zionist tyranny because all they care is about their own, people, and they care anybody else is treated like animals and cattle. We don't want the communist tyranny because they're atheistic. They don't make any room for the family or religion. We don't want, what do you want? Well, okay, we'll gladly take the Pope's version of tyranny, even though it's not, obvious to people, but that's what it is. It's tyranny. That's the version that solves all of the problems of the other tyrannies in exchange for obeying that version of tyranny. There's no difference. They're just on the surface, it's packaged very nicely. Moving on, Vance described the Marxist label applied to Francis's teaching as an example of the devil being a deceiver, arguing one way to turn people's minds off of very traditional and I think ultimately true Christian teaching is to name it as something else. He then defended Francis' beliefs as consistent with extremely Christian ideas about the universal destination of goods, specifically the need for balance between promoting economic growth and ensuring everyone has a good opportunity to get their piece of the pie. This is communism, folks. The Catholics have been teaching communism through Catholic social teaching and the writing of Aquinas for centuries. Vance also endorsed the idea that Jesus Christ does not confine himself to the little spheres of your life. When Barron identified Jesus Christ as the Lord of your life, Vance agreed, Jesus really cares about how you treat your wife, and he really cares about how you treat your kids, but he also cares about everything else too. Recalling his youth, Vance said, it sometimes felt like whenever Christians engage in politics, we were very comfortable engaging with this or that social or cultural issue, but not anything else. He described current trends as an opportunity for us to rediscover a more fully Christian politics that says that actually Jesus has opinions about all of these things. This is such a clever, snaky way of saying, look, religion belongs everywhere in the public sphere. Because it's not really like Christianity. It's Catholicism belongs there with our values. Catholic social teaching is not just like this frou-frou stuff. This is what you need to bow down to because it's going to be the governing frame of thought. Trump is on his way out, folks. Vance is the young blood. He just got initiated. You think they're going to let him go? No, whether he becomes president or not, I don't know. But he's certainly going to be part of this thing. And what is he telling you is that future. He's telling you up front and personal, that future is Catholic social teaching. If you don't get all of it right, you risk getting the most important parts wrong, he said. You can't just confine your faith to these narrow little slices of society or of culture or of your own life. It's got to be true for the whole thing. Barron invoked C.S. Lewis's image of inviting Jesus to the front parlor of the house for an hour a week before asking him to please go away. Instead, Barron said he wants to be the Lord of the living room and the dining room and the bedroom and the kitchen and the basement and the pool house, and that includes our economic and political lives. What a sneaky, sneaky way to try to convince you that the church should be above the state and therefore mandate all aspects of your life. Barron insisted that we can't bracket those by saying that's not spiritual stuff. Vance also pushed back on the belief that churches should be about churches and leave the politics to the politicians. He countered, if you really believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and you believe all that truth that flow from that, to your point, he actually has a lot to say about all parts of your life. Vance also said that he was troubled that we had made an idol out of the American corporation and out of economic growth, which he called a deeply anti-Christian idea. He said, we have become so obsessed with the economic measurements that that's how we judge ourselves. That's how we judge our success as policymakers. As examples of this distortion, Vance pointed to pressure on women to return to work immediately after childbirth and arguments that frame abortion access as a way to keep women in the workforce. If you obsess purely on what you're measuring economically, then you can come up to all these very distorted conclusions. He said his own view is that the economy exists to serve the human person, adding, we don't order our society so that we have a line on a chart to go up. Do you see the message? Do you see the solution to all of those social injustices and all of the icky, greedy corporate BS that's going on, and the K-shaped economy and the inflation bonzaga nonsense that's going on that's ruining everybody's savings? Do you see the direction this is going? The economy should be there to serve your fellow man. We shouldn't be there as slaves to economic growth. Gosh, what a beautiful message. Except who's it coming from and for what purpose? The devil uses the good things to do great evil. And that's the thing you need to be warned about. I've been talking about it for years, and hopefully some people are getting it. Okay, I'm not going to watch this whole thing. Just a few, first minute or two. This is Ruslan. And Ruslan is highlighting Mike Winger, who's also another superstar pastor, going nuclear on Islam, which again, I'm telling you that Islam has a clock on its head. This is just yet another development in this whole saga, because the Muslim apologists have been going bonkers on some of these mainstream Christian apologists who oppose them, like Inspiring Philosophy, if you ever watched his content. Or God Logic, or oh gosh, what's his name now? I can't. David Wood. All of these guys have been going hard against Islam, and the Muslims, instead of engaging them, in intellectual debate, because they don't have anything intellectual, because Islam is a false religion and Muhammad was a pedophile. So what do you expect? What can you possibly defend intellectually when your book is full of lies and your founder is a false prophet, admittedly even by your own text? Where the way Muhammad died, or he said if he's a false prophet, he would die by, his aorta getting cut off. And that's exactly what he expressed when he died, because he got poisoned. He said, my aorta, I feel like my aorta is getting cut off. Well, so he fulfilled his own prophecy that he's a false prophet. Anyway, that's another can of worms. I talk about that in some of my videos. But the point is that now they are harassing these guys, doxing them, threatening their families. They have to go move. It's just a whole fiasco. And so Mike Winger is getting now involved, and he's going to leverage his entire audience of hundreds of thousands of people against Islam. And now you're having more and more attention against this. Where do you think this is going to go? That's my question.
Doxed for his work regarding apologetics towards Islam. Mike Winger came out in support and posted this, going completely nuclear on the entire situation. Okay, so check this out. Mike Winger said, Muslims are stalking and threatening Christians online who are seen as too successful at converting other Muslims to Christianity. My friend Michael Jones is one of those Christians. His family is in serious danger from these Muslims, and he needs to move to a different, safer house due to credible threats, real-world stalking, and doxing. If you have benefited from Inspiring Philosophy's YouTube content, or just want to help a brother out, keep his family safe, please consider donating. So he posted the GoFundMe, as many of us did. He goes on to say, due to recent increases in Muslim threats against Christians online, I have made a decision. I'm going to help expose Islam more. Now, this is significant because, as you
now look at what he posted on Twitter. Let's see. 90,000, 150,000, 530,000. Muhammad saw his adopted son's wife and lusted after her, so he made them get divorced so he could add her to his harem of women. And after people complained that he can't marry his son's ex-wife, he outlawed adoption as a rule in Islam to justify this. He said God said so. Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl. Due to recent increases in Muslim threats against Christians online, I have made a decision. Get out of here, stupid thing. I'm going to help expose Islam more. And now, if you have been following Mike Winger, I saw him get he was like at the Charlie Kirk memorial, when they had that fireworks display and everything in the stadium. He was there, and the whole Charlie Kirk thing really militarized Mike Winger. I'm very worried for him because I used to watch some of his stuff, and I think he had some great Bible studies. Like his series on typology in the Bible is great. There's some things, obviously that he gets wrong. I don't recommend because he's an Arminian, he's a premillennial, whatever. It's not like a condemning thing, but the point is just be aware. However, after the Charlie Kirk thing, Mike really went like Christian nationalists, like we need to like take a more active role in like spiritual warfare type of stuff. He's really exposing the NAR crowd. He's really exposing these charlatans in the charismatic crowd, which is good. Like, good. They should be exposed. But it also serves the agencies of Rome. I'm not saying Mike Winger is a Rome Jesuit puppet or anything like that, but I see him moving in a more, like synergistic direction because he is an Arminian. So, of course, when you're an Arminian and you believe in synergistic cooperative salvation, you are so easily suckered by the Black Pyramid with the Arabic writing on it. Do you get it? That doesn't work if you're a monergist. If you're a monergist, you just laugh at that stuff and you say, whatever. God's will, you're not going to be able to force God's hand. God has determined everything for a purpose. But if you believe that things are cooperative, you essentially believe that reality is what we make it through our choices, which is the New Age belief, which is Satan's gospel. And most of the world believes that. That's why they're so easily suckered by the 1-2 punch of boogeyman, solution, boogeyman, solution. Do you get it? Because people believe in free will. That's the underpinning thing of this entire situation. That's why, again, please read my book. It's the 7 Transformations, so you understand how all of it comes together in monergism. And conversely, all of the deceptions of the world are anchored in synergism and synergistic thinking, free will ideology, because that's the devil's paradigm. As long as you can believe in free will, then you're chasing the rat race and you're on the rat wheel and you can be manipulated. So Mike Winger, unfortunately, because of his soteriology, I believe, is a great factor in this. He's getting suckered into this, this militant. And look, I'm very happy that he's exposing Islam. Believe me, like I think he's doing a good thing for doing that. Islam should be exposed. The problem is, how does this fit into the eschatological landscape of everything else? Do you see what I'm talking about? Especially if he's also been motivated by a lot of the Christian nationalist stuff. And Mike Winger is not like Andrew Wilson or, like these other extremist guys like the Joel Webben or whatever. He's not like that, I don't think, at least not yet. But I think definitely after the Charlie Kirk thing, he has gotten much more of a taste of like, we need to do something. We need to do something as Christians. And that I'm very worried about for Mike Winger. But we'll see where this goes. We'll have to watch his progress and see what happens. But again, this is another ticker for Islam. Islam is going down, folks. Islam is going down. They have a clock on their head, and combined with all of the militarizing of Christians that are now opposing Islam, the internet spreading news like wildfire, other Muslims converting and telling their Muslim family, like, listen, Muhammad was a false prophet. You combine all three, Islam is done. On top of that, number 4, war in the Middle East, economic destabilization in all these Islamic countries, dialectics, etc. Like, Islam is done. They'll be converted. Don't you worry. They'll come to the Catholic social teaching side of things. And again, who knows how exactly it's going to be, but you're going to have room for people who are not fully in line with this mentally, and people who do believe and froth at the mouth for the papal supremacy. That's the reality that's coming. It's going to accommodate both. So don't think that all of these Muslims need to suddenly start worshiping the Pope. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at that Islam as a paradigm is disintegrating, just like Zionism is disintegrating, just like communism, just like liberalism, and all these isms, because all of them have served their purpose. This is a trailer for an interview between Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden, which is very, very interesting.
Has been our greatest dream. White people do feel like we are being boxed out. A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people. I didn't say the problem's black people. Well, you just did, Nick. You just said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. You get what I'm saying? Yes. About the Holocaust thing? Oh, about that. We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the
As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platform.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. We can get there. Okay?
Do you see what's going on? Do you see the synthesis between right and left? How they're both erring. Of course, there's a little conflict because you have to have a little bit of realism to make it seem like a real situation. But what's really going on is that there's a synthesis. There's a synthesis between right and left. And we can really agree about Donald Trump being, a jerk and ruining the country. We need something better for the country, don't we? The right and the left can both agree that we need something better for this country. Well, listen, Nick, you as a right-leaning, frothing at the mouth, quote unquote Republican, you need to start caring about social justice and black people. And do you really hate the Jews? What kind of social justice do you care about? And you, Hunter Biden, since you're, a Democrat on the left, it's been traditionally very atheistic. You need to care about religion and a little more nationalism and not be so globalist. Yeah, you're right. So maybe we could both come together on that. What could possibly have best of both worlds? What has social justice and care for the poor and the weak, but also has religion and a little bit of nationalism? What has that? Well, Catholic social teaching does. Do you get it? Catholic social teaching does. That's the synthesis that we're approaching. And that's why both sides of the political spectrum had to be destroyed. Because those threads being manipulated by the divine manipulation of the threads need to intersect and come into one thread, which is the counterfeit narrow road of Catholic social teaching. Moving on. Prominent podcaster Sean Ryan released his second podcast with Catholic priest Father Chad Ripperger after their first episode on spiritual warfare sparked widespread interest in Catholicism, with many viewers saying it inspired them to explore or convert to the faith. Now, Sean Ryan is supposedly back in the Catholic Church, and he is doing his job promoting the Catholic Church and being an influencer. And of course, he has millions of followers. Sean Ryan tells Tucker of return to Catholicism after Father Ripperger interview. Ryan speculated that God is allowing him to feel the pain of hell the same way a father would allow his son to feel the painful consequences of his actions. Former U.S. Navy SEAL and popular podcaster Sean Ryan told Tucker Carlson that he experienced the torments of hell and that he has returned to the Catholic Church. Well, hell hasn't happened yet, so what tormented you that would traumatize you so that then it could offer you the solution of a false light paradigm? Was that the Holy Spirit? I don't think so, because the Holy Spirit, it might convict you in certain ways and make you feel like crap about yourself, because we are crap without God. But the Holy Spirit wouldn't lead you into the Catholic Church. It's much like Ellen White, when she had her vision that she was going to be judged and whatever else because she was so obsessed with her legalistic purity from being a Methodist. And then a few weeks later, she had another vision where she saw this brilliant white light, and supposedly she crawled through this little staircase, which is so creepy. And then she saw Jesus sitting there on his throne. And he said, Ellen White, I have this green cord that I need you to put around your wrist, and that way you could always be in touch with me. Was that Jesus? Was any biblical rendition of Jesus ever like that? So weird? No, of course not. But when you have the 1-2 punch, the traumatizing dream, and then the comfortable, shining light, beautiful, type of dream. Same thing with this. This guy has some sort of experience, vision, supernatural thing of hell. And now he's back at the Catholic Church. Dark to light. Are you seeing a pattern? It's the same thing, folks, whether it's on people, on nations, on movements, it's always the same dualistic attack. The interview was released by Carlson shortly after Ryan's own viral interview of the famed exorcist Father Chad Ripperger. I felt what hell was going to be like, Ryan told Carlson during the interview released on Friday. He explained that he didn't want to go into much detail to avoid having a breakdown on Carlson's show, but later on elaborated a bit about the experience. So again, this is not from the Holy Spirit. It was not a vision, but a feeling, said Ryan. I don't think the human mind can imagine that kind of agony and torture and aloneness. It was really the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced in my entire life, he shared. He also disclosed to Carlson that the feeling is ongoing. Ryan attempted to express what he believes is the reason for his experience. You know, I went to Mass on Sunday and I'm like full-blown going back to the Catholic Church now. He went on to describe a homily he heard during the Mass to express the danger of continually calling out evil, which Ryan has done through his podcast without guarding one's own heart against evil. We all have an evil side to us, said Ryan. We all are selfish in our own ways, and it's too easy to call other people out all the time. The former SEAL suggested that the massive success of his show became a problem for his soul. He would cover topics that came across his desk or that he felt really passionate about, like the exploitation of kids, and his show would be so explosive. It would be like the perfect storm, and then all the praise came behind that. And I think I got caught up in that praise, and then I'm searching, for what's the next one. Let's talk about Neuralink. Let's talk about Trump. Let's talk about Israel. Let's talk about everybody. I'm still passionate about those topics, but it never ends. I feel like I was maybe shown hell, and I'm still experiencing it for a reason, he told Carlson. Ryan speculated that God is allowing him to feel the pain of hell to teach him a lesson, the way a father would allow his son to feel the painful consequences of his actions to drive home a particular danger. If my son's playing with an electrical socket and he keeps sticking his finger in there, and I'm like, no, don't. Hey, you're going to shock yourself. Hey, go time out. All right, that's it. Go to your room. Eventually, I'm just going to let him stick his finger in there and figure out why I don't want him to stick his finger in this. And I think maybe that's what Christ did to me. He was like, all right, here it is, buddy. You want to feel it? That's what it is. And I never want to touch that expletive again. Worst feeling ever I felt in my life. It's indescribable, he told Carlson. And so you come away thinking that God directed you to this place to teach you something, and that thing was you want to avoid hell, inferred Carlson to elicit clarification from Ryan. I hope that's what it is, he replied. First I thought that's where I'm going, but now I think maybe that's what it is. And like I said, it's ongoing, so I'm not out of whatever this is yet. This is very, very dark. This person is being traumatized, whether that's, by some initiation ritual or design of others, or just a, timing of satanic movement in the world and picking on the weak of mind. I don't know. But fruits tell you where the roots are. And the fruits of this is that he's moving back into Babylon. The Holy Spirit would not guide you into Babylon. Now, maybe God has a plan for Sean, and he's going to wake up further at some point in time. I don't know. Or maybe he's an agent, and he's just playing his part. I really don't know. But nevertheless, God would never lead you into the Catholic Church. He would lead you out of it. That's for certain. Here's the Sean Ryan Show. How many subscribers? 6.47 million subscribers. Now, all of those people are going to start hearing about the Eucharist and Sunday and the papacy and the moral compass of the world and blah, blah, blah. And Mary. That's another element of all of this. It's all coming together, folks. It's all coming together. This is on Facebook, and it says, Israel is preparing for the 2000th anniversary of Jesus' baptism in 2030. Creating a special task force led by Ambassador George Deek to coordinate preparations and strengthen ties with Christian leaders worldwide. Now, quick pause. The actual anniversary is next year, 2027, because Jesus' ministry started in 2027. He was crucified in 31 AD. He started in 27 AD. Now, the counterfeit of that is that he started his ministry in 30 AD, and he was crucified in 33 AD. So all these 2,000-year anniversaries that are fake, like the 2030 baptism anniversary, is celebrating a Jesus that doesn't exist. The same with a 2033 crucifixion jubilee, whatever they're going to celebrate, which you can bet that between 2030 and 2033, you will see the one world ecumenical, Catholic social teaching, lukewarm, whatever universal Christian body of Christ come to life. You're going to see that happen between 2030 and 2033. Why am I so sure about that? I'm so sure about that because these two anniversaries, if we're even around by 2033, but I've said 2034, I can't really see beyond that. I'm not saying, it's exactly 2034, but I don't see the world going into like 2050, okay? At least not in the way that it's currently is. But I think when Jesus comes back, we won't be counting time anyway. Anyway, the point is 2030 to 2033, you have two major counterfeit anniversaries. Do you understand? Two significantly counterfeit anniversaries of a Jesus that doesn't exist, because the real Jesus, the biblical Jesus, his anniversaries are 2027, next year, and 2031. The counterfeit Catholic universal body of Christ, ecumenical Christ, his anniversaries are 2030 and 2033. Between those two anniversaries, and especially considering we're only in 2026, and you see all of the ecumenical shenanigans going around, is it really that big of a stretch of the imagination to believe that you are going to see all of the churches united and a one world body of Christ type of situation by then? Is it that big of a stretch of the imagination? I don't think it is. Is it a big imagination stretch to think that there will be major false signs and wonders, ecumenical things, revivals in the Middle East, all kinds of stuff going on between those years or even before then? Absolutely. It's not a stretch of the imagination at all. That is going to be so easy by then. So easy. 2030 is 4 years away. Imagine what has happened in the last 4 years alone. The whole Zionist thing started in 2023. That was 3 years ago. Barely. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of 2023. How much has happened in 3 years? We went from like, you can't question the Jews to now everybody's questioning the Jews in 3 years. Well, 4 more years until the first of these two anniversaries. What's going to happen? Well, a lot is going to happen. Huge things are going to happen. And then from the first anniversary, which is 2030, to 2033 are another 3 years. So people underestimate how fast things can happen. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, that's not a lot of time. And yet it's going to be a long way there, folks, because there's going to be a lot of things happening. Anyway, the Foreign Ministry called for the anniversary a milestone of profound spiritual significance for more than 2 billion Christians worldwide. Unfortunately, because they're deceived. Do you get it? It's a milestone for all these people because they're deceived, and the devil's going to take advantage of that milestone. Officials expect millions of Christian pilgrims to visit the Holy Land and say Israel will work to ensure access to all of its holy sites. What do you think is going to happen with so many pilgrims there? Do you think that the Jews and Muslims will have some maybe revival type of experiences and crossover and cross-pollination? And by then there's going to be peace in the Middle East and economic stability and prosperity for this to happen? Do you get it? All of these things are happening so that when these anniversaries happen, there's going to be a very, very lukewarm, very easy kind of situation for people to cross over and have, cross-pollination. Meanwhile, neighboring Jordan is also preparing for the anniversary at Bethany beyond the Jordan, with King Abdullah II announcing infrastructure improvements. Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzabella said, "The baptism of Christ is an eternal event that continues to speak to every believer." Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said Israel is committed to welcoming pilgrims and will continue to safeguard freedom of worship and access to holy sites for members of all faiths. It'll be very interesting to see where Israel as a state is by then, because that's a long time from now. And at the rate things are going, I don't see the same Israel that is today, that is passing laws against Christians and being very atheistic. I don't see that same Israel being there in 4 years. I don't. And if it's a different Israel, then that means there will be a prime opportunity for ecumenical shenanigans and revivals and charismatic type of spiritual experiences and Eucharistic miracles. And I mean, can you imagine? Think about the satanic power that is going to be unleashed in these anniversaries. Again, they're fake anniversaries. Imagine there's going to be Christians, Muslims, and Jews, droves of them in the Middle East, expecting something because it's a big deal, 2000th anniversary, and you get these Eucharistic miracles and everything, and you start having these waves of spiritual experiences, maybe even appearances of some kind, and you will see conversions and revivals if they haven't happened already by then. So expect the unexpected, right? Militant nationwide strike in Greece calls for legal protection of Sunday as the day of rest. We want our Sunday. One of the clearest signs that we are heading toward the final crisis in Earth's history is the growing effort to secure civil recognition and legal protection for Sunday. While many may view the events unfolding in Greece merely as a labor issue, Bible prophecy points to a much deeper significance. Across the globe, there is an increasing push to guarantee Sunday rest in the name of family time, worker well-being, physical and mental health, social stability, and the common good, and time for worship. Although the justification for Sunday laws may vary, the result is the same: apply pressure to exalt Sunday through civil legislation. On July 20th, the European Office of the World Federation of Trade Unions reported that commerce workers across Greece launched a nationwide strike demanding that Sunday be legally protected as the nation's day of rest. Demonstrations were held in the 18 cities, with workers arguing that expanding Sunday commerce deprives them of family life, personal time, and much-needed rest. Their main demand is that the government enact stronger legal protections to preserve Sunday as a guaranteed day of rest. I talked about this like a year or two ago, because at that time, Greece was undergoing some shenanigan where they were making people work 7 days a week or something. There was a lot of shenanigans with the work schedule there. And I remember saying how I foresaw that this is going to create a dialectical situation where it's going to create a reasoning for people to uprise and get pissed off and demand that there's at least 1 day of rest. And of course, what day you're going to pick, because they're Greek Orthodox, they're going to pick Sunday. And this is exactly what's happening. The World Federation of Trade Unions expressed the following: thousands of commerce workers across Greece sent a strong and militant strike message on Sunday, 19th of July, demanding the protection of Sunday as a day of rest and the signing of a sectoral collective bargaining agreement. The nationwide strike, called by the Federation of Private Employees of Greece, was marked by strike rallies, demonstrations, and interventions outside shops, supermarkets, and shopping centers. Mobilizations took place in 18 cities throughout the country. Commerce workers made it clear that they will not accept the transformation of Sunday into yet another working day. With banners, slogans, and organized strike action, workers highlighted the harsh conditions and Sunday work that deprives thousands of workers of their free time, family life, and ability to plan their lives. We are workers, not machines. Sunday belongs to the workers and their families, not to the large retail corporations, was the message heard loudly during the strike mobilizations. The strike placed at the center of the struggle the demand for sectoral collective bargaining agreement providing substantial wage increases, the legal protection of Sunday as a day of rest, stable daily and weekly working hours, the abolition of split shifts, and effective health and safety measures in every workplace. The next major point of mobilization will be a nationwide mass rally on the 5th of September, which is coming up. So these things are reaching a boiling point. Of course, you also have the European Sunday Alliance in Europe, which is basically Project 2025 for Europe. And they're very intent on bringing this reality back. Europe must come back to Christendom. Now, this is also another thing touching on Vice President J.D. Vance and showing you the future where this is going, the counterfeit, lukewarm, narrow road solution. Now, this is from Ashley Hayes, which, of course, she's a dispensationalist. We're not going to listen to it. We just want to see this clip of J.D. Vance talking.
Sure that our children are just hearing the word so that we can raise generations that love God.
Yeah, so first, I remember when I was in boot camp, and I met a kid from Eastern Kentucky, and then we had a guy in our boot camp platoon who was from a denomination, a Christian denomination I'd never heard of. And I wrote a letter home to my mama, and I said, "What is this?" And she responded, "Well, it's just another branch of Christianity." And she said, "Honey, you know in Eastern Kentucky, we're all snake handlers." And so that was her response to that. But I remember, that was obviously, she was joking with me, but she said, it's all about Jesus. And that's one of the things I really love about the American church is there are all of these different pathways to God. Everybody has their own crises, their own blessings, their own moments of grace, their own moments of struggle. But I think that what's really cool about the American church is it's so dynamic because we're all forced to really deal with these issues. Like, you can't be an American Catholic or an American Pentecostal or an American Southern Baptist without running into somebody who has a slightly different perspective on faith. Yes, Jesus is all that matters, but I think one of the ways that we come to know God is by talking about him and trying to understand him. And that's what I love about the American church is we're all kind of figuring that out together. Different ways, sometimes with snake handlers, sometimes with speaking in tongues, sometimes with a beautiful Catholic Mass. But I think all these pathways really matter, and they're part of the reason why we do find our path to God.
Christ warned.
Do you get it? It's all the same in the pagan world. Whether you're handling snakes or frothing at the mouth, speaking in tongues, or sacrificing a false Christ on an altar, it's all satanic, folks. It's all the same thing. And this is the future. Because the reality remember, there are two parts of the mark. People that are going to froth at the mouth and take it willingly on the head, and people who are going to take it on the hand. That means that as time progresses forward, you're going to see both of these messages out in the culture speaking simultaneously. Because what? A devil has a snake tongue, which is a forked tongue, speaking in two directions simultaneously. In this particular interview, and in general, J.D. Vance is very much appealing to the people who will take the mark on the hand. Oh, we all have different paths to God, and some people speak in tongues. It's good to just talk about Jesus, and it's all about Jesus. It's just the way he speaks, so like lukewarmy and non-committal, is just so well rehearsed. You can tell that certainly he gets mentoring on these things, how to talk and how to be so like blasé on anything that he actually says, because nothing he says is substantial. It's all just BS. But this is the kind of thing that appeals to the weak-minded, to the people who don't have really any theology, but they kind of think like, maybe Christianity's better. Maybe I should just be a Christian, and whatever. I'll just do what they tell me. This is the kind of reality that's coming. This is lukewarm, universal counterfeit body of Christ type of mentality. J.D. Vance, this is from National Catholic Register, J.D. Vance's pitch for a national reversion. In Communion, the vice president and Catholic convert argues that America should follow his lead by returning to its Christian roots. America does not, it's funny how they have like a little saint thing around him subliminally. America does not have Christian roots, my friends. America was founded by deists at the best, but most of them were not believing in any kind of God. They were Freemasons, they were occultists, they were philosophers, they were not Christians whatsoever. In his latest memoir, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, Vice President J.D. Vance writes, with the zeal of a convert, Christianity has transformed his life, he says, and he's eager to share how it can transform yours too. Except Vance, who became Catholic in 2019, isn't primarily interested in convincing others to become Christian on a personal level, though I would welcome it, he writes. Instead, the vice president wants to make the case for Christianity on the national level, as the creedal ethos of American society, informing everything from our country's social values to its economic policy. Does that sound to you like head or hand type of language? Communion is built around an implicit analogy. Just as Vance returned from secular individualism to Christianity, America should undergo its own reversion, not simply through more people in the pews, but through a public life that is once again shaped by Christian belief. This thesis is what connects the book's first half, which recounts Vance's journey away from and then back to faith, to the latter half, which lays out the prominent role that the 41-year-old vice president believes Christianity should play in American society going forward. As such, Communion is neither a strictly spiritual memoir nor a political manifesto. It's both, with Vance's personal faith journey serving as the basis for his political conclusions. In fact, at one point, Vance even thinks the logic of his own conversion to his political outlook, links the logic of his own conversion, writing that, quote, if what brought me back to my faith was the sense that the church answered life's biggest questions, then I must resist the effort to confine Christ's moral teachings to a few social issues. How does that even follow? I don't understand how you get the church answering life's biggest questions, therefore Jesus belongs in government. I don't understand how you follow that, but what can you do with these people? Good fruit. Vance is so bullish on Christianity's role in American public life, primarily because he believes that Christianity can do for the nation what it's done for him personally, bear good fruit. Despite graduating from Yale Law, getting rich as a venture capitalist, and breaking into public prominence via his 2016 bestseller Hillbilly Elegy, Vance writes that the elitist rat race had left him burned out and ill-prepared to be a good husband and father. When he eventually returned to the Christian faith, it was not through an epiphany about Christ's divinity. Instead, it was through the belief that it would make him a better man, which Vance came to largely through the witness of Christians around him. So the social aspect, the behavioral aspect, that is what returned him to the Christian faith. Not that Jesus Christ is God and died for your sins as the propitiatory sacrifice for me as a substitute. No, not the head. It was, well, these social things, and I could be a better husband, and I could do this. and you had some better social outcomes. This is what attracted me to Christianity, which is really Catholicism. I love how they keep using Christian. It's Catholic. Two different things, folks. And of course, at the end, Christianity will practically mean nothing, but either way. It was the set of ideas and practices that generated the most good, the most truth, the most beauty of anything I'd encountered, the Vice President writes. Nothing else came close. It doesn't matter if you generate good works, because the Muslims and the Hindus and the Jews all have good works. They all have beauty. They all have architecture. They all have different things that they do that can be argued to be nice and good. It doesn't matter. What matters is it true? Is it true? Specifically, Vance says he was attracted to Catholicism by the church's account of a character formation as a slow, grace-aided process of growing in virtue. In other words, because he's a synergist and Catholicism teaches a false gospel of synergism that you basically are the determining factor in salvation, that made the most sense to him. The church's communal teachings and character also spoke to him. He writes that taking his cues from Catholicism has helped him overcome some of the trauma of his chaotic upbringing, making him more patient, self-giving, and forgiving. Well, isn't that nice? Some of Vance's critics might not see much evidence that the vice president has been transformed by Christian practice, but he says his wife, Usha, has certainly noticed a difference. Therapy didn't work for you, she once told him, but church does. And if Christianity has made Vance a better man, he's convinced that it can make America a better nation, correcting the societal rot introduced by secular liberalism. The big, bad, black pyramid with the Arabic writing on it. In Communion, Vance links the eclipse of Christianity's national influence to most of society's present-day ills, including rising racial strife, a gender gap among younger people, falling rates of love and partnership, and a society with a declining population. All of these talking points are Catholic social teaching talking points. And they're real problems. It's not like these are made-up problems. They're real. But they're talking points of Catholic social teaching. Because Catholic social teaching aims to use these social problems and inequalities, which it causes through its subversive agents. But it uses these inequalities as a shield to present itself as the solution. And of course, it will solve these problems to some extent. But in exchange, you must be obedient to the moral authority that provides the solution. That's the exchange. You know, it's like when the devil offered Jesus, all of these things that you see, I will give to you because it's been given to me. The exchange is that you bow down and worship me. And of course, Jesus denied that. But the man of sin, who is the Christ of the world, the Christ of the wicked, accepted that offer. So that's why he's the God of this world, the appointed heir of Satan's throne. Just like Christ went up and is ruling, Satan got thrown down and chose his Christ, the papacy, as the office to rule during the church age on earth. So it's just a mirror image in like the dark version. At one point, he suggests that it should be no surprise that removing God's name from the oaths and alliances of the post-war West has coincided with a lack of civilizational identity and strength. As Vance writes, our abandonment of Christian culture has coincided with an apparent decline in our collective will to live. What do you mean by Christian culture, dude? Because like Baptists and Presbyterians and Catholics and Anglicans, like they all have a very different culture. They all have a very different set of beliefs. So when you say Christian culture, what do you mean by that? Like there's no such thing. There's this generic Christian culture, but generic Christian culture is an open door for Rome to take advantage and legalize its own morality, i.e. Sunday rest. Vance's critique here isn't partisan. While he criticizes the left for propping up self-discovery as an ultimate virtue, he blasts the right for a slavish adherence to free market principles over other more human considerations like the well-being of families. We ought to stop worshiping such false idols and get back to worshiping God, he writes. Do you see what I've been telling you? Straight from the horse's mouth. So he criticizes the left for what? For their self-obsessed individualism and atheism. They don't have anything they worship other than themselves. That's true. The left has been pushed very hard to the left. But he also blasts the right. For slavish adherence to free market principles over other more human considerations. In plain English, the left needs to become more religious and come back to God. They already have social justice, so that part's fine. But they need to balance it with religion. They need to have like objective morality, because the left has gone off the deep end without any objective morality. But that's happening. That's going to come back. And the right needs to come back to the center and start caring about social justice, because it's far too corrupt. And what do you get when you combine morality and religion with social justice and nationalism? It seems like you solve all the problems, don't you? Well, you do in theory, but you have to submit your obedience to the pontiff as the moral compass to govern all those things. And that's what's coming. Politics and Christianity. Vance's use of "we" here is telling. For the vice president, if America is going to become Christian again, it must be influenced by Christian values at every level of society. Not everyone in America needs to be Christian, Vance writes, but Christianity needs to take its rightful place as America's creed, the shared moral language of the nation. A central theme of communion, as the name suggests, is that no man is an island. While each of us has free will, Vance writes that we are also members of a community influenced and formed by what's around us, i.e. the common good. These broader societal influences have an impact not just on the things we buy or the sports we follow, but on our religious belief and moral practice. In fact, after the birth of his first son, Ewan, Vance writes that he became preoccupied with the question of how to build a culture of virtue, not just in his family or local community, but within our entire society. This insight helps explain Vance's impatience with a version of politics that treats religion as purely individual choice. And given Vance's identification with post-liberalism, a political outlook that sees state power as an important tool for promoting the common good, it is clear that he sees political institutions and public policies as playing a role in his reversion. In Communion, Vance never argues that government can manufacture faith. His point is that broader social forces like politics can help shape the environment in which belief either withers or flourishes. For instance, he notes that churches will struggle to attract working-class people if those people are forced to work on Sundays, suggesting the need for political intervention. Gosh, we need to solve this problem. But if Vance believes that politics can help foster Christian renewal, an obvious question follows: where has this worked? Here, communion is noticeably less developed, especially for a book that is so focused on fruits. For instance, communion provides no contemporary examples of countries that have successfully spurred Christian renewal through political intervention. It makes several references to the strength of Christian civilization in the past, but it's unclear that these examples support Vance's thesis, precisely because he is calling not merely for the maintenance of a Christian culture, but the recovery of one. Perhaps the lack of contemporary examples is because Vance is proposing something that he thinks has yet to be tried in the post-Christian West. But perhaps it is because those countries that have made the attempt, such as Hungary under Viktor Orban, do not appear to have been particularly successful. The fruit of a true witness. And of course, America is destined to be really the model of this successful system. Do you get it? They've tried it in different places, but America is really the one that the Bible tells you is going to be responsible for deceiving the world into building this image. So America needs to be the one to model this Catholic social teaching utopia. So it's going to happen here. That's why I said after 2028, when people like Vance maybe come into the presidency, or who else, doesn't matter, Vance will be around shaping the culture. They didn't invest all this money and time into him just to let him go. And obviously he's on board with the agenda. So it doesn't matter. The point is, after 2028, you're going to see that reality come into the forefront more and more and more and more. And America will shine the light into the world, the false light of Catholic social teaching. And it'll show the world, look how successful we are. It's much better this way when you have a synthesis of right and left, and you have some social justice, you have a little bit of nationalism, a little bit of free market, a little bit of property, a little bit of religion. It all seems to work together. Just sign on the dotted line. The fruit of a true witness. This lacuna shouldn't be taken as proof that politics has no connection to Christianity's flourishing, but it does imply that Vance's approach is somewhat experimental and is not bound to guarantee any sort of national revival. This is because the source of Christianity's fruitfulness most fundamentally is grace, and grace is received by personal adherence to Christ and his church. While a president's speech can speak of the importance of Christian principles and a legislature can pass laws that make the faith easier to practice, these are not means through which people can encounter sacramental grace. In other words, societal factors can lead a horse to holy water, but they can't make it get baptized. I mean, they have a point. Obviously, their understanding is twisted, but they have a point in the sense that you can't legislate a change of conscience. Religious laws don't mean anything because God is the one that's sovereign over the heart. But you see, this is the problem. They don't believe in monergism. They believe in a synergistic reality. So to the synergist, it's we that have to do something in order to make things happen. You don't trust that God will achieve his purpose regardless of your efforts. And that's a completely different paradigm. And that's the difference between being deceived and not being deceived. Because synergism, like I've said, is the root of all deception. It truly is, my friends. It truly is. And again, in my book, you'll see exactly how that all works. Vance's own case is instructive. Although his own conversion was socially mediated, it was also something that he intentionally, what did he intentionally do? He intentionally pursued. He was drawn by the fruits of Christianity. He desired to become a Catholic, and he is now the one who practices the faith. There is something internal and intimate about a personal conversion that no national policy can produce. Given his public office and the fact that he's expected to make his own bid for the presidency in 2028, it is understandable that Vance's focus in communion's second half is on public policy and its connection to Christianity on a national level. A taste of things to come. Whether Vance makes it or not doesn't matter. This is a taste of things to come. So pay attention. But as communion also suggests, Christians eager to promote the faith via politics would do well to remember the primary factor that led to Vance's conversion in the first place, as highlighted in the book's opening, the true witness of Christian believers who, through their adherence to Christ and his church, bore fruit that attracted. And again, this is going to be the entire nation's belief system pretty soon. It really will. The Protestant movement is over. Protestants are converting to Orthodoxy and Catholicism in droves. As Israel collapses, you're going to see much more of that. It's going to be a dramatic demographic shift in the next 5 years. By 2030, the majority of the population in America will be Catholic. Just watch it. Watch it. Come back to YouTube in 2030. See if this video is still around. And let's see what the population is compared to Protestant to Catholic. Because right now, they're just like toe-to-toe. It's like 23% Protestant, 20% Catholic. Toe-to-toe. At this rate, by 2030, it's going to be like 30% Catholic and, 10% Protestant. We'll see. See what happens. But here's more quotes from the book. Churches will struggle to attract working class people if those people are forced to work on Sundays. Of course. Pope Leo XIII's theory of human nature strikes a balance so perfect it seems divinely inspired. This is from the book, J.D. Vance, Communion. Theory of human nature strikes a balance. Of course, there has to be balance because there's just so much imbalance in the world. So the thing that doesn't have imbalance, which is Catholic social teaching, seems like the real solution. That's why it's so powerful, because it integrates everything. It doesn't have imbalances. Of course, it has a great imbalance in the fact that you have to submit to the papacy. But that's not obvious because it mixes both right and left together very, very cleverly. But J.D. Vance thinks that this is divinely inspired. Is J.D. Vance, if he became president, again, I don't know if he will or not, doesn't matter, but just toying with the idea, if he became president, do you think he's going to support papal supremacy? Yes. Is he going to bow down to the Pope? Yes. Is he going to enforce Sunday legislations? Yes. And increasing involvement of church in state affairs? Yes. Obviously. So if that's the future and people like him are the future, is it really that big of a stretch of the imagination to believe that they're going to enforce a national day of rest? Is it? I don't think so. It's not mythology we're going off. We're going off facts and history and Bible prophecy. Here's another one. We're fine telling a businessman he must go to church and tithe, but not that he must pay his people for a fair wage. Gosh, that's rings so true, doesn't it? For the average American that's getting shafted by the economy and by Trump's, endless wars. Called himself the most Catholic evangelical in the world, Charlie taught me to love all parts of our Christian communion. As Christians, we're all together part of the same church, Charlie Kirk and Pope Francis, despite their different views. We're all part of the same church. We all have the same God. It's all about Jesus. That reality, you see how he speaks from both sides of the mouth? The previous reality where he spoke about the Pope's approach to the human condition, whatever, as being divinely inspired, that's Vatican I language. Pretty solid Vatican I language, papal supremacy. This is Vatican II language. Oh, we're all Christians. We're all together in the same church. We're all part of the body of Christ. We're just separated brethren. What's doctrine? Let's just all get together. That's Vatican II. So you got both sides. Now, what does one of those sides is not really the true side, because the devil doesn't actually care about unity. He cares about you obeying him and worshiping him. So that means that the ecumenical, fun-loving, everybody kumbaya side is really just a ruse to get everybody on the same page and then start turning the heat up with the papal supremacy stuff. And then if you don't bow down, well then, SOL for you. I love when the data proves me right. Let's see, what's this about? Beginning.
If you were wondering why MAGA influencers are suddenly turning on Trump, or if you foolishly believe they somehow had a change of heart, I have something to show you. I gotta say, I'm particularly proud of this one because I had this theory, but I didn't have the data to prove it. And then, almost as if I had manifested it into existence, the New York Times published the comprehensive data proving my case. See, there's a reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she just suddenly realized that all of MAGA was a lie. Why Nick Fuentes says that the whole thing was a scam. Why Alex Jones, of all people on planet Earth, is now calling for Trump to be impeached and convicted or removed through the 25th Amendment. And why Tucker Carlson left the Republican Party and said that he would be tormented for the rest of his life over the fact that he voted for Trump. Don't twist yourself into a pretzel trying to imagine these people having a sudden change of heart. The reason why these people are fleeing the ship is because they have the most to lose. Unlike elected officials, these people are not collecting a government salary. Their careers survive on parasocial relationships built through the MAGA community. And now, just like the Real Housewives of Igloo, South Dakota, their community is crumbling. Just look at the data. These people I mentioned above, they have the dashboards that show the data that the New York Times just published today. They aggregated the collective views of 12 of the most popular right-wing influencers. And what they found was that these people have lost, in some cases, more than half of their audience in just 12 months. This includes people like Benny Johnson, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Charlie Kirk. It's really seen a mysterious drop-off. Some of these individual creators were getting close to 30 million views per week just last spring. But as of right now, some have dropped by up to 86% in weekly views. These people are desperate to stay relevant, but they know that 12 months from now, relevancy will not flow through MAGA. They're looking at the views, they're reading the comments, and most importantly, they're looking at all the brand deals they are not signing and all the bank accounts that just aren't replenishing like they used to. If I just attended Trending Up, the MAGA sphere should be rebranded to Trending Down. So when people tell you that MAGA creators are turning on Trump, do not be mistaken. These people are not defectors. No, they're nothing more than canaries in the coal mine.
It's all coming apart, folks. MAGA was never intended to be a success. MAGA was designed to destroy the right, to expose Protestantism, to expose Zionism, and to shape culture towards Catholic social teaching. Because after destroying the right and making American politics look completely disgusting, what's left? What's left is nothing is left. You have to create something new. You need a synthesis. And all of the people who are on both sides sick of their parties, they're ready to kiss and make up and concede each other's side. The right is ready to concede on points of social justice. And the left is ready to concede on religion and morality and nationalism. And together, just like, Captain Planet? They just put their rings out and say, social justice, religion, nationalism, free market values. Together we form Catholic social teaching. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's exactly what's going to happen. And this is what's happening right now. And of course, all these people, like I said, with Charlie Kirk, he either was going to get killed. Of course, we know what happened now. But before that happened, I was like, this trajectory is going to end only one way. He either has to convert to Catholicism and jump ship, or he's going to get killed. There's no way, because he has way too much to lose. And he's on a sinking ship. All these people, the same thing. And of course, they realize, like, no, I want to keep my paycheck. And, they're all part of the spy system anyway. So we'll see what happens. But this is from Hawkeye the Pie on YouTube. And they commented on 7 biblical facts about Mary, the mother of Jesus, my video on Mary. They psychologically prepared unreligious people to worship Mary by aggressively encouraging and venerating single mothers in our culture starting in the early 1980s or so. I knew many single mothers that made themselves look out to be practically sacrificial martyrs due to their single status. Of course, Christian nationals are swinging back towards keeping the family together and all that, but the seed has been planted in everyone's minds. I know lots of people my age in their 40s who worship their mothers even though they caused a ton of chaos and destabilized their families permanently through pursuing divorce. Yeah, this is social programming. Nothing the devil does is just like willy-nilly, like just for kicks. Everything the devil does is exceedingly strategic for the ultimate goal of bringing the world under his knees, so, so that people can worship him. So the feminist movement had its role to play to create a pretext to swing back towards the family, religion, et cetera, et cetera. At the same time, it also programmed people with this like divine feminine, elevating the feminine to such a high role. Like this person said, it's a very interesting thread. I never even considered that, but it's true. The single mother, like holding her baby. That's like the typology of the Marian apparitions and Mary worship and venerating Mary. Now, all those liberals that were programmed with that, who are now disillusioned by their own left side, will be so easily absorbed into this Catholic social teaching New World Order with Mary propaganda. Do you get it? Mary, this is phenomenal. Mary is not just an ecumenical tool for Muslims or the Orthodox. Mary is also an ecumenical tool for the liberals. Do you get it? I didn't even see this thread. This is profound. But Mary is an ecumenical tool for the liberals because the liberals have been brainwashed with divine feminine for decades and elevating the feminine above the masculine. So they're naturally going to resonate with Mary and venerating Mary and Mary having this important role. Look, she's so powerful. She's so amazing. And I can pray to Mary. She's my God, basically. Like, do you see how everything is dark to light? The two-pronged attack. It's truly profound. Very, very, very profound. This is Perez Hilton. If you know him, he used to have that gossip site. And he had some sort of medical situation, and now he's supposedly seen the light. He's now back in the Catholic Church. And of course, just like Sean Ryan and all these other people, now his entire audience of bajillions of people is going to start hearing about religion and church and Jesus and the Eucharist and so on and so forth. And he says in this post on Facebook, it says, some of my best praying and connections happen in the car. Faith/God/Yahweh, church, scripture, Jesus, Yeshua, Christ, religion, worship, Catholic, Baptist, Protestant, Lutheran, Episcopalian, Pentecostal, Anglican, Christian, Presbyterian, Methodist, Eastern Orthodox, Mormon, religion, spirituality, amen, hallelujah, Eucharist, holy gratitude. What do any of these things have in common with each other? This is the common good right here. To get it, this is like all of the synergistic, counterfeit roads. Of course, some of these like Presbyterians or Calvinists, but either way, like this is like traditions of men lumped up in one thing, and this is the reality that's coming. This appeals to what? Head or hand? It appeals to the hand because it says everybody can get along. This is Vatican II type of stuff. It's not Vatican I. You need to bow down to the authority of the Pope. It's Vatican II. We're all brothers. Kumbaya. Hand. So do you get it? Head or hand? Vatican I, head. Vatican II, hand. And both of those are going to find a synthesis. Interestingly enough, they were talking about a Vatican III council potentially in 2029. So we'll see how that goes because they're definitely going to synthesize those two perspectives because they have to. They have to make both sides play together one way or another. Here's a picture of Trump kissing. He posted this. I was like, this is really, because he posts all kinds of crazy crap, but I'm like, did he actually post this? And he did. And he's holding this golden crucifix and he's kissing it with an American flag behind it. And people don't see the problem with this. People are so quick to make so many memes of Trump with, a little yarmulke or little curls, little rabbi curls on the side, kissing the Wailing Wall because he's a Zionist puppet. But when he's kissing the crucifix with an American flag, which tells you basically like, I bow down to the authority of the papacy and America is a vassal state to the Pope. That's what this image actually says to the informed mind. Nobody sees a problem with that. Oh, yeah, there we go. Stick it to those Jews. Kiss the crucifix. Nobody sees the problem with this. And yet, and it's a golden crucifix too, of all things. Like, it reminds me of when they had this, I think it was actually the Charlie Kirk Memorial. I think it was the Charlie Kirk Memorial. I think it was. And it was this guy, it was a meme, but it was a picture of this guy carrying this cross at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. And the cross had like wheels on it so that it could be moved easier. And it said like, MAGA in one picture. This guy just making it easy for himself and carrying a cross with wheels on it. Same thing with this, like, oh, we're going to have Jesus with gold and, diamonds and everything and make it, super fancy cross. It's like, this is image of the beast, like just counterfeit, narrow road Christian universal church crap right there. Former Protestant theologian Ryan Hurd has converted to Catholicism along with his wife. He credits St. Thomas Aquinas and his study of the Thomistic theology as a major influence in his journey to the Catholic faith. Notice how he says, the Bible did not lead me. He credits the Bible and the writings of Paul or John and his study of the letters of the apostles as a major influence in his journey to the Catholic faith. No, he credits Thomas Aquinas, who was a philosopher and fanatic for papal supremacy, by the way. He has some bangers in my papal series where he says basically that you must submit to the pontiff as a necessity for salvation. That's what Thomas Aquinas believed, who was practically the author of Communism, Catholic social teaching. So yeah, Thomas Aquinas led you away from the Bible and the truth into Babylon. Not the Holy Spirit, not the Bible. But this is what you get, and you're going to get more and more people like these, especially as dispensationalism collapses. Andrew Garfield, who played Spider-Man, studied the spirituality of St. Ignatius of Loyola and underwent the Jesuit spiritual exercises to prepare for his role as a Jesuit priest in Martin Scorsese's Silence. Now, Martin Scorsese is one of the directors that answered, I believe, Pope Francis's original call several years ago, that he called on all of the Catholic producers and whatever people of goodwill to portray the Catholic ideal in cinema for the coming New World Order shenanigans. And of course, Martin Scorsese is answering that call and getting Garfield to train as a Jesuit priest and elevating the Society of Jesus. But if he did the spiritual exercises, those are not just like there for like mental health or whatever else. They're there to submit you to the authority of the Jesuit general. So he, Garfield, by doing these exercises, was initiated into the order of the Jesuits. And now he's doing his role in Hollywood as an agent of the beast to shape culture. And everything else he does in the future, you will see it's going to be more and more of this kind of stuff. Because Hollywood is going to come back to Catholicism. It's going to come back to being the mouthpiece of the Catholic Church, as it was in the beginning. The production code was written by Daniel Lord, S.J. Yes, did the Jews take it over? Yes, by design. Why? So that there could be an excuse to move back to religion, right in time with everything else. So the Jews have had their time with it. The liberals, the leftists have had their time with it. The progressives, it's time now to swing back and have a culture shaping tool that's religious and moral in nature. So you're going to see more of that. One more, Advent Messenger, retail workers in Spain strike against the collective abuse of having to work on Sunday. Strikes and organized protests are escalating across Europe as pressure grows to expand Sunday store openings. As Sunday trading becomes increasingly normalized, labor unions and churches are pushing back, calling for Sunday to remain protected as the common day of rest. I think we may have read something like this, but these things are pretty common now, pun intended. They're getting more and more common. Spain, Greece, everywhere else in Europe, like I said, with the European Sunday Alliance, you have to pay attention for these things because it's happening more and more, and especially as Europe is being traumatized by the Muslim invasion and the problems of secularism, it's going to come back to religion. Europe has to become religious again. And little by little, it's going to become more religious. And you'll see Catholic social teaching. I think the Prime Minister of the UK recently, the guy who won, I forget his name now, but he's all about Catholic social teaching. So that'll be an interesting shift in the UK because the UK has been traumatized by the leftist, counterfeit New World Order agenda for a while. Like with the world, what's it called? The Klaus Schwab, I can't think of the name now. Anyway, that whole, what's it called? Dang it. Okay, I had to look it up. Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum, WEF. Yeah, that's the counterfeit New World Order. That's the counterfeit boogeyman, the black pyramid with the Arabic writing on it. That's the counterfeit. But they've been traumatized by that. So now it's time for the UK to come back to religion. And of course, you had some shenanigans with the Pope and the King Charles and everything. So it's all being prepared. England's had a long history of back and forth with Rome, and it's time for it to come back. So conclusion, culture is being shaped pretty rapidly as always, and Sunday is starting to enter the conversation, but it's barely beginning. So you're gonna have to watch that and see. You're gonna see this growing more and more and more as the time proceeds. Celebrities are converting en masse, no pun intended. And in a few years, you're going to see the Catholic echo chamber all around you, telling you to obey the pontiff, to go to church on Sunday, to take the Eucharist, to rest for the planet, and all this kind of stuff, to worship Mary. And you're going to see that everywhere. You're going to see that everywhere. At that point, the teeth are going to start coming out, and they will start enforcing these things, I believe, in, 5 years' time. I do believe that sometime after 2030, maybe even until then, but I definitely see, like, after 2030, you're going to start seeing these things become very obvious, very, very obvious. That's what I said, between 2030 to 2033, there's going to be some major shenanigans. And if you make it to 2034 and beyond, I really just don't see the Earth history like going too far beyond that. I really don't. I've always said I could be wrong. I really just don't. I mean, I think it's coming to an end. I think they're going to wrap everything up in the next 6, 7 years, 8 years. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter, because we know that the destination of history, and that is the resurrection, and that's what matters. So the last section on here is Catholic social teaching. And these are just some important stories to set the stage for what is coming and why it will be justified, and it will seem like the best thing since sliced bread.
This is a corporate scandal. This is a huge scandal. This should be front page news everywhere.
Enron exploited U.S. accounting rules to hide from investors and lenders hundreds of millions in debt it had bundled into off-balance sheet entities, obligations that contributed to one of the biggest corporate collapses in U.S. history. And what you are describing right now is that there is a trend among the big tech companies, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Oracle. They are creating these shell entities, these SPVs, seemingly to hide literally hundreds of billions of dollars of debt that they are issuing in order to finance their data centers. They're showing us in their reporting and in their earnings, like, here's everything we've built, but then they're hiding all of the borrowing that they took on to build all those things that they're bragging about in their reporting. That does seem to be a very, very similar link.
Let's say it's $1 trillion or so of off-balance sheet debt. That means that there's $1 trillion in loans that we just don't, we actually cannot really quantify outside of media reporting. But I must be clear, it's not just hyperscalers doing it. It's CoreWeave, it's Iron, it's Nebius, it's NVIDIA in some cases. Whoever is building a data center is using these shell corporations as a means of obfuscating ownership and also obfuscating risk, as in basically handing off the risk to investors. This is a corporate scandal. This is a huge scandal. This should be front page news everywhere. This should be a shareholder riot. But because we live in this cult of worshipping the wealthy, we just kind of put it to the side.
These people are due for a reckoning. They're due for a reckoning. The corporate greed has reached an absolute maximum, and it's due for a reckoning. And that reckoning will come by way of a massive financial crisis, in light of which the moral compass of the world, aka Papa Leone, is going to come forward and solve the problem through his agents of Catholic social teaching. But there will be a reckoning for the corporate class, and they will all be subsumed into this reality and treating the middle class better, having social justice, having programs for the poor, not spending all this money on stupid things. It's going to happen. But all these things are just building the frustration. That's what I want you to keep in mind. All of these things, why are they happening? What is the end goal? What is the solution of all of these problems? Here's Elon Musk again.
Well, if that is so abundant that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for in that case?
Let's agree that could be where we end up. I'm concerned about the road, and we live in democracies, and people are very worried about this. So I guess two questions. Firstly, do you have to have massive redistribution from people like you to the people who are losing their jobs? Do you need to pay more tax? Do you have much higher taxes on capital so that you fund some kind of universal income? Otherwise, what do people live off?
I think that the Treasury should just simply issue people checks. Well,
but where's the revenue coming from? I mean, I'm enough of an economist. If you just issue checks, you're going to have inflation.
This is like a lot of what we're trying to think about is these things were relevant in the past. They will not be relevant in the future. So like inflation is simply the ratio of money to goods and services. So if the goods and services output increases dramatically, if it increases, 1,000%, you can literally print, or these days change the database. It's never print money. It's you create money in the database, provided the creation of that money is less than the rate at which goods and services increase. You actually have deflation. So I'll make a prediction, which is that deflation will be the issue, not inflation. Because as the output of goods and services increases, if the output of goods and services increases faster than money supply, you will have deflation.
I'm perfectly willing to believe that. You may well be right.
Statement of fact. I mean,
you may well be right. But I'm really hung up on how we get from the current polarized, angry, fearful polity we have now to this nirvana. And I think you can paint a picture where people are so scared by this, they essentially try to stop it. Maybe they can't, but you get nationalized. There's a kind of, far left government. There's exorbitant tax increases. The kind of economy crumbles because people are so worried about a future, which does sound quite scary as you describe it. So how do you handle the politics now?
It's exhilarating and terrifying.
But if you were in the,
I agree. Honestly, and if you ask me on any given day, I in fact, even intraday, I've gone from exhilaration to terror regarding AI.
So Elon Musk is peddling this utopian golden age. And of course, he is on the thread of the techno bros, but we've already established that thread has been woven in to the papacy as of this year. So whatever he says is going to align with what the Pope says. And they're going to align more and more as time moves on. You can't just suddenly start speaking about papal supremacy. That'd be weird. But little by little, Elon is inching his way towards that same destination. And then the Jews are all on board with Elon's AI utopia because they're going to live in the Messianic age. The people who are wanting some deliverance from all of these K-shaped economy problems are on board with universal basic income or whatever it's going to happen. All of these things are going towards a final omega point. Do you get it? And they're going to be very seductive and justified because the problems are real. Inflation is horrible because of all these wars on purpose. Medicare, medicine, medical plans in the United States, at least, are absolutely horrendous, terrible. Corporate greed is off the charts. The economy sucks. We don't produce anything anymore. It's terrible. But this is it. Here's the social justice aspect of it with the whole ICE raids.
This is not of God.
Amen.
So it says Texas faith leaders call on Republican governor to end ICE violence.
This is no peace that we want a part of because, let's be honest, this isn't a peacekeeping initiative. This is a terror campaign with the mission of traumatizing our neighbors until they self-deport. Mm-hmm. We don't need terror. We need peace. Mm-hmm.
The policy to detain children and use them as bait to arrest and deport their parents and custodians is abhorrent. The videos of young kids in immigration court by themselves, bewildered at judges' questioning, are haunting. All this is against our religious beliefs and our moral principles that this country claims. They cannot defend themselves by claiming they're following orders. Following orders is never a justification in the Christian tradition nor international law. to perpetuate evil.
Now, these are well-meaning people, but what they're being baited into is something exceedingly evil. And if you can see it, then you understand how the devil works and how he's going to achieve his system. The devil is using this obvious injustice of the evil that these people have been committing and abusing these people to create an ecumenical situation where all these people are gathering together to protest the injustices and to demand a social solution. In the meantime, they're seeing each other as brothers and sisters united for a common cause, and they're much more willing to let down their guard spiritually over doctrinal issues. And then social issues like, these various situations that are being cited act as the catalyst for an ecumenical reality. And everybody can get around, protecting kids and protecting the poor. Everybody can get around, and you should help children and the poor. Of course you should. But do you see how it's being used for evil? So I said, the family is going to be used for evil. Again, my perspective, you don't have to follow it. It's not a rule from God or the Bible, but my perspective is don't have children. I don't see the reason to do that if you believe the earth is ending in under a decade and they're going to be using the family to weaponize and manipulate people into this final reality. And they're pushing people into families so that they can be locked down with kids. That way they're much more easy to manipulate. Don't have children. Again, it's not a thing from God. It's not a rule from the Bible. That's my personal feeling. And nobody's going to change my mind about that because it's just not for me. I used to tutor kids. I used to teach children. I love hanging out with kids. I mean, I was very good at teaching children. I had a lot of experience. I volunteered in high school tutoring, middle school kids and math and English and stuff. It was a lot of fun. I'm good with kids, but I wouldn't want a child of my own. Not in this economy. Are you kidding me? And certainly not knowing what's on the horizon. That's my personal take, because I know that the devil is going to use the family for evil. Here's another insidious thing that, again, what's it going to do? It's going to create a justification for a moral compass to regulate everything.
Has reached fast food. Shake Shack is just the beginning.
So this is surveillance pricing.
My wife says that if you don't tip at Shake Shack, they make it more expensive per item, so we're about to find out.
Let's find out. I'll order 2 shakes just like before.
See, $5.99.
Okay.
We got strawberry. We got cookies and cream.
Yeah, let's see.
And we got vanilla.
This is what we
with
just ordered.
Food cart.
Okay, there it is.
See that? Let's say check out. And then say, right here,
Uh-oh, there's been a pricing update on one of your cart items. Please review. Everything just went up 50 cents.
Every item went up by 50 cents. Making sure everybody knows, do not go there.
Now, what Shake Shack is doing is insane, but they're not the first company to try dynamic or surge pricing.
The popular fast food chain is announcing that it will experiment with surge pricing.
It feels like we're constantly being taken advantage of as customers. Is it reasonable to believe that if Wendy's does this, that everyone else will follow suit?
It's a test that begins in 2025. We asked the other chains. We asked Burger King. We asked McDonald's. They didn't respond, but KFC said it has no plans at this time to try dynamic pricing on its menu. If the burger's cheaper later in the day, that might entice me, to be honest.
I know, but if you work a shift and your lunch hour is between 12 and 1 and you just have time to go grab a burger and that's the time that they're the price the highest, that would just be incredibly frustrating.
They're busiest, so it's slower and costs more. I don't think of fast food like an airline ticket. I don't, but that's the same kind of model.
Chick-fil-A even got sued for secretly charging 25 to 30% more if you were getting the food delivered.
Chick-fil-A has agreed to settle a class action lawsuit accused of boosting delivery prices during the pandemic. According to that suit, the fast food chain promised low delivery fees in its app and on its website, but then increased menu prices on those orders. Chick-fil-A did not admit any guilt, but has agreed to pay out more than $4 million to eligible customers.
Politicians on both sides even admit this is wrong, and yet they can't stop it.
Walmart and other retailers are rapidly introducing digital shelf labels all across their stores. We'll give you an example over my shoulder here of a picture. Here's a digital shelf label. These are appearing everywhere across the United States. These labels can be used, because they can be changed instantaneously, they can be used to implement AI surveillance pricing in the store, not just online. Now, of course, this will end up costing jobs in the store, certainly, but think about where all of this is heading. Delta's former president, I mentioned a moment ago, really put it best when he said that the goal of the industry, the goal of all of these industries, these mega corporations and the AI industry that's working with them, the goal is to charge what they call personalized prices, as if it's a benefit to you. Personalized prices. Here's what he said. This is a full re-engineering of how we price and how we will be pricing in the future. We will have a price that's available on that flight, on that time, to you, the individual.
And what do you think this is going to do for the masses? At some point, people are going to have enough and they're going to demand a social solution. And it's not going to come from Trump or the Republicans or the Democrats. It's not going to come from Israel. It's not going to come from the Muslims. It's not going to come from anybody. It's going to come from the Pope, the papacy, Catholic social teaching. And once you have a new president in 2028 taking orders from the Pope directly and submitting to the Pope, it's going to be very easy to start implementing these policies and start bringing that golden age forward to the Americans and soothing the pressure that they've been under. But until then, it's going to get pretty bad. I think there's going to be an economic collapse. I think, whether it's going to be just really crappy for like a year or just like a shock like 2028 or 2008 or the dot-com crisis, who knows? I mean, certainly things are lining up that way in a very, very bad way because there's so many factors. Like, we'll look at some of them here, but one of them is like the shadow banking, private lending, like unsecured loans and stuff that they're going on. It's just the Ponzi schemes that these people are doing is like worse now with AI and with all these tech companies that have just ballooned like little mushroom, and crypto companies like little mushrooms all over, and they grow and then they die and they don't pay their debt back, and all these loans are packaged in derivatives. And it's a whole mess. It's a whole mess because why? Because human greed. And that human greed has been allowed to prosper because it needs to destroy. They need to destroy so that they can then integrate the ashes into the final thing. But surveillance pricing has been around for a while. Here's another, just more BS.
More important than ever that I introduce the United States Water Reserve for families that don't only want to be protected from a water crisis, but also want to get very rich.
This right here is what Donald Trump is talking about, and it's already on Coinbase.
I have seen no greater sign yet that we, the people of the constitutional republic of the United States, should be collecting all of our own rainwater that falls on our property. That we should be, in fact, producing all of our own energy, if possible, on our land, solar, hydro, wind, whatever you can do in your area. That we should be growing food, not lawns. That we should be raising our own animals on our own land. At the very least, trying to keep it as local as possible, shopping from local farmers who raise meat and produce vegetables, produce produce, because they are literally profitizing the thing we need to live. They are profitizing the water supply of the United States so rich people can trade on it on the stock market. What is going on that we are allowing this to happen as the people of the United States? Nobody from the left, no politician from the left is talking about this. No politician from the right is talking about this. They are all in agreement, apparently, and they're going to move forward and commoditize the water supply of the United States. That's tyranny. I'm sorry, if you can't see that, that is tyranny. We need water to survive. In many places in the United States, it is illegal to collect your own rainwater. They feel like they can tell you, they feel so confident that you're a fucking slave that they can tell you not to collect your own damn rainwater on your property. It is their property, apparently, unless it causes damage. If you get water damage from a flood or something like that, that's on you. It's their water, apparently, because you're not allowed to collect it. But if it damages your property, you got to fucking pay for it. We need to fucking yank our heads out of our asses. We need to change this shit up. At the very least, we need to become absolutely self-sufficient. Get off of the grid whenever possible, in whatever way you can. Again, collect your own rainwater, produce your own energy, solar, hydro, or wind, and try to grow your own food. Because the more they can pinch you, the more they can control you by controlling your water, the price of your water, by controlling the price of your electric. The more they can squeeze you. They don't need to tax us to death if they can make it unlivable by withholding the things we need to fucking live. Wake the fuck up, people. Get there faster. Have a good day.
And this is just one of many. People are getting fed up with this stuff. Here's another one. This is from Danielle. She messaged me and says, the government is telling salvage yards that they have to crush motors that are 15 years or older and have to get rid of all the motors they have in stock that are old or older. I was just at a salvage yard talking to the guy, and I asked him if they have been told anything about older motors because I couldn't see how the government would stop older cars. And he looked at me shocked and said, actually, crazy you asked me that, because yes, we have. And then proceeded to tell me that they are now enforcing salvage yards to get rid of all older motors and must crush the new ones that come in. Why? Well, because all these new cars have AI and tracking and digital everything where they can basically stop you in your tracks. Having like a functional running older car is going to be more precious than gold in the coming years because this is getting really bad. But what does this do in terms of the traumatization aspect for the people? It brings them closer and closer to a synthesis where they demand a social savior. That is the point of all of these things. I'm not showing you these so you can obsess about technological, dystopian future. I'm showing you to show you the civil unrest and the frustration that is building in the people by design so that a social solution can come to the rescue. And that is going to be Catholic social teaching. Here's another one.
You're running out of gas a little bit quicker than normal. I have. So not only is gas $5 a gallon, but you're running out of it a lot quicker. I'm just glad Trump's trying to get his face on a $250 bill because that's how much it's going to cost to fill up an entire tank of gas in my truck. But maybe this is why.
So this is why you have been running out of gas faster, okay? As of 24 hours ago, Congress officially passed a law, officially being the key word, stating that they are now going to allow E15 to be added to fuel and gasoline year-round. Here's what that actually means in English, okay? E15 is ethanol, okay? It is something that they add into fuel to reduce the amount of fuel that you need to use, okay? Now, typically you've seen it before. At a gas station, there'll be a sign on the pump that says may contain up to 10% ethanol, okay? Now, there's been times where companies have put more or less ethanol based on the weather, the season, the heat outside, things like that. Additionally, like I've been talking about for months, there was a time during World War II where the federal government gave oil and gas companies in America permission to add additional levels of ethanol to the fuel in order to reduce the effects of fuel rationing. I have been saying that this had been happening for months since we entered into Iran. This is why you have been running out of gas more quickly. This is why you are experiencing rough idle when you're sitting in the school parking lot waiting for your kids to get out and your car kind of shakes every once in a while. This is why when you turn on your engine, your gas needle drops more than ever. And this is why if you have a car that tells you how many miles you have to empty, it no longer makes any sense. Okay? It is up and down all over the place. It is because you are experiencing reduced fuel efficiency. Okay? Now, as of yesterday, Congress authorized oil and gas companies into America to begin adding E15 to fuel, meaning now we are going to experience up to 15% ethanol. So for those of you who don't know what that means, let me explain how it is actually going to affect you. The idea is you are going to pay a little bit less at the pump, hopefully, okay, if the problem doesn't continue to get worse. Now, you pay a little bit less at the pump, but the side effect of that is you run out of gas faster, meaning you have to put more gas. The last 3-4 months, we've been getting gaslighted into believing that that is not what was happening, but it has been. Everyone has pretty much universally agreed you don't smell gas at the pump anymore. You run out of gas more quickly. Your car is not driving as far as it used to, or now it costs more to fill up, and you got to fill up more often. Okay, it is because they have already been doing this. They are now just realizing they can't keep playing in our face and act like we aren't going to notice it.
You know, I think if you sit and do the math, this actually works out to our benefit.
There's this meme that this guy's got to make America great again. It says, I think he, probably Trump, is amazing. My truck used to hold $59 of gas, and now it holds $120 of gas. I don't know how he did it, but he's amazing, and I plan on voting for him again. It's doubled the value of the gas in my truck. That's the MAGA mindset. But this, this meme shows you that MAGA is just a joke. MAGA is just a joke. It's completely done. It's completely done. And what does that mean for the future of American politics when both sides have been discredited? Last one here, global bond yields hit multi-decade highs as governments pay the price for U.S.-Iran stalemate. A global sell-off of government bonds gripped markets Tuesday morning. What's the date of this? August 18th. So pretty shortly ago. It comes after a window for a new deal to be reached between the U.S. and Iran closed without a breakthrough. Surprise, surprise, reigniting concerns about inflationary pressure. On Monday, U.S. President Donald Trump ruled out extending a ceasefire between Washington and Tehran, while Iran issued fresh threats of military escalation. Both sides have rejected further peace talks. Yeah, this is just back and forth BS with all the insider trading they're doing on the market. And I don't know that this is going to be resolved anytime soon. I really don't, because I think that they're doing all of this to crash the world system. America became the global reserve currency that everybody was tied up to. And America went off the gold standard, which allowed constant, irresponsible borrowing, which also implicates everybody else in the world. And this entire system is now coming to a head. It is not sustainable. We are now at 40 trillion. I think recently we crossed or we will cross $40 trillion in debt. 40 trillion. Now do the math. If bond rates go up and the interest rates for borrowing goes up, that's not good. Because that means many things. The economy slows down, and then their interest that they pay on their loans goes way up. And who's going to pay? If the economy sucks, then taxes are going to be less. So it's a downward spiral. And they're going to have to print more money to try to make the debt be less impactful. But in so doing, they inflate the economy. So they're screwed either way. The point is they're screwed either way. So this is coming to a head. They're doing all sorts of shenanigans now, especially if you follow some of this stuff, like with the recent Japan had a liquidation issue with their bonds or something, and they were trying to prevent Japan from selling their U.S. bonds. And they're doing all these shenanigans that really, it's a house of cards and smoke and mirrors. And it has to come crashing down. And in fact, J.D. Vance said something very interesting, which is that he doesn't want the American dollar to be the world reserve currency. Which again, if J.D. Vance is going to be in the next generation of leadership in the United States, then you know where this is going. And I've told you this before, which is that the future is not American hegemony, not in the way that it used to be, where America is the global reserve currency and it's dominating everybody by military force. No, America will lead the way spiritually through deception. But economically, America needs to pull back and have its own territory. Maybe it might, be an American empire with Canada and Greenland. Who really knows? I don't know. That's certainly possible. But the point is, American globalism needs to come to an end. And it needs to retract. And in so doing, there's going to be multiple reserve currencies and a little bit more of a balanced economy in the world. Probably asset-backed, like with gold or silver, something that's tangible again, and much more fiscally responsible, no more wars. They're going to fix the problem because they've owned the banks forever, so they can just do whatever they want with it. They're going to fix the problem. But the current time right now, this fiat system is on its last leg. It's on its last leg. So do the math, and what that means is there's going to be some kind of crisis. And we're barely starting to see the cracks of that crisis. All of these effects of the Strait of Hormuz are barely starting to kick in because now, it takes a month or 2, 3 months for these things to really start kicking in. And I don't think Trump is going to stop anytime soon. I think that they're going to really push this thing into some sort of crisis. Certainly Iran is not going to capitulate. And, you can't send ground troops. You can't do anything in Iran. I mean, Iran is very, very different. Very, very different than like Venezuela or something like that. So this is just, one big clown show. And the world is being primed for a false salvation with all of these injustices, economic imbalances, wars, famines. It's all by design. And ultimately, it's by design so that the man of sin can come and rescue people with his version of morality, which, of course, is Catholic social teaching. So learn what that is. Learn its history. Learn why it's Antichrist. I have many videos on it. You can even ask Fennec about it. Fennec can tell you all kinds of things. But Catholic social teaching is the real New World Order. That's the real New World Order. It's going to solve some problems. It's not going to be something that you point out and say, look, that's Antichrist. Unless, of course, you have discernment. But most people will say, oh, that's really good. I like that. Thank you. It's giving me time for my family. It's giving me my economy back. It's giving me, religion and balance and work-life balance again. It's going to solve problems. And that's exactly why it is a problem, because it's going to solve problems. So final thoughts. As usual, the world is full of shenanigans, but now you know a little bit more, and hopefully you're better prepared. And hopefully you'll wake others up too. Lots of big things have been happening around here and in the next few months also, so stay tuned. I have another book release planned for October. I think sometime around the middle of October, but we'll see. And a 5th Bible Studies volume of 800 pages planned for early next year. Fennec has been updated greatly in many ways, so make sure you check him out. Lots of content pieces, really big content pieces coming from now until the fall to close out the year with a bang, of course. So some good stuff coming up. And of course, we have the monthly lives beginning hopefully very soon. So stay tuned for the post and post your question if you want a chance at getting it answered. But either way, make sure you check out the live if you can make it. If you can't, don't worry. I'm going to take the video. It's not going to be posted afterward. I'm going to take it down immediately after, but I'm going to take the video itself and edit it and post the edited video a week later always, so that you have a replay. Hopefully with some timestamps there as well. But either way, I hope today has been helpful. But don't forget to meditate on the things that are truly important in life, the things that are timeless. Build a habit of resting on the 7th day and spending some time with God one day out of the week. Go to the encouragement page if you need encouragement and devotional content. It's free. Go to the health page if you want some tips on how to live a healthier life and take care of yourself, how to detox properly, how to just have a stronger body, because I think that's going to be very important in the years to come. And stay sharp in general. Stay sharp. Don't let the shenanigans get to you. If you find that you're getting overwhelmed with this stuff, then take a break from it. Take a break from it and do something else. Focus on other things. Do something fun, something productive, something, don't focus on the news all day, because the news is always going to be here. The news is always going to be here. What matters is you remember the ultimate destination, which is, of course, the return of Christ, the resurrection, and spending forever eternity with the physical manifestation, presence, the God in the flesh, right in your face, right there, that you can look at Jesus, you can be with God, the only God. He's going to be physically there. You get to look at him and live. And that is worth all of this nonsense. We'll see you next time. Take care and God bless.